"Jumpin' Jehoshaphat!" Titus cried as he bolted to his feet with the first shots up the valley. "What you make of that?" Cooper barely budged, his eyes fluttering open slightly. He squatted with his back resting against a pile of their bedding, buffalo robes and blankets. "Target shooting. Feller wins, he gets hisself a drink of liquor." But those shots were coming too close together, Bass thought, and they damn well came from the wrong direction, from the Shoshone camp. "What you think, Billy?" Bass inquired, nervously scratching at his bearded cheek. Hooks kept on whittling the bark off another short section of willow. He had a pile of pale sticks on one side of him and a rumpled pile of curled slivers of bark on the ground between his legs. "I figure them red niggers' business is their own business. Leave it be." "But the shootin'." "Ain't no one shootin' at us," Cooper snapped. "Just let it be and let me sleep." Then Bass whirled on Tuttle. "You think we oughtn't go see what's the ruckus, bud?" He watched Tuttle glance at Cooper as if asking permission. "Nah," Bud finally answered. "Like Silas said, ain't none of our affair." Hooves pounded up on the valley floor, 3 horses skidding to a halt as their riders leaned over to throw their news at the quartet of free trappers. "A bunch of bad Injuns just jumped the Shoshone camp, boys," a rider announced, pointing. "Come riding down off the hills, cutting up the Snakes' camp something fierce. I suppose they didn't know we was here, or didn't care." Cooper stirred only enough to push his hat back from his face and ask, "What tribe?" "Blackfeets." "Blackfeet," Titus repeated almost at a whisper, his heart beginning to slam in his chest so hard he thought it would squeeze right out between his ribs. "That's right," a second horseman said. "Bugs, boys." "Grab your gun and come on," the third Ashley man ordered as more hooves pounded close. A half-dozen riders shot by, whooping and yelping, knees like pistons in the stirrups as the wind whipped back the brims on their hats, fluttered their long hair out behind them just the way it did the horses' manes and tails. In their wake came a rider who peeled himself off and brought his mount crow-hopping to a jarring halt before Titus and Tuttle as the other trio of riders kicked their horses into motion and tore out after the 6. "You comin', Scratch?" Jim Beckwith asked breathlessly. "Fight them Blackfeets?" He nodded, swallowing. "Ain't none of us ever gonna have a better chance to get in our licks." Cooper snorted in derision, then said, "Sounds like pretty big words coming from a black-assed negra." Beckwith glared for a moment at the giant, then snarled, "I sure as hell don't see you grabbing up your gun to show us all just how brave you are. You come down off'n that horse, negra boy. I'll show you who's brave and who I can pound into mule squat." Beckwith turned from Cooper as if to ignore him the best he could. "I'm going, Scratch. You can come with me, or you can stay with these here." "He'll stay with us," Silas snapped, "'cause he knows better. That ain't his fight." Hooks echoed, "Yup, not your fight, Scratch." Then Titus watched another dozen or so riders race past in a flurry of hooves and hair, weapons, whooping, and dust a-flying. "Maybe so it ought to stay atween just them Shoshone against the Blackfoot," Tuttle apologized for his reluctance. Wagging his head, Bass replied, "Looks to be it ain't just the Snake's business. No, I gotta go." As he whirled about to race over to unlash his horse from its picket pin, Cooper bellowed, "You go get yourself hurt in this foolishness. Don't you come whimpering to me." "I won't," Bass promised, his heart rising to his throat as he yanked his horse back toward the spot where his blankets lay. Silas continued, "We got us plans for the fall hunt. If you go off and get yourself hurt, don't figure on trapping with us none. I ain't dragging along no bunged-up, strapped-down whimper boy." "All right," Bass agreed as he swept up his rifle and dropped his pouch over one shoulder. "That's a bargain. I get myself hurt by them Blackfoots, you 3 just go on off to hunt 'thout me this year." Cooper was beginning to rise, his face growing more crimson as he found his warnings were going unheeded. "You 'member that scuffle we had us with the Arapaho, don't you?" "I do," Titus replied, leaping atop the horse bareback. "You was cut up good, you dumb nigger," Silas reminded. "You was damned lucky it were winter time so we had us the time to wait on you to heal up, or we damn well left you to rot on your lonesome right there with them Utes." "Come on, Beckwith," Bass said bravely as he reined around, turning his back on Cooper. "There's Blackfeet to fight." He gave the horse his heels in its ribs and flanks, setting the animal into a run. Although Bass could not make out the loud, angry words Silas flung at his back, he hoped Cooper's anger would cool by the time he returned. It just might be an even wager, fighting the worst Indians in the northern Rockies or suffering another one of Silas Cooper's beatings. After no more than a quarter of a mile's run, they spotted the first of the buffalo hide lodges in the distance, and gathered just this side of them were a swirling knot of trappers dismounting and handing off their horses to others on foot. At their center stood 3 men, Fitzpatrick, Frabe, and one man Bass did not know. Leaping to the ground near the group, Titus asked Beckwith, "Who's that younger fellow with Fitz and old man Frapp?" "Sublet." Scratch joined Beckwith at the fringe of the group, whispering to the mulatto, "Billy Sublet?" Beckwith nodded as a small party of Shoshone raced up through the village on horseback. The trappers backed away slightly as the warrior leader sought out the chief of the trappers. "Gutface," the Shoshone called in English when he recognized Sublet. "I'm cut-faced, yes," the partisan replied, stepping forward. In troubled English, the chief explained to Sublet, 3 of my warriors and 2 of our women out gathering roots on the other side of camp. They are killed by the Blackfeet." "I know," Sublet hurried to say above the crackle of gunfire on the far side of the village. "We are here to help you fight those Blackfeet." For a moment, the Shoshone leader's eyes roamed over the crowd. "You say that your warriors can fight, Cutface? You say that they are great braves?" "They are brave fighters." "Now let me see them fight, so that I may know your words are true." Clutching his rifle to his breast with one hand, Sublet swept the other arm in a wide arc to indicate the white trappers. "You shall see them fight, and then you will know that they are all brave men." "They are ready to die today?" Nodding, Sublet answered for them all, "I have no cowards among my men. Yes, we are ready to die for our snake friends." The chief turned briefly as the gunfire seemed to rumble all the closer, accompanied by the yells of men in battle. "Then bring your warriors to join mine." Sublet turned from the war chief and shouted above the battle's din to the trappers, "Now, men, I want every brave man to go and fight these Blackfeet. We must whip them so the snakes can see that we can fight. By damn, we'll do our best in front of the snakes and the Blackfeet as a warning to all tribes that would cause an American trouble." "Let us at 'em," a voice cried out. "That's right," Sublet replied. "I want no man following me who is not brave. Let the cowards remain in camp." "No cowards here," another shouted. With a wave of his war club, the Shoshone war chief ordered, "Bring your ponies." "Follow me, man," Sublet echoed as he leaped back onto his horse and reined away after the Shoshone warriors. At the far edge of the village, the trappers suddenly confronted a wide crescent of the Blackfeet pressing against the lodge circle. But there was surprise, even shock, in the eyes of the enemy as they saw the numbers arrayed against them, white men and Shoshone alike streaming through the lodges like water through a broken beaver dam. The painted, blood-eyed enemy began to inch back toward the willow and cottonwood. Farther and farther they retreated, foot by foot, yard by yard, darting among the shadows and behind what cover they could use skillfully. After those first few minutes, Bass finally saw his first real target, something more than a flitting shadow. Dropping to his knee, Titus yanked the hammer back, set the trigger, and squeezed off his shot in one fluid motion. He thought he saw the enemy warrior spin about, clutching his side as the gun smoke billowed up from the muzzle. Then Titus lunged forward, eyes intently watching that spot where he had seen the enemy. There, yes, the warrior was lurching off, hand plastered against his side, joining others in retreat. Guns roared and men yelled in 3 tongues. At times, the air was filled with arrows hissing past his ear and over his head, fired from the short bows of one side or the other. The work was agonizingly slow and dirty for the first hour until the Blackfeet backed themselves right out of the brushy cover and began a full-scale retreat. In crazed confusion, they led the trappers and Shoshone across more than 4 miles of rolling countryside at the upper extent of Willow Valley that afternoon. For the most part, it was a game of chase, with little shooting, until the enemy reached the shore of a small lake. There, beneath the trees and undergrowth at the lake bank, they took cover, turned, and prepared for the coming assault. As the trappers and their allies closed on the lake, it was easy to see the Blackfeet were going to sell their lives as dearly as possible. Behind the scrub brush they hid, down behind the carved earthen banks they took this final refuge, and from there began to harass their tormentors. The battle heated up like never before. Squatting behind a small boulder and clump of sage, Bass took a few moments to watch others crawling in on their bellies as the Blackfeet arched arrows into the air, sailing up, then falling down upon their intended targets. All the time, the Shoshone cried out their grief at the 5 scalps taken within sight of their village, and the Blackfeet boasted that there would be more deaths before the sun set on that day. "There's no way we can get close," Daniel Potts shouted his frustration nearby. Others grumbled, fired at the brushy cover, or just shouted back at the eerie war cries and chants floating up from both sides of the battlefield. For the better part of an hour, it went poorly, an individual here or there making his own brave attempt to worm his way toward the brush and the lakeshore bulwarks. All were driven back by the defenders, until the Blackfeet themselves suddenly emerged from their shadowy cover and hurled themselves against a weak place in the trappers' line. "Get us some help!" came one man's frantic wail. Bass crabbed to his feet, running all bent over toward the sound of the gunfire and loudest shouting. Across the sagebrush dotting the open ground came another 10 or a dozen trappers, all hurrying to the cries for help. Some of them stopped for a heartbeat, thrust their rifles against their shoulders, and fired into the wild, screaming, ghoulish charge of the Blackfeet. Those cries of enemy warriors raised the hair on the back of Scratch's neck. Something so primitive, primordial, something that reminded him of the Arapaho warrior who, though already dying, had flung his war club at Titus. Bass dropped to his belly, yanking the buttstock under his arm into the crook at his shoulder as the handful of warriors came screaming toward 3 or 4 trappers, one of them swinging over his head what appeared to be a long-handled war club with sharp iron spikes driven through its round head like an ancient ball of mace. Pulling the trigger, Bass watched the bullet catch the warrior high in the chest, shoving his upper body back with its velocity as the soft lead flattened out, the Blackfoot's legs continuing to pump forward nonetheless, until he landed flat on his back, squirmed and kicked convulsively a few moments as Bass brought the muzzle to his mouth and blew. From the corner of his eye, he watched the warrior quit twitching as Bass dropped powder down the barrel and drove a ball home. "Beckwith!" Titus turned to find the one called Sublet calling. Off to his left, the mulatto fired a shot from behind some willow, then turned to shout in reply. "Over here, Billy!" "I see you," Sublet shouted, then pointed off toward another of the enemy dead. "See that dead nigger?" "Yup, I do." "What say the 2 of us go get that red nigger's scalp before them friends of his drag him off?" Beckwith's coffee-colored face creased with a wide smile, his head bobbing. "Fine notion, Billy. A real fine notion." The 2 laid aside their rifles, then crabbed onto their hands and knees. Crawling from one bit of scrub brush to the next, Sublet and Beckwith took separate paths to reach the last bit of cover closest to the warrior's body. It was there that Sublet bellied down flat on the ground and began crawling into the open. "Come on, Beckwith," he growled. "I can't haul him in on my own." Plopping to his belly, Beckwith joined Sublet by crawling into view. An arrow flew over the white man's head just as he reached out for the warrior's ankle. "God damn, that was close!" Beckwith seized the other ankle and frantically began dragging the body back some 2 feet at a time. From the far brush at the lakeshore, the Blackfeet realized what was taking place and set up a horrible roar, howling in dismay as their comrades slowly disappeared toward the brush where the Shoshone and their white allies lay hidden. But while Titus watched, it became clear that warrior wasn't dead. The Blackfoot began shaking his head groggily. "Jim!" Bass shouted in alarm. It was as if the Indian came to in the space of a heartbeat and immediately realized what was to be his fate. Twisting his torso as he was being dragged, the Blackfoot reached for tall tufts of grass, strained for a hold on the low branches of the brush, anything he could seize that would slow him down. "Son of a bitch ain't dead," Sublet huffed in surprise. "Kill him, Beckwith." "With what?" the mulatto demanded as the warrior kicked out with his legs. "I left my gun back there, like your'n." "Where's your pistol?" The warrior began to thrash even harder now. "Ain't got it." "Stab him," Sublet ordered. "Cut his throat." Like a blur, a Blackfoot warrior leaped from behind some nearby cover to snap off a shot from his trade musket, the ball slapping through the brush near Beckwith. Then the warrior kept on racing right for the two trappers. Sublet growled, "Jesus and Mary," as he began to rise to his knees, his hand slapping for knife and tomahawk at his belt. At that moment, the warrior leaped over some more low brush, balls whistling past him. As he landed flat-footed, the Blackfoot gripped his musket's barrel in both hands and swung it high over his head, bringing it down on Beckwith's back with a loud crack before the mulatto could scoot out of the way. With a grunt of pain, Beckwith fell back, losing his grip on the wounded warrior's ankle. His face drawn up in shock, the mulatto rolled and rolled again to get away, crabbing up onto his knees, then lunging forward painfully onto his feet to retreat even more. "Come back here, Beckwith!" Sublet was on his knees too, pushing against the warrior, both of them with a lock on the enemy's empty trade musket. Slowly, the white man rose to his feet, straining to pull the Blackfoot off balance. "Come here, you yellow coward!" he shrieked. "Beckwith!" Twisting this way, then twisting another, the two struggled muscle against muscle. "I swear, Beckwith, I'll kill you myself for this!" Then the warrior smashed his heel down hard on top of Sublet's moccasin, causing the trapper to yelp, hop, and yank one hand off the musket. With a great wrenching, the Blackfoot tore the rifle away from Sublet, then shoved, sending the trapper sprawling onto his back. Just as the warrior raised the weapon over his head, preparing to savagely bring it down on Sublet, Beckwith flung himself back into the struggle. Flying over the low brush, the mulatto drove his head and shoulder into the warrior, sending the enemy hurtling, his musket sailing in another direction. Without delaying to find his weapon, the Blackfoot scrambled to his feet and retreated at a dead run. 3 balls nicked the bushes around the two trappers as they redoubled their efforts to drag the wounded warrior back to cover. Crabbing over to where the pair had disappeared in the brush, Bass found Sublet and Beckwith whispering loudly with another trapper. "You want the scalper, don't you?" Sublet demanded. The wounded trapper could barely lift his head up, much less argue. "You kill him your own self," he said weakly, clearly in a great deal of pain. Beckwith prodded. "This is the black-hearted son of a bitch what shot you. Ain't you gonna kill him?" "Can't you both see the man ain't got the strength to kill nothing?" Titus demanded. For a moment, Sublet and Beckwith stared down at their seriously wounded companion, but only for a moment, when the wounded Blackfoot came to again and flopped over to crawl away with only one good leg left him. "All right," Sublet growled harshly. "I'll kill the sumbitch for you." Leaping onto the Blackfoot's back, Sublet shoved his knee down on the back of the warrior's shoulder, grabbed a handful of the Indian's hair with his left hand so he could pull the neck up taut, then with the flash of his skinning knife sliced once, long and deep, across the enemy's throat. Frothy crimson spurted as much as 3 feet onto the grass as the Indian struggled for a few quick heartbeats, then his body went limp. Quickly, Sublet hacked off the scalp in a crude manner of one not accustomed to removing the hair of his enemies, then stood with the dripping trophy to show it to his wounded companion. His knife, hand, and forearm all dripped with bright blood, resplendent in the summer sunshine. "Now you, get over here," he hollered at the far line of brush. "I need some of you to drag Hinkle off and get him back to the village." As soon as the wounded man was taken away, Sublet and the rest returned to the task at hand. Arrows sailed overhead. Lead balls smacked through the leaves and limbs. Shoshone taunted Blackfoot, and the Blackfoot cursed at their ancient enemies. The white trappers screeched above it all, knowing neither tongue but clearly understanding the age-old language of war. Hour after hour, the stalemate dragged on until the sun eventually slid far beyond mid-sky. Bass figured they had been fighting for the better part of 6 hours when one man after another began to grumble of his hunger. It took only that first one to remind the rest that they hadn't eaten since breakfast, and only those who had been up early enough to eat before the firing began, those who weren't suffering a throbbing hangover in this afternoon heat. One after another added his voice to the complaints until Sublet agreed that his trappers could reward themselves with a temporary retreat. After telling the Shoshone warriors that they would return shortly, Sublet told the Snake that they should rub out as many of the Blackfeet as possible before the trappers would come back, because when the white men returned, there would soon be no Blackfeet to kill and count coup upon. It wasn't a short ride back to Shoshone camp where Sublet's men began to scrounge about for something to eat. About the time the trappers found some slivers of dried meat to chew on and were gulping down water to quench their terrible thirst, the first of the Shoshone warriors appeared back in the village. "What the hell are they doing here?" Sublet demanded. Bass watched a group of the warriors ride up and dismount, their bronze bodies glistening. One in particular was most handsome, his carefully combed hair greased to perfection. Over the crown of his head he had tied the stuffed body of a red-winged hawk, the thongs knotted under his chin. He had the classic profile not seen in many of the others, with the hook high on the nose, the prominent cheekbones, and those oriental eyes filled with obsidian flints that glinted haughtily as he strode up to the white men. Gazing after the group come to take their own refreshment, Titus said, "I suppose we wasn't the only ones hungry, was we, Sublet?" "Damn them," Sublet grumbled. "Now them Blackfoot gonna get away." "You fixin' to have us go back now?" Frabe asked, dragging a hand over his mouth, his beard dripping with the water he had been guzzling. "Damn right," Sublet answered. "Let's go. All of you, now. Saddle up. We're going back to finish what we started." By the time the first of the trappers returned to the battleground, they found only a dozen or so Shoshone stationed among the brush to watch over their dead companions so they would not be scalped. But as the white men dismounted and began tearing through the willow and trees at the lake's edge, they were surprised to find more than 30 Blackfeet bodies had been abandoned. "They damn well left in a hurry, didn't they?" Beckwith asked as he came up to stand with Bass and some others. "You ever seed Injuns leave any of their own like this afore?" asked one of the group. "Never," another answered, incredulous. "No, not me, never," Beckwith agreed. "What made 'em take off so fast that they left their dead behind?" Titus asked. With a shrug, one of the trappers answered, "Yellow-bellied niggers is what Blackfoot is. Bad mother's sons when they got the jump on you, but they're yellow-bellied in a stand-up even fight of it." In the end, that night the Shoshone village was alive with celebration, wailing, and mourning. While they had killed far more of the enemy, they nonetheless had lost the scalps of the first 5 victims, along with the death of 11 more warriors killed in the battle. Yet those bodies and their hair had not fallen into the hands of the enemy. The drumming and singing, the keening and chanting continued till daybreak as the Snake conducted their wake over their dead and celebrated the spoils taken from the bodies of their enemies. Meanwhile, downstream in the trapper camps lay 7 wounded men expected to survive their wounds if they were allowed to get their rest. Still, the Smith, Jackson, and Sublet men, along with Provost's outfit and the many free trappers still in the valley, all were anxious to celebrate their victory, right down to the last cup of liquor the general had hauled out from St. Louis. For better than a day and another night, the white men reveled in their defeat of the Blackfeet. Tales were told and retold of how that hated tribe first deceived the men with Lewis and Clark, then went on to take their revenge on Andrew Henry's men trapping out of their fort in the Three Forks area. For the better part of 2 decades now, the specter of a monstrous enemy had steadily grown all the bigger with every Blackfoot skirmish, fight, and pony raid. But now, American trappers had fought their first concerted battle with a large force of Blackfeet warriors. Already, a new crop of legends were beginning to take shape around those glowing campfires that midsummer of 1826 in the Willow Valley. Yet the story of Blackfeet against American Trapper would be a tale long, harrowing, and most bloody before it reached its conclusion. 14. "Mountaineers and friends," William H. Ashley began, several days after that skirmish with the Blackfoot. "Most of you who know me must know by now that I'm not much good at this speech-making." Never a man who felt at ease speaking on his feet, even among friends, the sturdy 46-year-old businessman and trader had nonetheless been prompted by the emotion of this moment to gather all those who had until recently owed him their allegiance. From this day, these 100-plus men would give their fealty to the new company in the mountains, Smith, Jackson, and Sublette. So this morning, before he set off for St. Louis with his 125 packs of furry treasure, a fourth more than he had reaped last season, the visionary Ashley felt compelled to call these crude, unlettered, fire-hardened men together for his final farewell, not only to them, but to these Rocky Mountains. "When I first came to the mountains, I came a poor man," he explained, as the crowd slowly fell all the more quiet, respectful. "You, by your hard work, undying toils, and with your sacrifices, have made for me an independent fortune. For this, my friends, I feel myself under great obligation to you." Across the better part of 3 weeks, these Ashley men had camped together, sang and danced with one another, told stories of their spring hunts, and swapped outrageous lies. They had tried to outshoot, outwrestle, and outrun every other man-jack among them. And they had joined in nothing short of wonderment that the general had even rolled a cannon across the plains, over South Pass, and on to Rendezvous. A 6-pounder, on wheels no less. "Damn," some would say, "don't you see? If wheels could rumble along the Platte River and rattle over South Pass, then the cursed wagons of settlers could not be far off." Perhaps this land was not as remote, nowhere near as forbidding as they had hoped it would be. Not if General Ashley had dragged his cannon on its wheeled carriage all the way from St. Louis. Yet, they figured, this institution of the rendezvous just might last long enough if the trade goods they depended upon would continue to make it out here every summer. But as every summer must come to an end, the time had come to bid one another farewell. Time for the Smith, Jackson, and Sublette men to split apart into smaller trapping brigades, while the few free trappers in attendance drifted off to the Four Winds, going in secret to those places where their own most private medicine told them they would find a rich bounty of beaver. This had been only the second rendezvous in the far west, yet it was to be Ashley's last. "Many of you have served with me personally," the general continued, "and I shall always be proud to testify to your loyalty, how you men have stood by me through all danger. Let no man ever question the friendly and brotherly feelings which you have ever, one and all, shown for me." Titus Bass stood on the fringes of that group gathered in a crude crescent, the horns of which nearly touched Ashley's shoulders. Scratch was not one of them, but nonetheless he was. Somewhere a quarter of a mile off lay Bud, Billy, and Silas, those three sleeping off one last hard night of swilling down the general's liquor. Despite his own pounding hangover, for some reason Scratch realized that this morning he was likely to witness with his own eyes a man-sized chunk of history. Out of their own heartfelt respect, many of the men had removed their hats, wide-brimmed beaver felt, or those of badger, skunk, wolf, or bear. A few men hung their heads, the better to shield their damp eyes from the appraisal of others. And a handful openly snorted back tears and dribbling noses. "For these faithful and devoted services, I wish you to accept my thanks. The gratitude that I express to you springs from my heart and will ever retain a lively hold on my feelings." With a loud sniffle, the man beside Titus whispered, "I fought the Rees on the upper Missouri for the general." He dragged the back of his sleeve under his nose. and I'd still ride into hell and back again for the man." Such was a commonly held sentiment among that group, simply because Ashley had all but single-handedly brought them here to the Rockies himself. And it was here, in these mountains, that most of these double-riveted but sentimental men had discovered, for the first time in their lives, just what it truly meant to live. "My friends, I am now about to leave you, to take up my life in St. Louis. Whenever any of you return there, your first duty must be to call at my house, to talk over the scenes of peril we have encountered, and partake of the best cheer my table can afford you." "And you'll always be welcome at my fire, General," cried one of the throng. "Hear, hear!" Ashley held up both hands to the noisy crowd, and when they had quieted, he concluded, "I now wash my hands of the toils of the Rocky Mountains. Farewell, mountaineers and friends. May God bless you all." Undoubtedly, he must have felt the tide of good fortune was about to carry him home after 4 arduous western journeys. Twice he had fought his way up the Missouri, battling the Arikara and losing more than his share of good men. And twice now he had crossed the Continental Divide at South Pass, the very heart of the Rockies. No more would he face the scorching summer heat of the plains, nor the terrible, bone-numbing cold of the mountain winters. Yet no more would he ever enjoy the company of such men as these. Slapping a hand against one cheek, there beneath an eye about ready to tear as if he were swatting at a fly, Ashley turned on his heel and took up the reins handed him by one of the 30-man escort who would accompany him back to St. Louis with his fortune in furs loaded on more than 100 horses and mules. Tugging his hat down on his head while the rest of the escort rose to their saddles, the general led the cavalcade away without looking back. "Farewell, General!" The crowd surged forward, almost as one, as if those in the lead might just drag him from his horse. Yet something restrained them as more of these hard men, not easily given to sentiment, sang out with voices hoarse and croaking. "Godspeed, General! Godspeed!" So it was that they parted one from another again. That quixotic bushway Davy Jackson marched his band away from rendezvous with Ashley's pack train. Somewhere west of South Pass, he would bid his farewell to the general, then, after trapping the country around Ham's Fork and the Green, would point his own nose north toward the rich beaver country that lay at the foot of those pilot knobs the French voyageurs called Les Trois Tétons, or the Three Breasts. Jedediah Smith took his small band of 15 and moved west of south toward the great and salty inland sea, obsessed with what lay across that great expanse of desert, even if it took him into Mexico, even if it meant he marched all the way to the land of the Spanish Californios. Working their way north to the Snake River, Billy Sublette would lead his brigade over to the Blackfoot River, turning east through Jackson's Hole and marching north to eventually reach the land that would soon be known as Coulter's Hell. 2 full decades before them, the wily trader Manuel Lisa dispatched Lewis and Clark veteran John Coulter off from the mouth of the Bighorn to tell the Crow bands they were invited to Lisa's post to trade. Traveling on foot and alone into the teeth of a Rocky Mountain winter, Coulter was the first white man to visit this strange land of sulphurous smokes, boiling cauldrons of mud, and spewing geysers that would one day bear his name. This trip out, Jim Bridger would serve as one of Sublette's lieutenants, and the stories the young trapper would soon tell of that mystical land of spewing waters and many smokes would for a generation be considered some of the biggest whoppers ever concocted by a frontiersman. Meanwhile, the streams of the northern Rockies beckoned to Fitzpatrick once more. Despite the chances being good that he and his men might just rub up against more Blackfoot, north they headed nonetheless, hoping to trade with the Flathead for horses and skins until the beaver began to put on more fur come late autumn. At the same time, Etienne Provost led his loose band of trappers west of north into the beaver-rich interior basin of the Snake River, where the odds were they would run across the Hudson's Bay men under Peter Skane Ogden. "Good huntin'," came the cry from those off in one direction. "Yup," called those bound away in another. "You best watch your topknot." And soon only the Shoshone village and a scattering of free trappers had Willow Valley to themselves. No more than a half-dozen small knots of hardy men tarried behind the company brigades, those of an independent streak who stubbornly refused the offers of one outfit or another to join up and ride along for the season. "Maybe so it's better to travel in small strings," Scratch explained the common wisdom expressed by those of such persuasion. "A big outfit just apt to attract too much attention." "Possibly so," Daniel Potts protested that last morning before Sublet's brigade pulled out. "But if I'm to face them gut-eating Blackfoots again, I'd rather have me a whole passel of fellers along for the fight." "But we don't aim to stick our noses in Blackfoot country," Bass replied. Potts had pursed his lips as if he could see his words were winning no convert. "So be it, Titus Bass. Stay warm this winter, till next we rendezvous at the south end of Sweet Lake." "Till rendezvous," Scratch repeated the word as if it had already become some spiritual incantation, shaking Daniel's hand as they pounded one another on the shoulder. The mulatto had offered his hand next. "Could well be we could winter here again, so remember our offer stands. You come join us if you grow tired of the company you're keeping." Bass watched Beckwith glance over to the trees where Cooper and the other two reclined against their saddles, watching the great departure of the brigades hour by hour without much excitement of their own or interest at all. "I got me a place I belong," Titus repeated. His eyes filling with concern, Daniel said, "They ain't your only friends, Scratch. Any time you just come looking to find us." "It's a wonderful thing for a man to have him such good friends as you," Bass interrupted, his eyes smiling. Understanding at last that there no longer was any sense in trying to talk Bass into joining them, Potts pursed his lips and went to the saddle in a hurry, galloping off with Beckwith to catch up with the last brigade on its way out of the valley. In less than an hour, the midsummer air grew quiet, but for the occasional call of birds and the incessant drone of flies or the whine of bees. No longer could Titus see the telltale smudge of dust there along the horizon. The company men were gone for another year. All sights and sounds of that merry gathering were nothing but memories now. What grass the stock hadn't eaten had been trampled into pathways by hooves and moccasins. Dry and flaky piles of horse droppings dotted the close-cropped pasturage of the valley floor for as far as the eye could see. The rib-bare skeletons of willow wickiups and leafy bowers built streamside now stood naked in the strong sunlight of high summer. No more were blankets and buffalo robes unfurled in the shady places where men once lounged to swap stories or merely sleep off the terrible effects of Ashley's potent liquor throughout those long, hot days of summer. Refuse and litter from repairs made to saddles, bridles, and pack harness lay discarded and scattered among what kegs and empty burlap sacking had been carried here from faraway St. Louis. Clouds of bottle-green deer flies and black-winged horseflies buzzed in annoying clouds over every latrine hole, flitted over every campsite, and blackened every stinking gut pile. Ants and hard-shelled beetles crawled and scritched through the trampled grass to lay claim to what refuse the robber jays weren't already picking over, wings flapping and beaks squawking when another bird landed to threaten their bloody morsel. Rings of darkened stones surrounded the countless black circles once fire pits. Butchered, bone-bare carcasses of elk and deer hung numberless, like gory sacrifices from the branches of trees where the many had feasted upon the few. Men cutting away a ham or loin or a fat steak to sizzle over the flames, each fire a gathering place where all came in turn to eat, to drink, or merely to commune with one's own kind. In the span of less than 2 momentous years, a breed was born out here among these rich valleys, sheltered and shadowed by the high and snowy places. A novice who was at first content to follow others up the Missouri River to the beaver country, William H. Ashley had ended up fathering a whole new strain of frontiersmen. Unlike their predecessors, those long hunters who had roamed the hardwood forests back east of the Mississippi, these fledgling grandsons were only beginning to tramp across an unfathomable territory much more hostile in both geography and native inhabitants than anything ever before encountered by their eastern forebears. Unlike their grandfathers had ever done back east, men of this new breed would live their simple existence permanently in the mountains, but without a permanent base. Such rootlessness, such unending wandering, suited this new breed just fine. This was the dawn of a glorious era. The mountain man had been born. 2 days after the last brigade pulled out, the morning breeze brought Titus the noise of snorting ponies being rounded up from the far meadows, driven in by pony boys, the squawking orders of the women tearing buffalo hide covers from lodge poles, lashing travois together, and bundling every possession for the coming journey. In what seemed like a matter of minutes, the village was no more, and the cavalcade was on its way north. "Should have tasted you one, Scratch." Titus, watching the Shoshone depart, turned as Cooper and Hooks came up to stand by him. Billy had that indolent, contented look Scratch had come to recognize their winter with the Ute, the look he got when his belly was full, there was no work to be done, and his pecker was well satisfied. Titus looked at Silas. "Tasted what?" Cooper licked his lips. "Them snake gals, prime poontang, ain't they, Billy?" As soon as Silas jabbed him in the ribs, Hooks giggled. His bloodshot red eyes widened momentarily in remembrance. "Prime, yes sirree Bob, prime poon." "Hell, even Bud went off to the snake camp and dipped his quill in some gal's ink pot, didn't you, Tut?" "Every man's got him a right, Silas," Tuttle replied smugly. "Ain't none of us had no women since winterin' with them Utes." "'Cept Titus Bass here his own self." Silas slung an arm around Bass's shoulders. "How come you didn't drop you one of them bang-tail snakes, Scratch? Still fancy that Ute widder?" For a moment he studied the marble-eyed Cooper. Then Bass slowly unleashed himself from the long, muscular arm. "When you fixin' on us to pull up pins and set off?" A brief look of consternation crossed the tall man's face. "Say, boys, sounds to me like Scratch here got him a hard-on for one special gal." "Yup, it do," Hooks agreed. "Yes, sirree Bob, a hard-on for one special Ute gal, Silas. Must be real sweet on her." Titus glared up at Cooper. "We goin' today?" "Why so all fired ready to trot, Pilgrim?" "There's miles to put behind us and beaver to trap when we get there." It took a moment, but Silas finally grinned a rotten-toothed smile. "I'll be damned," he said softly. "Maybe so that's why this here greenhorn nigger gonna make a better trapper than either of you boys." "I ain't no greenhorn no more, Silas." Cooper looked him down, then up again. Then the man's dark eyes slowly went to the horizon, where the Shoshone were disappearing beneath a distant cloud of dust. "No, I s'pose ye ain't no more at that, Titus Bass." When his red-rimmed eyes came back to Scratch, they were filled with a begrudging admiration. "You've made a right respectable trapper out of yourself." It was closer to praise than anything he'd ever gotten from his pap. Titus swallowed hard, wanting his words to come out even. "Good as you, Silas?" "Almost," Cooper conceded. "But you ain't good as me yet. Till that day you are, best you hang in with us." He finally let himself breathe as Silas stepped away, back toward the shade of the tall cottonwoods where the leaves rattled and the flies buzzed. The way it felt, that was about as good a fragment of praise as he was ever going to get, Bass figured. "You figure we can pull out come morning, Silas?" Cooper did not speak again until he settled on his blankets and robes, cocking an elbow beneath his head as he sank back onto his saddle. "I s'pose, since there ain't no more of that goddamned Ashley's liquor, and them snakes has took off with all the spread-leg wenches in this here country, we might just as well see how the country looks up to the Bighorn." Scratch's heart skipped a beat. "Maybe so we go all the way to the Yallerstone?" Silas grinned. "Why, don't tell me you heard about the Yallerstone all the way back to St. Lou." "I did. Word was it was good beaver country." For the moment, Cooper appeared interested. "A place where a man might winter up?" Bass hurried into the patch of shade, kneeling near the other three. "If a man's to winter up, Silas, might's well be in country where the spring trappin' is its best." "All right, Scratch," the strap-jawed Cooper eventually replied. "Let's us just go see for our own selves that there bighorn country you heard so much spoke of." Hannah snorted downstream, high and wheezing, a sound he'd never before heard come from the mule. In his chest, his breath froze like a chunk of January river ice. Scratch nearly choked, trying to swallow down the thumping of his heart. Then the mule bawled. Like he was shot out of a cheap Indian trade fusel, Bass flung the trap onto the bank and lunged out of the stream, but slipped back into the icy water. Angrily flinging himself against the bank again, he dragged his weight onto the frost-slickened grass by jabbing the sharpened float pole into the ground, then throwing a leg up and onto the slippery ground, and finally seizing hold of the branches of fiery red willow recently kissed by autumn's cold breath. Grunting and grumbling in his exertions, Bass made enough noise to scare half the beaver for miles around right on out of the country. Filling one hand with the full-stock Derringer rifle leaning against that red-leafed willow, Titus bent low without missing a step, his left hand sweeping up the camp axe from the ground where it rested among the heap of long float sticks and the rest of his square-jawed traps. Now he heard a grunting roar. Weren't the mule. But Hannah answered in kind, braying for all she was worth. Shards of pinkish light exploded before him as he slashed his way through the tall brush that climbed more than 2 feet over his head, his frantic race causing hoarfrost and icy particles to cascade into the new day's rosy light. Another grunt, followed by a throaty and repeated snort as that new sound faded. Then Hannah kee-rawed with as close to a plaintive call for help as he'd ever heard a mule make. Not in all those years wrestling mules into harness, those hours spent behind both a plow and some mighty powerful rear haunches, his youth wasted struggling against stubborn pig-headed animals, could he remember hearing a mule make a desperate plea quite like that. His moccasins slipped and slid as he dived this way and that. Spilling in his haste, Bass crashed to the hard, frozen ground on one knee and that hand clutching the rifle. Swearing under his breath, only a puff of frost broke his lips as he sprang up and lunged forward again, with his heart high in his throat as he cleared the last of the thick willow, and onto the strip of open ground at the border of the shadowy timber not yet touched by that single finger of sunlight creeping down the side of the frosty bowl. Sliding to a stop, he brought the rifle down across the left wrist that held the axe. Quickly dragging his thumb back across the frizzen and hammer to assure that it was at full cock, Bass jerked to the left. Hannah stood upstream, pulling hard against the long lead rope he had tied around her ears and muzzle like a halter. Yanking with all she had in her, Hannah's eyes were about as wide as his mam's fancy dinner saucers, her powerful rear haunches bent, and that rump of hers nearly swaying on the ground as her hooves dug up deep furrows in a frantic bid to free herself from danger. Again and again she flailed her head side to side, lashing herself to escape the hold of the rope, where he had left her knotted to a tree with enough line that she could leisurely crop the dead frozen grasses there at the border of the timber. But in the next instant he wheeled right at the sound. He saw nothing from that direction, where he was positive he'd heard the rasp of a foreign noise. The hair prickling at the back of his neck, he suddenly picked up the scent of something on the wind. Like an animal, like old Tink herself, that family dog back in Kentucky, he measured the caliber of the upwind, attempting to sort out what that musky, heavy odor was that now prickled the hair on his arms beneath the buckskin war shirt and the heavy blanket capote. He discovered he was sweating, even as cold as it was. While he stood there in the chill half-light of early morn, sniffing into the wind, Scratch sensed a huge drop of sweat gather at the nape of his neck where his long hair clung, a pendulous drop that slowly sank down the course of his backbone to land against the dark blue wool of his breechclout, pooling there at the base of his spine, where it froze him like January ice water. The wind shifted, and the stench of it came to Bass, smacking him in the face. He'd never smelled anything like this before. Danger, pure and simple. Something feral, wild, beastly. Hannah cried out, head twisting, her eyes rolling to find him. She shifted her stance, plowing up more of the loose turf made fragrant and heady by the bed of decomposing pine needles under her hooves. The instant he started her way, Bass saw a flicker of some movement in the trees beyond her. There, just beyond the edge of the timber, it moved again. Like a chunk of black light torn off the corduroy of shadow that was the forest itself at this early hour as day splintered night into giving way to a reluctant dawn. With his next step and the shadow's answering grunt, he knew. Not that Bass had ever seen one himself since coming to the mountains. Lucky, he'd always figured. But he knew nonetheless. Something instinctive, perhaps. After all, he'd seen enough black and brown bears back east in those Kentucky woods. Damn, he muttered under his breath as the beast rose from its exertions. How Bass had ever missed the elk carcass when he'd led Hannah there earlier in the dim light of false dawn, he had no idea. But there stood that huge, hunchbacked behemoth, busy uncovering its carrion. Tearing away at the dirt, rotting pine needles, branches, and saplings it had scraped over the huge, partially eaten carcass the day before. Likely an elk, Titus figured, for the size of what was left of it. Standing rooted to the spot, Titus found himself marveling at the sheer size of that animal, intent over its next meal. Hell, out here he was no longer surprised to find everything bigger than he had ever let his imagination run. Even though Isaac Washburn had told him over and over again the tale of how the sow grizzly cuffed and mauled and chewed on old Hugh Glass up by the Grand River, never had Scratch expected the animal to turn out to be so huge, come this close, near face to face. With its returning to its recent kill just moments ago, was the beast's own feral stench carried on the wind to Hannah's sensitive nose? Had she winded the deadly silver-haired creature, attempted to flee, and cried out in terror when she found herself prisoner? Is that why the monster had grunted? Was it threatened by the mule? Up the slope far to the right came a new snort, followed by a series of grunts slowly fading in volume. Hannah bawled anew, high and plaintive. Dropping to one knee, Bass reluctantly took his eye off the shadow-ribboned Silvertip just long enough to squint into the patchwork of light and dark farther up the nearby hillside. This close to it, he felt the ground tremble. Bass jerked back to the left, finding the grizzly jumping up and down on all fours beside its carrion, massive muzzle pulled back to expose the rows of huge teeth, giant forepaws tearing at the ground, wagging its massive head from side to side. It, too, sniffed the air, then roared again with that sound completely new and foreign to Bass. A challenge, a lure, a call to battle. Whoa! From the hillside came its answer. Whoa! To Bass's left, the grizzly stood on its hind legs. As it rose to full height, Scratch felt himself shrink inside. Although it was giving its full attention to the nearby hillside, nonetheless Titus felt dwarfed by the sheer immensity of the beast as it balanced on its two hindquarters, clawing at the air as if shadowboxing. Long, curved claws tore shreds of reflected sunlight, glistening, honed razors slashing at the end of each heaving swipe, rending what wisps of cold mist remained among the black timber. They were snorting at one another non-stop now, one roar answered almost immediately by the other, and both drowning out the feeble bray of the frightened mule. The grizzly he could see whirled about on its haunches and dropped to all fours, quickly circling the elk carcass, savagely flinging dirt and pine needles back onto its kill in some feeble attempt to hide it from the approaching challenger. Considering what to do in that instant, as the forest's terror was now suddenly doubled, Bass wondered if he should dash over and release Hannah. What with the way she rolled her eyes at the grizzly, then danced back in that confining arc to roll her eyes at him, bawling with that high-pitched squeal of hers. But if he did, his instincts told him he'd be left on foot. Hannah would wheel and run, yanking the rope from his cold, bare hands, likely bowling him over in her eagerness to flee as far away from there as she could. Maybe not stopping until she made it back to camp upstream, perhaps even into the next valley, where they had trapped out just about everything with a flat tail on it before moving here yesterday. How he'd come to rely on her, trust her, cantankerous and contrary as a mule could be, yet coming to respect her as he never had respected such a stubborn animal while a youngster made to work with mules, together tearing long furrows in the dark, loamy soil of Boone County. But there was something entirely different about this animal. Through the past winter and into his productive spring hunt, then, as the seasons turned to summer's rendezvous and finally their moseying into the Wind River Range, trapping and tramping, easing north all the more, Bass had come to care for the young mule more than he had ever cared for an animal. A time or two he had even allowed himself to believe the mule cared for him too. So it had surprised him, as suspicious as he was about mules from those long-ago days on his pap's land in Rabbit Hash, when Hannah would slip up behind him without a sound, with no warning, as he was going about some camp chore, suddenly swinging her thick muzzle into that hollow between his bony shoulder blades, knocking him down, sprawling into the dirt that first time. Heels over head a second time, sent skidding on his rump a third time, just starting to twist about with the faintest sound of her approach. Always careful to pick her time and place, Hannah grew more crafty as the months rolled by. It became her own private way to play him the fool, this stunt she loved to pull on him. The mule never seemed to tire of it. Nor did she seem to take much heed of the way he scolded her, shook his finger at her as he clambered off the ground and brushed himself off, his cheeks crimson with embarrassment at the way the other three trappers gushed with laughter, snorting at how bone-headed he was to allow the mule her folly with him when he should either whack her upside of the head or shoot her. Each time she succeeded in sneaking up on him, he figured it was nothing more than a knot not being tight enough, but this time she was held fast. In that instant, he decided he wouldn't free her. Not just yet, he wouldn't, not when she'd likely bolt off and leave him stranded. Scratch wasn't about to try outrunning a grizzly. Not from all that he'd heard tell of the beast, not from what common sense told him was purely a fool's errand. No mere mortal man could dare outrace a behemoth like that on all fours. It made no matter that it would be an obstacle course, darting in and out among the trees, lunging over deadfall, ducking branches, and avoiding those slick, icy patches of winter's first snow still tucked way back in among the dark, sunless places. No matter that he would be on 2 feet and this monster on 4. Something feral, wild, and untamed within him told Titus that the surest way for a man in his predicament to throw his life away was to try fleeing. From where that spark of wildness came, he knew not, only that it rested at the deepest marrow of him, and enough had transpired in his nearly 33 years that proved to him he should listen to the flicker of its voice. Was it something in his lineage, in the breeding, in that Scottish ancestry that harkened back to all those generations among the lowlands, clan ancestors stealing down from the misty hills and out across the foggy moors to relieve the arrogant lords and the British army of so many of their horses? Was it all those centuries of basses pilloried and tortured by fire, all those basses hung at the end of short ropes, basses torn apart by 4 stout draft horses, each whipped in 4 different directions, all at the hands of the king's servants? Or was it something given birth on this continent in recent generations, some feral, otherworldly sense born in the blood of his grandpap, who as a young man had fought in the wilderness against the French and their Indians, then, so soon thereafter, chose to make his family stand on the Ohio River frontier against the English and their Indians as the colonials tore themselves apart from the Tories and Loyalists and George III himself. If that wildness was truly something passed down in the blood, then how did one explain Thaddeus? If this uncanny savvy was sunk so to the core of Titus, then why was his own pap content to carve settlement out of wilderness, to domesticate and till and build where only the untamed beasts and half-naked savages had roamed? Was that why he was here, among these great mountains and high valleys after all? Titus had asked himself many a time. Had he ventured far, far past the last outpost of settlement, leaping past the final vestiges of civilization, just so he could find himself as far from everything that was his father, if only to prove that the blood that had driven his grandpap to hack out a path through the wilderness to seek out a new home was still the blood that ran hot and thick in Titus's own veins? Was he more the grandson? Or had he come here to these far places to prove to himself, if to no one else, that he was not Thaddeus Bass's eldest son? Whoa! With the soul-shattering roar from the nearby grizzly, Bass jerked about. The stench from both creatures was unbelievably raw, primal, deadly. Whoa! In that moment, the second grizzly burst into view on the slope above him. Every bit as big as the first, it might well weigh even more. Now it bounced up and down on its four paws, then lumbered clumsily onto its hindquarters. With its foreclaws slashing at the air, it reared its head back, the slobbery muzzle pulled away to bare its yellowed teeth, shaking the massive skull that seemed to rest momentarily on the huge hump between its shoulders. Crashing back onto all four legs, the second monster continued its march out of the shadows toward the first grizzly, who was pacing about his carrion territorially, putting himself between the carcass and the intruder. He clawed the ground savagely, tearing up huge clumps of the moist, partially frozen forest floor with his 6-inch claws, black clods of earth spraying here, sailing there. Now and again, for but a moment, he would stop to growl at the interloper before returning to his bristling, defensive behavior. At the same time, the newcomer would halt after every few steps, roaring his challenge, bouncing a bit on all fours, and wagging his head as he exposed his rows of teeth, jaws slobbering in anticipation of his meal. Then he continued down the gentle slope through the timber toward his opponent. And that carcass that had lured him here from miles away. More closely related to the hog family than anything else, the bear used its keenest sense to locate food and avoid danger. From far downstream, miles away at the mouth of another valley, the interloper had whiffed his first faint hint of that rotting meat. And as he had turned into the wind to investigate that telltale dawn breeze, the seductive stench grew stronger and stronger. On and on he had come, until he also began to pick up the smell of one of his own kind. Yet what truly confused him for a moment was the odor of two other creatures he could not identify, not with his dim eyesight as he studied the two-legged and then the frightened four-legged only briefly from this distance. But that smell of blood and sundered flesh quickly recaptured his attention each time his thoughts wandered to the other creatures. That, and the challenge raised by one of his own kind standing guard over the feast that had brought him from so far. Already with the first snowfall come to these high slopes and deep valleys, the ancient clocks were ticking within these creatures as autumn aged, as winter crept farther down from the high places, a great cold racing all the faster out of the north. Something ageless and without rationale had instructed both of these boars to spend the long days of their short summer months feasting on the rich, nutritious plants of this high country. But as the temperatures began to drop, especially after that first heavy snowfall that had taken days to melt off from the exposed slopes, some new biological imperative had taken over within the beasts. As the grizzly neared its time for hibernation, it no longer was satisfied with leaves and stems and roots. Now, as the weather turned cold, the grizzly needed meat. A terrible season for these boars as they hunted the meat they craved, while at the same time the calendar within them also aroused the ancient itch to mate, to rut, to satisfy that which can be quenched only by coupling with a sow. So it was that in these last days before the deep sleep of winter, the boars roamed their valleys in search of meat and females, their temperament constantly on edge, easily irritable, more than ready for battle or the long sleep that would relieve them of their hungers and their itches. So first, the interloper had to find out if the protector was a sow. When he reached a spot some 25 feet from the carcass, he raised his nose into the air again, sniffing everything he could while the protector rumbled his defiance. No, the interloper decided, there wasn't a hint of a female here. No rich, heady aroma that heretofore told him a sow was indeed in heat and ready to accept what he needed to scratch. With a disgusted snort of disappointment, he lowered his head, chin almost to the ground as he lumbered side to side, wagging that head he had drawn defensively back into the huge hump to make himself appear all the bigger. There would be no rutting this day, but there just might be a free meal, if he could drive off this other boar with a few measured cuffs of his massive paws, given deadly execution by his powerful shoulders. As soon as the interloper turned its full attention back to the protector, Scratch began his sidelong creep, slowly inching his way toward Hannah. She continued her keer-rawing without stop, even though she kept flicking her eyes from those silver-tipped monsters to her owner, back and forth, over and over. Little chance she was relieved to see her master coming her way. He was all too slow. While the protector backed up a few feet, he was in reality rocking back on all fours, as if cocking himself, preparing to launch his bulk right into his enemy. He crouched there, snarling, huge jaws frothing in anticipation, his body shuddering with uncontrollable passions. The same juices that prepared him to fight also readied him for coupling with a sow. And for now, the hot fire of those juices shooting through his veins and heaving muscles brought nothing but frightening confusion. A few yards off, the interloper lunged back, rising onto its hind legs, a forepaw ripping bark from a nearby pine tree. Shards of blackened bark exploded off the trunk in all directions, exposing the deep yellow wounds that would soon ooze with pitch. Shuddering at the vicious explosion, Bass sank back on his haunches near the line of willows, glanced at Hannah, then swallowed hard as he turned his attention back to the two monsters. By damn, if a grizz could do that sort of damage to the tough, hardened bark of an old pine tree, just think of what the beast could do against mere flesh and sinew. Then the protector rose on his hind legs, head brought forward as far as he could out of the hump, jaws open wide, but only momentarily, until he began snapping them, clawing at the air, growling loud enough that the sound of both boars rocked back from the valley walls in a never-ending cascade of reverberation. With a blur of silver-tipped shadow, the two bears lunged, closed, arms swinging, clawing, clutching their enemy at last. Snapping their muzzles ferociously, both tried repeatedly to sink fangs into the other, groping for an ear, biting the muzzle, sinking teeth into the tip of the nose or that thick slab of protective ridge of brow bone over an eye socket. Then down they tumbled in a heap. Something akin to a frightened yelp burst from one of them as they flew apart, shaking their tough, thick hides, then wheeled quickly to relocate the adversary, charging on all fours. When they collided again, the ground beneath Bass shook even more than it had before. As the grizzlies locked themselves together, their bodies rippled and shook with the strain of muscles tested to the maximum. Over and over one another they tumbled, smashing against the trunks of great trees and careening over saplings that snapped like kindling wood, four hind legs flailing akimbo as each fought for balance to seize the upper hand. Then the protector found a soft, vulnerable target in the other boar's snout and clamped down with his mighty jaws. Squealing just like a scalded hog, the interloper struggled this way, then that, to free himself. But in the end, he flung the protector off only by pitching his opponent over his shoulder against an old pine that shuddered with the tremendous force of the blow as the protector spilled to the ground, having released his grip on the enemy. Shaking his head in a daze, the protector sat there a moment. Sat there too long. The bloodied interloper was upon him that quickly, sinking his teeth into the back of the protector's neck, one front paw yanking the opponent's jaws back as he raked and raked with the long claws, biting again and again, filling his huge mouth with the neck tissue there at the rise of the great hump. Twisting to his left, then twisting to his right, the protector tried vainly to snap at the enemy who had its teeth sunk into his neck, long claws slashing at his vulnerable throat, hindquarters raking along his back. Blood glistened the protector's coat from muzzle to rump as the boar rolled over, slamming its enemy against the tree. Still, the interloper would not release his grip. Groaning, growling, whining in pain and dismay, the huge protector nailed away at nothing more than thin air, unable to land a paw on his adversary stuck like a spring tick on his back. Meanwhile, the interloper snorted each time he sank a more secure hold on the tough, thick hair and hide of the protector's neck, a grunt of impending victory. He drew his head back slightly, eyes wild, taking measure of where next to plant his powerful jaws. Suddenly, the roar of the protector became a high-pitched squeal the instant he burst free of the enemy's grasp. Free at last, he tumbled rump over head before he came up, dazed, surprised to find he had escaped. Now some 10 yards or more away, he shook his whole body, licked quickly at one of the glistening wounds, then set himself for the interloper's attack. But instead of pursuing his adversary, the interloper settled to his rear haunches, his big tongue lolling out of those slabbering jaws to slap across the bloody slashes on his own muzzle, trying to ease the torment in that most sensitive part of his anatomy. He snorted and swiped at his muzzle with a paw slicked with drying blood and his enemy's hair. Then he noticed the new scent, turned to look, and finally discovered what it was that had lured him there from so far away. Lumbering up the slope to the ruins of the elk carcass, the interloper sniffed it over from broken neck to the rear quarters where the hide had been torn back and huge gashes made in the thick muscle. Then his nose nuzzled down toward the belly. With a ravenous roar, he brought his muzzle out bright with gore and blood dripping, having discovered the soft innards. At that provocation, the protector leaped forward a few yards menacingly, snarling, but he was stopped in his tracks just as quickly as he had started for the interloper, which immediately raised himself halfway and growled that frightening roar of battle. It was enough to give the protector pause. He settled back on his haunches as the interloper went back to his feast. Then, while his adversary ate on the food just taken from him, the protector suddenly poked his nose into the air, as if catching the hint of something on the wind. A moment more, and that battered snout sank slowly, his huge blood-flecked eyes narrowing as would any predator who has caught scent of his prey. Titus watched the nostrils flare as more slobber drooled from the lower lips. The bear raised itself to all fours and took a step from the trees when it was immediately stopped by a warning snarl from the interloper busy at its bloody feast. Instead of protesting, the defeated boar turned slightly and lumbered off at an angle away from the victor so that he would clearly present no threat to the carcass. He had something else in mind altogether. As the badly wounded grizzly cleared the shadows into the first spray of sunlight crowning the forest that dawn, Titus shuddered again. To watch the muscles ripple as it advanced, the way the long hairs of its coat alternately caught and hid the light with each stretch and contraction of its hide, and how the blood glistened at its torn neck, back in the dark furrows on the haunches, or gathered in frozen coagulate across the hump, his fingers tightened on the wrist of the rifle. No. Bass refused to believe it, but there was the monster plotting a due course for Hannah. Then the grizzly stopped, sniffed, and rose to its hind legs, measuring the breeze again. slowly turning aside from the mule and its loud braying as if it suddenly couldn't hear the pack animal, or at least did not care. Eventually, the snout came round to point in Scratch's direction. Titus froze where he was, squatting in the brush at the edge of the tall, red-leafed willow. He was sure the beast could clearly hear his heart hammering in his chest. After 2 lumbering steps forward, the ungainly grizzly dropped to all fours, snorted, and turned back to its original course, the mule. For a moment he was relieved and let the air rush out of his chest in a great gust, until he realized the creature still wanted Hannah. "No!" Bass hollered before he could catch himself, and found he was on his feet, standing, bringing the rifle to his hip, laid over that left forearm still clutching the camp axe. As if the beast ignored him entirely, the grizzly picked up its pace. Its huge frame rocked from side to side as it rolled on down the gentle slope toward the mule. Hannah thrashed and kicked. At times she turned her rump in its direction, preparing to deliver a sharp hoof against her attacker. Then other times she tried to pull away at the end of the long rope, bawling, tail whipping in the breeze. Before he realized what he was doing, Bass found himself sprinting on a collision course for the two of them, wondering if he was going to make it in time before the angry, bloodied grizzly lunged for the helpless mule. "You son of a bitch!" he screamed. For some strange reason, the bear skidded to a halt at that, quartered to its left as it stretched up to its hind legs, there to stand and stare at him. Then, as quickly, it lunged forward onto its front paws again, as if suddenly discovering Bass. Wiggling its head around, the better to see with its poor vision and to smell with that powerful nose, the grizzly no longer peered at him with eyes filled by wild aggression. Instead, they appeared confused as the massive creature poked its long snout in the air and attempted to take its own measure of this strange, noisy, 2-legged creature. But at that moment, Hannah chose to let out another frightened, braying yelp. The monster turned back to her as suddenly, drawn by the plaintive bawl of the 4-legged animal. Perhaps that cry was more of something the boar understood far better than the spoken language of the 2-legged mystery. As if dismissing the man, the grizzly lumbered to its 4 paws and continued toward Hannah, its jaws snapping greedily as the mule's bray was choked off in a frightened peal. Skidding to a stop less than 20-some yards from the bear, Scratch slammed the rifle into his shoulder, peered down the barrel, and slipped the narrow front blade sight over the slowly moving animal until he had the grizzly's chest at the center of his sight picture and set the trigger. As the bear rocked back on its haunches, throwing one paw into the air to take a warning swipe at the mule frantically kicking at its attacker, Scratch eased back on the front trigger. With a roar, the rifle shoved itself back into his shoulder. Through the cold smudge of gun smoke, he watched the boar swat at his chest with the same paw he had used to claw the air, then sniffed at his wound beginning to ooze a little blood. The grizzly licked it, snorted, then turned back to Hannah, now angrier than before. How he wished he had time to reload the more powerful rifle as he yanked the pistol from the sash tied around his capote. His hands were shaking as he checked the powder in the pan, dragged the frizzen back down, and cocked the hammer. He knew he would have to get all the closer now to his target. Even though the pistol threw the same size ball as his rifle, there wasn't nearly the punch, nor the powder charge. He closed to within 10 yards before the bear had reached the sidestepping mule. "You touch her, you're going to hell right here!" With a loud roar, the boar stood again, swiping at the air, presenting Scratch the best shot of all. Holding right on the center of the beast's chest, Bass pulled the trigger. He felt the weapon jerk in his hand, but through the haze of smoke, saw the grizzly merely settle to its rump as it rubbed its paw on its chest. Another flesh wound, making it even angrier than before. Flinging the pistol aside, Bass swung the axe from left hand to right as the bear shot to its hind legs, then slowly settled a second time. It snorted at the noisy mule, then slowly began to close the distance between it and the annoying 2-legged. Clutching the axe in both hands, Scratch brought it over his head, preparing for the attack. "Run," his instincts told him. Again, everything he had ever heard tell about the grizzly reminded him he wouldn't have a chance running, not in an out-and-out foot race. The only prayer he had would be to leap to the side at the last instant, jump behind and to the side, and then maybe, just maybe, he could drive the axe down into the creature's skull, splitting it open like an overripe fruit. Unconscious of anything but the beast, Scratch barely heard the snort of a horse and the warning whinny of another above Hannah's frightened bawl as the boar drew nigh, close enough for him to smell the dank, musky stench of the animal, to sense the fetid breath stinking of the rotted carrion it had been feasting upon. Hot and repulsive, every bit as much so as was the stench of death. Lifting the axe higher in both hands, Scratch watched the bear rise slightly as it closed to within 5 feet, 4 feet, then its mighty arms came out like the jaws of a huge steel trap as the beast roared, loud enough to block out all sound, breath filled with such a stink Bass wanted to close his eyes. But he kept them open, trained on his enemy, and just as the grizzly lunged with those swinging arms and slashing razors, Scratch pitched to the left, diving right under the beast's huge front leg. Before he consciously thought what to do, before the monster even began to turn, Titus savagely hurled the axe down on the back of the bear's head, sinking it deep into the thick, tough neck muscle, feeling the bone crack and splinter at the base of the creature's skull all the way into his forearms. As he yanked back on the axe handle, he was sure he would never budge it. Though he tried again, the axe head did not move, buried in splintered bone and sinew and muscle. Slick as the handle was with hot, sticky blood, Bass could hold on no longer as the beast shuddered, flinging the man aside. With a cry of great pain, the grizzly whirled on its two-legged tormentor just as Scratch pulled his last weapon from its scabbard on his belt. The skinning knife wasn't much, but it was all he was left with, and there and then he vowed he wasn't about to go down without using it all on the monster. With a vicious swipe, the grizzly split the air an inch from Titus's face. Bass jerked backward so quickly he nearly lost his balance. Lunging, the boar was on him, arms locked around Scratch's shoulders, the first paw drawn up and back, preparing to rake as the huge jaws opened and sought to close down on the coyote skin cap the man wore. Then, as quickly as he thought death had him in its clutches, the monster freed him, flinging the two-legged tormentor away like so much river flotsam. Bass landed on his back, stunned a moment, the breath knocked out of him, then watched in astonishment as the grizzly slowly turned its butchered head this way then that as the two men came up on either side of it. From that deadly close range, they both fired their pistols now, taking steely, deliberate aim. And as the muzzle smoke billowed up, he watched Tuttle and Hooks dance side to side out of the way of the bear's weakening attempts to lunge out with its immense arms, when an immense shadow suddenly crossed behind Bass, all but stepping over him, coming between the fallen man and the wounded grizzly. Stopping no more than arm's length from the beast, Cooper brazenly stuffed the muzzle of his rifle right into the bear's wide, snarling mouth, shoved it right onto the back of the creature's throat, and pulled the trigger with a jerk. The back of the bear's head exploded, thrust backward as Cooper leaped out of the way. Both Tuttle and Hooks stepped aside as the immense beast stumbled on backward a few lumbering steps, then came crashing down on its back. For several long moments, none of them moved. No one made a sound. Then, still holding the empty rifle pointed at the grizzly, Silas asked quietly, "It dead, Billy?" Hooks moved cautiously forward. "'Tain't breathin', Silas." "For balls' sake," Tuttle whispered. "He's a big 'un." "You two stay back," Cooper warned. He pulled his own belt pistol, a huge smoothbore with an immense flintlock on it, and swapped his rifle to his left hand. Only when he stood over the bear, straddling one of the beast's forelegs, did he finally look at Titus. "You ain't never run onto Grizz afore, have you, Pilgrim?" Scratch dragged a hand across his lips. No, I ain't." "That axe in the back of the head's a bright idee, it is," Cooper explained. "But shootin' for the heart like you done be just a waste of time. Ol' Ephraim here can eat you and every last one of us in the time it takes for 24 balls to get through his tough old hide, Scratch." Gulping, Bass could only nod. Cooper rose to full height, placed one moccasin on the bear's chest, there on the blood-slickened hide. "I suppose I'm cursed with having to teach you every lesson, ain't I, Titus Bass?" "Leastways," Bass replied in a harsh whisper, "you larnt me 'bout bears." "Why, looky here," Cooper said, smiling as he swept a hand the length of the grizzly carcass. "I've done gone and saved your worthless life again." 15. Ol' Scratch, they were calling him now. "On account of you getting the green wore off," Billy Hooks told him one morning early that spring of 1827 as they were on their way west, making for the Three Forks country. As if it was something learned, Bass looked over at Silas Cooper for some sort of confirmation. The big man squatted by the fire, warming his hands late that morning after they had been out since well before first light, setting traps among the streams that watered the Yellowstone north of what would one day soon come to be known among the mountain men as Coulter's Hell. "Billy ain't tellin' you no bald-face, Scratch," the black-bearded man agreed. There flashed one of those exceedingly rare twinkles of good humor in the marble-like eyes. "That's for sartin. You seed yourself through your second winter. Now that makes a man a hibernant, or I don't know poor bull from fat cow." "Ol' Scratch," Bud Tuttle repeated it now, grinning as he clearly took some pleasure in that coronation. "It's purely some for a man's companions to start calling him ol' this or ol' that. Hell, Titus, these here bastards don't even call me Old Bud." "Plain as your own ugly mug that you ain't earned yourself that name the way Scratch here has," Cooper sniped. "He's come to be twice the trapper you are." Tuttle pursed his lips and nodded. "I can't argue with you there, Silas. Scratch is better 'n both Billy and me. So why you call Billy Old Billy and you don't call me Old Bud?" Cooper slowly pulled the ramrod out of the long full-stock's barrel, doubled the small oily patch back over, and drove it back into the muzzle, shoving it all the way down to the breech as he swabbed burned, blackened, sulphurous-stinking powder out the barrel. "True enough, Scratch is better'n the two of you at bringing them flat-tails to bait, but the reason I likely ain't ever gonna call you Old Bud is you ain't never gonna be half the mountain man Billy is. And Scratch here," Silas said as he dragged the ramrod out of the barrel and pointed it at Bass, "why, he's already got Billy beat way up on that stick." Instead of protesting, Hooks merely took that appraisal in stride. Looking over at Bass, Billy said, "I figure Silas got that right, Scratch. After 2 winters with us'uns, you already come to be near good as Cooper." With a faint grin cracking his black beard, Cooper looked up at Bass and replied, "Near good as me, Scratch." "You got you a long head start on me, Silas," Titus conceded, self-effacing and aware that he must never put himself in a class with their 45-year-old leader. Into the fire, Cooper tossed the small round patch of cloth, well lathered with bear oil and blackened powder from the grooves of his rifle. Landing on a blazing limb where it spat and sizzled a moment before the edges began to turn black, Silas declared, "And there hain't no use in you figuring you'll ever catch up to me neither. Makes no matter that you're a dozen years younger 'n this nigger. No matter neither how good you figure to get at trapping or tracking or nothing, Scratch." "I ain't ever tried to be better'n," Cooper interrupted, "because you don't stand a whore's chance at Sunday meeting of ever outriding, outfighting, outpoking, or outkilling me." With a shrug, Bass admitted, "Plain you be a better man than all of us, Silas." "Damn right I am," Cooper declared as he wiped an oily patch up and down the browned barrel of his rifle. "And there hain't nothing the 3 of you can ever do what can change that." Bobbing his head, Hook said, "You're the bushway of this here outfit, Silas Cooper. Big bull in this here lick." Chuckling a moment, Cooper finally said, "But don't go getting the ID. That means none of you can let up on trying to out-trap the other fellas now. This nigger wants to have us more plew to trade than any 4 men rightly should." "Oughtn't make that Ashley trader's eyes shine to see all the packs we'll have to trade him come summer. Right, Silas?" Tuttle exclaimed. Cooper's face turned grave as he explained, Lately I've been thinking of just where we go come summer. Where we go? Serious concern crossed Billy's face as he continued sputtering. Ain't we headin' down to Sweet Lake to meet them company boys for rendezvous? With a shrug of a shoulder and scratch at his chin, Silas replied, Once I got it all worked out up here in my noggin, then I figure it's time to tell you three the way it's gonna be for summer trampin'. Traders' liquor and all them niggers joinin' up after a long winter of it, Tuttle mused. Rendezvous is what I've been thinkin' on more and more every day my own self, Silas. Go on now and don't none of you worry a lick 'bout it, Cooper confided with that mouthful of big yellow teeth. When I figure out just what we're gonna do, I 'spect my ideal damn well makes sense to the whole darn lot of you. So it was that the three continued to let the one do their thinking for them. Where to go for the beaver and when to move on to the next camp. Which bands to winter with and what Injuns to avoid. All the trails and passes, every inch of the routes they had traveled, moseying down one stream and wandering up the next, all across this last year and a half. How quickly Titus had learned that Billy and Bud left nearly everything requiring a decision squarely in Cooper's lap. And that's how they had come to spend this past winter with the tall and haughty Crow, a season known among that tribe as Ba-Li, when the ponies grow lean. From that mountain valley where Titus learned all he ever cared to know about grizzlies last autumn, the white men had continued easing their way on north, down into the fertile lowlands, where many of the streams draining the high country were dammed here and there, the timbered and sheltered places converted into deep ponds where the industrious flat-tails constructed their beaver lodges. There, too, late one autumn day, they had spotted the first Indian they had seen since rendezvous. It had started off snowing earlier that morning, no more than an inch or two of fine, dry flakes. Nothing at all like the heavy, wet, icy snow that Titus had known back east. By afternoon, as the four of them saddled up once more and set out to check their trap lines, the thick charcoal blanket of clouds had even begun to scatter and lift. A few shafts of brilliant light touched the valley here and there with gold, shimmering against the new, pristine snow. How far you figure it is till we reach this here Yallerstone country we aimin' for? Hooks asked as the horsemen eased up out of the willows and onto the flats again across the narrow creek from their campsite. Cooper wagged his head, staring off. Got no idea how much farther it be, just that it still lays north some. A handful of days, Bass offered abruptly with such conviction that he even surprised himself. It took a moment before he noticed the way the other three had turned to regard him in wonder. A bit self-conscious, he added, No more'n a week. That true, Silas? Tuttle inquired, eyeing suspiciously. How the hell do I know? I never come through this way, Cooper snapped. Then he glared at Bass. So tell us just how the hell you think you know. Don't, Bass answered. Not for certain. Just feels like it ain't all that far. Turning back around in his saddle, Silas grumbled, I suppose we'll just have to see about... Looky there, Silas, Hooks interrupted with a sputter. The other three looked where Billy was pointing. Off to the north on the brow of a hill sat a half-dozen horsemen, something on the order of a mile away, maybe a little more. They sat there motionless as statues, as if they had always been there on the crest of that rise. Tuttle whispered hoarsely, Where'd they come from? Keep moving, Cooper said, his voice gone quiet despite the great distance between the two parties. We just let 'em know we see 'em, eh? Bud asked. I suppose that's the make of it, Cooper agreed. Billy dragged the greasy wool of his capote sleeve across his lower face and asked, What you make 'em to be, Silas? They ain't Blackfoot, Titus declared instead. Flicking the younger man a glare, Cooper answered, They ain't Blackfoot. That's as plain as paint. Tuttle asked, How come you say not? Blackfoot wouldn't let us see 'em, Silas replied. To which Bass added, Damn right. Blackfoot'd just sit off somewhere and watch us, maybe so wait to lay onto us somewhere up the trail. You figure it that way, Silas? Hooks said, turning to Cooper for confirmation. I figure this young'un here might be right on that first whack. Then for a moment, Cooper studied the distant figures there against the backdrop of that lifting gray sky. Loose hair and feathers, scalp locks and fringe tussled with the tease of every little gust of breeze that crossed that hilltop. "Yeah, Scratch likely be right, fellas. This here got the feel of Crow country, and I figure them Crow just looking us over to see what we're all about." Bass inquired, "Ever you been to Crow country?" "Not this far south," Cooper explained. "We come on down the Yallerstone with Henry's bunch many a year back. Got as far as the mouth of the Bighorn, but I ain't never been south from there." Billy nodded. "Yes, sirree, Bob. This here's new country to us all." "What you s'pose is up now?" Tuttle asked. They were watching as the half-dozen horsemen all turned away together and slowly disappeared over the backside of the hill. "I figure we'll find out soon enough," Cooper answered, his words doing damned little to allay any apprehensions. But to play things smart, Silas sent Billy and Tuttle back to camp with orders to bring in the pack animals and sideline them, just in the event those 6 horsemen decided to romp on through and drive off a few mules and horses for themselves. For the rest of that afternoon, Cooper and Bass never strayed from eyeshot of one another. Most often, Silas was the one to stay in the saddle, watching and listening, attentive to the mid-distance, while Titus checked each one of the group's sets, pulling out a beaver here and there if one of the wary animals had stretched his rodent luck enough. They were back at their camp to rejoin the others well before twilight as the temperature began to slide rapidly and the western sky became a burnished autumn umber, bringing with it cold enough to cause a man's thoughts to turn to buffalo robes and warming his feet by a fire. For the next 3 days, as watchful as they were, not one of them saw a telltale sign of any horseman. It was almost enough to make a man disbelieve he'd seen anything of horse-mounted warriors that winter afternoon as the sky cleared and the sun broke through. Then came the 4th morning. As was usually the case, Bass awoke before the others in the dark, cold stillness of pre-dawn. Dragging the buffalo robe and blankets around him as he shifted closer to the fire ring, he punched life back into the coals, filled the coffee pot with icy water from the trickle still flowing in the nearby creek bed, then nudged the others before he moved off to the mouth of a nearby ravine where he had picketed Hannah and his horse right in camp. Being the first up most every morning just naturally saddled Titus with the responsibility of freeing up the stock from their picket pins, usually put out to graze on the downwind side of camp some distance away, taking the animals to water while the coffee heated. After returning from the creek with Hannah and his saddle mount, tying them to a span of rope strung between 2 trees where he had made his bed, Titus headed off toward the copse of old timber where the rest of the stock had been picketed for the night. He was breathless by the time he sprinted back into camp to find the others just sitting up in their blankets, rubbing grit from eyes and scratching one place or another on their dirty anatomies. "The horses! They're gone!" Cooper rose to one knee as the robe slipped off his shoulders, turning to stare right at the mule and horse. "Pray you tell me what the hell those are?" Huffing to a halt, Bass braced his hands on his knees, heaving for air at the same time he tried to explain. "Not them. I didn't put mine down with your'n." "What are you trying to say?" "Rest of the stock's gone." "Gone?" Cooper repeated. "You mean you found they all just pulled up their pins and moseyed off last night?" Titus replied. "They didn't pull up pins and mosey off." Silas leaped off the ground, fists working and angry. "God damn it, tell me!" "They was took." Squinting hard as he stood glowering down at the shorter Bass, Silas demanded, "How the hell you so sure they was took?" "I seed tracks." "Horse tracks?" "No," Titus answered. "Moccasin tracks, lots of 'em." The 3 of them had followed Scratch to the nearby grove where they read what story the hard, brittle grass and flaky soil had to tell them. More than a dozen of them by a reasonable count, at least 10 anyway, all crept into the stand of trees together, spread out, and began silently cutting the picket ropes from the pins driven securely into the hard ground. One by one, the horses and mules had been led away in the direction the thieves had come on foot. until they reached a spot about a mile away where it was plain to see the warriors had tied their own ponies. Back and forth over the ground, the four of them moved, bent at the waist, stopping to kneel from time to time, studying. But not one of them studied the ground as much as Titus Bass. The way the moccasins curved tightly down from the big toe along the tops of the other toes at a sharp angle. Except for the size of each print and perhaps the depth of each print and the length of stride, those factors accounting for the varying height and weight of the thieves, the moccasins were all made the same. Although sewn by different women, they all appeared to be cut from some very similar pattern. "Looky here, fellas," Bass said as he laid his own right foot down beside a clear impression of a thief's right foot. As the others came up, Titus slowly lifted his own moccasin. "What the hell you got to show me?" Cooper snapped. "Look," Bass repeated, squatting to point at the thief's print. "See how this one's shaped like this, here and here?" "Yeah," Hooks replied. "So?" "See here on my print I just made?" Bass instructed. "It don't look the same, does it?" "I be go to hell and et for a tater," Tuttle gushed, kneeling beside Bass and pointing. "It ain't the same, Silas." Wheeling on Bass, Cooper spat, "S'pose you go and tell me what good that's gonna do us, Scratch." With a shrug, Bass said, "No earthly good at all." Fuming, Cooper declared, "Then why all the preachin', you weasel-stoned pup?" "Just showing you something I figured out," he said as Cooper wheeled away angry. "Figured out, all on my own." Titus stood there watching the backs of the other two join Silas Cooper's as all three stomped off for camp on foot. The wind punched right out of his sails, and with no one wanting to share in the joy of his personal discovery, his shoulders began to sag as he followed in their wake. For the rest of that morning, the four of them worked feverishly at hiding from view and prying eyes what beaver they had taken that season, caching the packs of plues and what excess plunder they couldn't pack off now, stowing all of it here and there within the thickest clumps of willow and alder, as out of sight as they could make it. Then they covered their sign the best they knew how, dragging branches over their footprints so no tracks would point the way to their cache of beaver and camp goods. With Hannah and that lone saddle horse sway-backed beneath all their blankets and robes, along with their cooking gear, some coffee, flour, beads, and vermilion, in addition to several extra pounds of powder and a few bars of bullet lead, the four finally set out on foot shortly after midday, following the back trail of the horse thieves. Most all day, Cooper muttered under his breath until they made camp that first evening. As twilight sucked the last warmth out of the sky, Scratch took Hannah's long picket rope and tied it to the wide leather belt holding his capote around his waist when he curled up in the robes and blankets, his feet toward the fire. Billy Hooks did the same with the saddle horse. They were not about to chance losing these last two animals to whatever thieves roamed that country. That first tug, even a faint tussle on the ropes would serve as the alarm. By the time it was slap dark that frigid autumn evening, Silas, Scratch, and Tuttle were asleep. Each in turn would be awakened through the long night to stand his watch, to listen to the distant call of the owls on the wing, the cry of the wolves on the prowl, and the yapping of the nearby coyotes, to sit alone and feed the fire while the others snored. Alone in one's thoughts of women and liquor, remembrances of old faces and young breasts and thighs, to think back as the cold nuzzled more and more firmly around a man here in the marrow of the Rocky Mountains. The following morning they awoke to a lowering sky. The wind that had been puffing gently out of the west quickly quartered around, picking up speed as it came out of the north. With no other choice, they walked into the brutal teeth of that wind until early afternoon, when the clouds on the far horizon began to clot and blacken, hurrying in to blot out the sun. Within an hour, icy sleet began to pelt them, coating everything, man and animal, and all their provisions alike, with a thin, crusty layer of ice. By sundown, they were exhausted, forced to stumble on foot across a slippery terrain, leading the mule and horse up and down creek banks and coulees, forced to search for more open ground where the footing wouldn't be so treacherous, but where they knew they might be easy to spot by the horse thieves. It turned out to be the sort of day that reminded Titus just how quickly the cold could rob a man of his strength, the sort of icy cold that might even come close to stealing his resolve and will to go on. Nearly at the end of their worn-out rawhide wangs, the four hobbled into a grove of cottonwood near the lee side of some low hills and tied off the weary animals. While two of the trappers kicked around in the snow to gather up deadfall, another brought in water from the nearby stream, and the last of them brushed snow back from the ground where they built their night fire. "I'll take first watch," Scratch volunteered, as they chewed on their dried meat and drank their scalding coffee. "Best by a long chalk," Tuttle said, "than for a man to get hisself woke up when he's dead asleep, smack in the middle of the dark and the cold." Better was it to stay awake, he thought, as the night deepened, and stand to first watch. But when he had turned Billy Hooks out and crawled off to his robes and blankets, Titus found he could not sleep. Instead, he lay shivering beside the crackle of their small fire for the longest time, unable to escape his fear of just what might become of them out here without the rest of their animals in the middle of a wilderness where the brownskins came and went as they pleased, taking what they wanted from a white man. Damn well didn't seem near fair, it didn't, when he hadn't come to stay among these hills beside this stream after all, only to take a few beaver and move on to new country, no more than passing through. So them Injuns had no right to have call on taking what wasn't theirs, no right at all. Nothing like Silas Cooper, no it wasn't. The man took what Scratch grudgingly admitted was his share, but Cooper hadn't taken it for naught. No, it was his rightful share in exchange for saving Bass's life, for keeping Bass alive, for teaching Bass day in and day out. By damn, to Titus, that was a fair exchange between two men. But this stealing of a man's horses and mules, putting that man afoot as a blue norther bore down on these high plains and uplands, and the worst part of it was that the new snow had eventually blotted out the trail the farther north they walked. Still, the four of them had a good notion the thieves were leading them north, right into the teeth of the coming weather. That day, the trappers had even agreed that they would find the thieves up yonder in that Yellowstone country. No matter that they didn't have a trail to follow, all they would have to do was keep watch from the high ground, a ridgetop or the crest of a hill, straining their eyes against all that bright and snowy landscape, searching for some sign of a pony herd, a cluster of brown lodges nippling against the cold skyline, and if nothing else, maybe they'd spot some ghostly smudge of fire smoke trickling up into the autumn sky. That's how they found the Indian camp, far, far off the next afternoon. From a distant ridge, they could make out the lighter brown of the buffalo hide lodge skins scalded black at the smoke flaps, each cone raising its gray offering of heat and food and shelter from the cold. Ponies grazed beyond the lodges on what grass they pawed free of snow. People came and went on foot among the lodges, down to the thick groves of tall cottonwoods, or to the narrow stream meandering in its crooked, rocky, springtime-wide creek bed. "Who they look to be?" Tuttle asked anxiously as they huddled there on the ridgetop as the wind came up. Hooks prodded, "They ain't Blackfoot's, is they?" "Blackfoot would have rubbed us out first, then took the horses," Bass reminded them, feeling exposed and vulnerable against the skyline. "Maybe so we oughtn't get ourselves down off this ridge, Silas." Cooper didn't say a thing for the longest time, studying not so much the village as he looked here and there across the valley for horsemen. Then he watched the way the men acted in camp, for it ought to be plain if they were a hostile bunch or not. Scratch agreed when Silas explained to them as much. "Maybe so this bunch showed us they didn't mean us no harm but for taking our animals." Titus looked this way and that, growing more nervous what with the way they were backlit by the afternoon's light. Cooper glared at Bass, saying, "But we come here to get them horses back. Then, maybe so I'll mean them some harm." "Only us agin all of them?" Tuttle squeaked. Shaking his head, Silas admitted, "Nah, it don't have to be a fight, boys. We just wait till dark, sometime after moonset. Then we'll slip in and get what's rightfully ours." Just like that?" Hooks asked. "We ain't not ever gone and stole horses from Injuns, Silas." "A first time for everything, Billy." Having snarled the rest into the silence of their own private thoughts, Cooper gazed off into the valley for a few minutes. "Looks to be a likely place off down yonder where we can lay up and wait till it's good and dark." "God damn!" Scratch bawled, yanking his long rifle out of the crook of his left arm. With the sudden appearance of the horsemen, the others were doing the same, but in the span of 3 heartbeats, they realized their 4 guns were little match for the 24 or more who burst from the trees on one side, breaking over a nearby hilltop on the other. "We gonna take what we can of 'em with us afore they cut us down, Silas?" Billy asked in a harsh whisper. "Just hold your water," Cooper cautioned, suspicion in his voice. "Don't understand why they comin' in so slow." "Cooper's right, Billy," Scratch confided, the short hairs at the back of his neck bristling. "Just don't let 'em get in here too close." At times like these, a man remembered the lessons in life learned the hard way, clear as rinsed crystal. And right at this moment, Titus recalled the way the Chickasaws glided up silently on the black and silver Mississippi, then rushed Ebenezer Zane's boatmen out of the night. Recalled how the Arapaho laid waiting in their ambush for the Ute hunting party last winter, then sprang like a cat coiled for the attack. Bass continued, "But it do seem a mite contrary, don't it, fellas? If'n this bunch wanted our hair here and now, likely they'd come at us on the run." As it turned out, the horsemen brought their wide-eyed ponies to a halt at a respectful distance, completely circling the trappers. Turning slowly, Bass looked each one over quickly. A handsome outfit they were, fine of form and every one decked out in their feathers and teeth, hair tied up atop their heads with stuffed birds and scalp locks fluttering from coats, robes, and shields. A few of them talked among themselves quietly, but for the most part, the ponies made the only noise, restless and restive as they snorted in the cold, pawing at the hard ground beneath the thin skiff of new snow. "By doggy!" Hooks exclaimed, only so loud. "Them ponies of their'n don't like our smell." "Come to think of it," Tuttle agreed, "I don't think any white person with a good nose would like your smell, Billy." "Hush your yaps," Cooper snarled, as one of the horsemen inched out from the others in the circle. He began to make sign with his hands. "By damn, I think we might be able to talk to these here boys after all." Without reservation, he suddenly handed his rifle back to Tuttle and quickly began to make sign. The warrior smiled, then replied in kind, his hands fluttering before him as he nodded in the closest thing to friendliness Bass had seen since the hospitable Shoshone at last summer's rendezvous. "'Pears to be an agreeable sort," Bud commented. "Don't seem so bad a bunch after all, do they?" Hooks added. Cocking his head around to tell them over his shoulder, Cooper said, "This here's a bunch of Crow." "By damn, we run onto the Crow 'stead of Blackfoot," Tuttle cheered with genuine relief. Hooks slapped Titus on the back. "Crow got 'em some purty squaws, so the downriver talk says. Mighty purty squaws." Then he bent his head close, his lips almost touching Bass's ear. "Maybe so we can talk Cooper into winterin' up with these here Crow and their womens. Word on river says these bangtails make the best robe warmers." Bass grumbled. "Maybe so you'd better wait to see what these here bucks have in mind for us afore you up and decide you're going to spread some Crow squaw's legs for the winter here." With a snort, Billy rocked back on his heels and said, "You grown particular of a sudden, Scratch? Gone and got picky about where you poke your wiping stick?" "Hush, Billy," Tuttle warned, while Cooper went on talking in sign. With some word from their leader, half of the warriors slowly turned their ponies and formed up loosely to move off down the slope toward the valley and that village nestled among the cottonwoods along the river. "All I know is that running onto Injuns means we found us some brown-skinned sluts," Billy hissed, with a grin on his thick lips. "And I ain't never met me a brown-skinned slut what didn't kick her legs wide for Billy Boy here when I showed her a handful of my purty red beads or a little strip of ribbon." "Maybe so old Silas got lucky for you boys again," Cooper crowed as he turned and joyously slapped Hooks on the shoulder. "Leave it to me to find a warm lodge and a warm honey pot for our stingers every time." As the remainder of the horsemen urged their ponies closer to the white men, Tuttle whispered, "What they figure to do with us, Silas?" Cooper smiled in that long black beard of his that tossed in the rising wind, slapping both hands down on the tops of Bud's shoulders. "Ease your hammer down, son. These here crow bucks just gave us the invite to come on down for dinner with their big chiefs." Billy echoed, "Big chiefs?" Taking his rifle back from Tuttle, Cooper said, "From the sign talk I just got, looks like they knowed we was comin' after our horses for the last 2 days." Bud asked, "And if we didn't come after the damned horses?" Grabbing Tuttle's elbow to urge them all down the snowy slope, Silas said, "Then they'd knowed we had us yaller stripes painted down our backs and was no better'n women." As the afternoon light deepened the hues of everything from clouds to cedar to the surface of the creek itself in that hour before the sunset, the Crow warriors escorted the white men into their noisy village. Not all that different from making their ride into the Ute village last winter, to Scratch's way of thinking. Except one thing. These Crow sure were a tall people. Men and women both seemed taller than the Shoshone and the Ute he had come to know in Park Kayak. Too, the more he looked at not just the menfolk, but the children and the Crow's slant-eyed womankind, the more Titus felt these were as fair-skinned and handsome a people as rumors and campfire palaver had boasted they were. Cooper turned over the 2 animals to a pair of young, smiling boys who appeared to take their grown-up responsibilities most seriously as they barked at the children to stay back from a wary Hannah and the restless saddle horse. And with that, the trappers were shown into a warm lodge where waited at least 10 men as old as Cooper himself. That first evening of ceremonial smoking and eating boiled meat dragged on and on as speeches were made and exploits recounted by every warrior in attendance before he began his turn at haranguing the rest. And sometime after the first winter moon had fallen in the west, the white men were told that they would have to wait until morning for an answer to what would be done about their stolen horses. When the next morning finally became afternoon, the trappers were told they would have an answer the following day. But it wasn't until 4 days later that Cooper and the others were called before the Crow Council after impatiently cooling their heels where they were allowed to camp in a grove of cottonwood at the edge of the village circle. "Seems they figure they got the right to ask us to pay for the beaver we're taken from their cricks," Cooper explained what he had been told in the stillness of that council lodge. "They took our stock to pay for that beaver they say we're stealing." "I don't figure they're asking for all that much," Bass said. For a moment, Silas glowered at Titus, then finally asked, "What you think, Billy?" "You tell me, Silas. Think we oughtn't give 'em any of our beaver?" Cooper looked at Tuttle. "If'n we don't, these thievin' bastards said they'd stretch us out over a fire and let their womens do their worst to us." That ain't exactly what they said, Silas," Bass corrected. "Oh?" Cooper demanded, smiling the best he could for the sake of the Crow men, his marble-like eyes nonetheless glaring holes in Bass. "From what I saw 'em sign to you," Titus explained, "they give us a choice." Pursing his lips in seething anger, Silas crossed his arms and said, "So now you figure you read sign language good enough to know what the hell these old bucks said to me? Suppose you tell us all about it, you bone-headed nigger." Not only were the eyes of the trappers on him now, but the black cherry eyes of every one of the Crow elders and counselors were as well, clearly sensing the tension among the white men. "From what I make of it," Scratch started tentatively, then swallowed hard, "looks to be we got us one of 2 ways to go at this. We can give 'em something in trade for the beaver we've been taking out in the streams in their country, or, Tuttle squeaked, "or they throw us right on out the way they found us. May be lucky to get our mule and horse back." Hooks twisted to look at Cooper. "That true what Scratch said? We give 'em something to trade or they turn us out?" Cooper nodded, his brow furrowed, anger smoldering at Bass, every bit as plain as sun on his face. "But they'll let us go?" Tuttle said. "Just let us ride on out, if'n we give 'em some plunder?" "That's the way I read the sign, boys," Silas replied. Then Bass declared, "Looks to me like we gotta figure out just how good it might turn out to be, us trappin' here in Crow country." "What you think of us hanging back in this country, Silas?" Billy asked. For a moment, Cooper was silent. Then, with a smile, he turned to Bass. "Let's ask Scratch what he thinks we oughtn't do." "I say we give 'em presents," Titus was quick to answer. "Never know when it might turn out good to have us friends like these up here close to Blackfoot country, don't you think?" "Never thought of that," Tuttle mused. "What'd it cost us?" Hooks asked. "Hardly nothing. A couple of horses and a blanket here, maybe a few beads or tin cup there," Titus responded. "That all they askin', Silas?" Hooks inquired, long ago conditioned to believe in Cooper, still doubtful of what Bass was telling them. "By damn, Billy, if Scratch ain't picked up enough sign to know fat cow from poor bull," Cooper exclaimed with grudging admiration. "S'pose you go ahead on and tell us what else these old bucks said 'bout keepin' all our plunder for theyselves." With a jerk, Tuttle twisted near fully around at that. "They gonna rob us of everything?" Cooper winked faintly, saying, "You want to tell 'em, Scratch, or you want me to?" "I suppose if you're asking me to tell Billy and Bud the bad news," Bass began, then sighed. "These here crows say we can walk on out of here just the way we walked in, 'cept we have to leave Hannah and the horse with the rest they took from us." "Or," Cooper prodded, looking all the more smug, "or the crows say we can pay 'em for their beaver, which means we can keep everything what's ours and—" Exasperated, Tuttle whined, "And?" "And," Bass paused, winking at Cooper, "we've been invited to stay on till spring." The river crow moved 4 times that winter, migrating each time to another traditional camping spot in another sheltered valley where wood and water were available, where the wind by and large kept large patches of the autumn-dried meadow grasses blown clear of snow. Every few weeks, when the firewood became scarce and the last of the grass was cropped down, when the game grew harder to scare up and the campsites began to reek with human offal and that stench of an abundance of gut piles, Big Hair's river crow set off behind one warrior band or another chosen by the elders to have the honor of selecting the valley where their brown and blackened lodges would next be raised. Not only were they a handsome people, but the crow turned out to be less haughty and arrogant than Titus had taken them to be at first. Whereas the Ute had welcomed the white men immediately, Big Hair's band were a little slower to accept their winter visitors. But once they had warmed up to the trappers, the crow turned out to be warm and generous hosts. As time went on, in fact, Titus discovered them not only to have a keen sense of humor, but they enjoyed playing practical jokes on one another and on their guests. "Silas!" Billy Hooks was bellowing as he came tearing out of the lodge where he had been taken by a clan elder near naked. To the 4 white men, it seemed like nothing new, just what had been the crow's practice all winter long. One man or another would present a wife or daughter to one of the trappers for a few nights, usually no longer than the phase of the moon. This day, the trappers had been seated in the afternoon sun around a fire with more than a dozen warriors, smoking, talking in sign, practicing either their pidgin English or their stunted knowledge of Crow, when a clan elder came up to lead Billy off to a nearby lodge. While Billy frequently turned and winked, rubbing his crotch a time or two in lewd anticipation, the others watched. And when the lodge door went down and all grew quiet, the men at the fire went back to their easy chatter and midwinter socializing. Suddenly, Hooks burst from the lodge completely naked but for the buckskin shirt he desperately fought to clutch around his midsection as he stumbled and fell on the slick ground, clawed his way to his feet again, and raced for the fire, screeching, "Damn it, Silas!" As Cooper and Tuttle shot to their feet, Bass instead glanced at some of the brown faces gathered at that fire ring. Strange, he thought, that the dark eyes showed no surprise at this turn of events, no alarm. "Don't you want that squaw they give you?" Silas demanded as the sputtering Billy approached, shuddering like an aspen leaf in autumn. Gazing over Hooks's shoulder, Cooper and the others watched the woman emerge from the lodge, a blanket wrapped around what was clearly an otherwise naked body. "Her?" Billy squeaked, sliding to a stop on the slushy snow right in front of the giant trapper. "For ball's sake, Billy, she's a looker," Tuttle agreed, nodding. "Damn now, Billy," Cooper said, grasping Hooks's shoulder with one big hand. "If'n you don't want the slut, I'll rut with her for a few days my own self." As the others appraised the squaw, Bass was again glancing in turn at the faces of the Crow men. By now, the eyes were crinkling and sly grins were beginning to crack the masks of indifference. A few even held hands over their mouths to stifle laughter, and for the first time, Titus noticed the women gathering here and there in knots between the lodges, having halted their work at hides or childcare to whisper and watch. Hooks shook his head, eyes as big around as conchos, as he sputtered, But she ain't a—" Silas whirled Billy around and pushed him back toward the blanket-wrapped squaw. "Go on now and climb on that slut's hump, Billy boy," he roared, "or I'll do it for you." "Silas," Hooks pleaded, his feet locked in place, skidding across the snow as the insistent Cooper pushed him along. "Listen, you bonehead idjit. You don't poke your stinger in her. I sure as hell gonna do it my own self." But Silas, she don't—" "Come to think of it," Cooper suddenly interrupted, shoving his way past Hooks as he took off in that long-legged, lumbering gait of his, headed for the woman. "She's a good-looking wench, ain't she? You done wasted your bet, Billy. Think I'll dip some honey out of her pop first off afore you get her all bum-foozled." Scratch had to agree. The woman was real pleasant-looking. Nice-featured with a gentle nose and almond-shaped eyes, her glossy hair braided, one long twist spilling over a smooth-skinned bare shoulder. But the way these Crow fellers were acting— From a standing start, Hooks burst into a blur, shooting past Cooper to reach the woman just a heartbeat before Silas came to an abrupt stop before them both. "Told you, Billy. Had you your chanced. Now step side and let the bushway wet his wang in this'n first." She ain't what you think, Silas." When Cooper gave Hooks a playful shove aside and took him another step toward the woman, Billy leaped right back, saying frantically, "Silas, you ain't gonna—" It was then Cooper took the woman by the one bare arm she had exposed, clamping the blanket to her body, and turned the squaw back toward the lodge, his eyes clearly feasting on that bare shoulder. "Tried to tell you, Silas." And that's when Billy did the unthinkable. He grabbed hold of the woman's blanket and began tugging. Immediately she wheeled away from Cooper and began pulling back on the blanket. Silas lunged for them both, seizing hold of Billy's wrist. "Leave her the hell be," Cooper roared, shoving Hooks backward with a mighty heave. "Slut's mine now." But as Hooks fell, the woman's blanket came loose, and all hell came loose with it. Billy sprawled in a heap on the snow. Cooper whirled, visibly shuddered, then stood frozen, staring open-mouthed at the naked squaw. Tuttle was already on his feet, but now he too stood rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Slowly at first, the Crow men began to laugh, almost as one, as if on cue. Behind and all around their men, the women giggled too. Then every Crow in that camp seemed to be laughing, so hard that a mighty din it made that winter afternoon beneath the bare branches of the cottonwood. For a moment, all Cooper could do was point down at the figure naked before him, his arm trembling. Then he hobbled a halting step back, and a second, his mouth moving up and down. Lunging for Hooks, he pulled his naked friend off the ground as Billy fought to keep himself covered from all the Crow eyes. Seething, Silas roared, "Why, you think this is some good laugh on me, don't you, Billy?" As Cooper shook him slowly back and forth, they both stumbled back another step. Hooks tried to explain, I didn't know when she took me in." As Cooper and Hooks stumbled out of the way, Bass clearly saw what the Crow had been smiling about. The moment Silas moved back, Billy in tow, Titus saw it wasn't a beautiful young woman at all. Instead, it was a very pretty, thin-boned young man, vainly trying to wrench his blanket back from Billy, and as he did, his very apparent male appendage wagged in the cold winter air. "She's a man," Tuttle gushed. "I'll kill you, Billy Hooks," Silas vowed, nearly heaving Hooks off the ground. "I didn't do nothing," he shrieked. "Cooper," Bass hollered, starting to rise. "Can't you see it's their joke on Billy?" At Scratch's words, Silas jerked around, still clutching Hooks in both paws. "Their joke?" Yeah, I figured they knowed just how much Billy likes him his ruttin', Titus said with a shrug. I'll wager they thought they'd pull on his leg a bit. Cooper shook Billy once. You didn't know nothing about this? How could I, Silas? By then, Bass was making sign, asking his questions of the Crow men, getting his answers amid the laughter the warriors were sharing. One hand on the scruff of Billy's neck, Cooper watched too. After a few minutes, Silas burst out laughing, so hard he had to let go of hooks and bend over at the waist. Say, Billy, Titus explained, from what I can tell, looks like this here wasn't all that much a joke after all. Seems like ever now and then the Crow have a boy what don't want to grow up a man. Glancing quickly at the young man, who wrapped the blanket about himself, then whirled on his heel to head back to the lodge, Billy asked, He don't want to be a man? Scratch went on to attempt making sense of what to those four white men was the inexplicable, what was totally foreign to their world and time, this concept of a very powerful medicine the Crow believed those young boys possessed who did not want to learn the skills it would take to assume the role of a warrior, but instead preferred to play with the girls, learning the ways of the lodge and how a woman was to care for her man. Rather than to chastise such boys for their differences and preferences, the Crow looked upon these young men as having been anointed by the grandfather above with some very special and powerful medicine. Indeed, among these people there was no such thing as homosexuality. Quite the contrary, these rare and respected individuals actually believed themselves to be women spirits imprisoned in a man's body. The Crow revered such powerful medicine no less than they revered their clan leaders, war society leaders, and women warriors. Scratching at his scruffy brown beard, not in the least attempting to disguise a silly smirk, Bass chuckled and went on to explain, Way the Crow see it, Billy, you was the sort of hoss what likes his ruttin' so much. Then for a moment Titus dug a toe at the ground, trying his best to suppress more of a giggle before he could continue. They figured to give you a crack at something a bit different in them ruttin' robes, Billy. Came to be that Bird in Ground proved to be a steadfast friend to Titus that first winter the four spent in Absaraka, home of the Crow. After being shunned by both Hooks and Cooper, days later, the young man/woman offered himself as a partner to Titus. But without embarrassment or shame this time, Scratch was able to get across that while he did not hanker to set up lodge keeping with the Crow man, Titus nonetheless wanted to be a friend. As the days deepened in the coldest heart of the winter, Bird in Ground took to riding out with Bass when the white man ventured off to set or check his traps in the surrounding countryside. Oh, at first there was some talk among the village folks. That much Scratch learned from Bird in Ground over the hours and days and finally weeks they spent together. There along the creeks and streams that fed the mighty Yellowstone, Bass and his Crow friend began to teach one another the first rudiments of one another's native tongues. In those dark, cold hours, well before sunrise, Bird in Ground would bring his pony to join Scratch at the trapper's wickiup, a crude shelter made from lodgepole saplings, willow branches, and an old, discarded, much-blackened lodge cover where Bass laid out his bed and cooked his meals when not spending a rare night coupling with a Crow woman or having supper with a family somewhere off in the village. For the most part, Scratch survived that winter when he turned 33 without the company of a full-time night woman. Not that the hungers didn't stir him at inopportune times, but for the most part there always seemed to be a woman available just when he needed one the most that season of the cold maker. So while the other trappers made lounging and women, talking and more women their winter activities, it didn't take Titus long to realize he had a lot of idle time on his hands. Just didn't seem to make all that much sense to him to let the days go by with nothing more than another notch carved on a calendar stick to show for the passage of time. But when he had told Silas, Billy, and Bud of his intention to go back to working the surrounding streams, not one of the three showed any evidence that they were all that interested in joining him in his labors there in the heart of winter. Evidently, they were much more content to wait until the first arrival of spring before any of them freed the thick rawhide tie straps from the tops of their leather trap sacks. True enough, and no two ways of Sunday about it, trapping was hard enough work, made all the more miserable still in the winter when a man had to slow through thigh-deep wind-drifted snow just so he could closely examine the banks along the icy ribbons of streams or the caked shores of beaver ponds to find just where the animals traveled now that winter had frozen their domain solid. But time was what Titus was rich in that winter. A man with a bounty of time, Bass used his wisely so that by the coming of the spring hunt, he found himself already a wealthy man in fine, dark, glossy beaver plues. Even before Silas Cooper's outfit was ready to push on west toward the fabled Three Forks country. 16. In taking their leave of Big Hair's River Crow, the four of them pointed their noses to the northwest, intending to strike the Yellowstone itself inside a week's time. Leaving the upper Bighorn River country, they first had to push due north past a small range of low mountains, then cross the several forks of a creek system before they could finally begin to angle off to the west. The chill early spring wind had grown strong and blustery by the time Silas Cooper's ragtag band struck the valley of the upper Yellowstone, a wind that knifed itself right into their faces and sank all the way to a man's marrow as the horses and mules plodded west step by step, day after day. Beside the gently meandering river, they made their camp each night, then marched on come morning. The four of them made quite an impressive outfit, what with all the animals they had loosely lashed together traipsing along behind the trappers, in and out and around the groves of stately old cottonwood and those maze-like copses of willow, chokecherry, and alder, where the deer burst from cover, spooking the antelope into turning and bounding off across the open bottoms. Farther up on the slopes of the nearby hills, the elk grazed and watched, seemingly unperturbed by the passing of so many four-leggeds. Some of those pack horses plodded a little less lively than the others. Scratch already had them loaded with the bulging packs of thick-haired beaver he had toiled through the long winter to trap, flesh, and keep vermin free as both spring and their departure approached. Indeed, as winter had aged and the weather hinted at warming, there had already been so many packs of beaver that come the first sign of thaw, Silas needed to trade for another 10 crow ponies from Pretty Weasel and Other Medicine, both brothers of clan leader Big Hair. Now there were easily 24 saddle mounts, pack horses, and mules among the four trappers, an enviable remuda for any outfit, and, as always, a juicy, tasty temptation dangled before any horse-hungry band of thieving warriors. Those early spring days spent leisurely trapping from creek to creek along the Yellowstone were mild and sunny, the nights still cold and frosty. But as the season matured, the skies stayed cloudy for days at a time, raining now and again, whipping up tremendous gales often accompanied by icy hailstorms that drove the trappers to seek out the shelter of protective cottonwood groves or the overhang of River Bluff rimrock. Many were the times those sudden and capricious storms passed on by, leaving a layer of icy white piled in drifts across the ground. As the gusty torrents rumbled on to the east down the Yellowstone Valley, the four would cautiously study the receding clouds, peer hopefully at the clearing sky overhead, then urge their nervous animals out of the timber and press on upriver, all those hooves crunching every bit as loud as if they were walking on parched corn spilled across a hardwood floor. Every day, the farther west they marched, it became clearer to Titus just how hardy and courageous the Crow people were. A huge country itself to protect, Absaraka sat squarely in the middle of enemy territory. As Birding Ground had taken pains to instruct, to the east ruled the 7 fires of the Lakota and their allies the Cheyenne. On the south roamed the hostile Arapaho, the sometimes friendly Shoshone, as well as the Ute and the Bannock, while to the west lived the strong and amiable Flathead along with the Nez Perce. East of the Great North Star lived the Cree and Assiniboine. Yet a little west of north roamed the greatest threat of all, the fiercest raiders of the high plains, the Itchipite, known to white trappers as the Blackfeet. 3 powerful clans, the Blood, the Piegan, and the Gros Ventre of the prairie, who banded together to form a mighty confederation that stretched all the way east to the English holdings of the Hudson's Bay Company, then swept clear down along the northern Rockies until Blackfeet territory butted sharply against the home of the Crow. Although outnumbered nearly 4 or 5 to 1 by any of its great enemies on the south, east, or north, the Apsaluke held steadfast winter after winter, raid after raid, generation after generation, as few warrior clans could boast. Ever since a time beyond the count of any man then alive, the Crow had given birth to their babes, raised their children, and buried their old ones in that land. Winter after winter, they had defended their home. Although few, this proud and fearsome people, Bird and Ground had explained, was all that held back the tide of their many enemies. "Wherever you go from Absaraka," the young man instructed gravely, "you take your life in your hands. I know of no others who would be satisfied to take only your horses." Bass clawed at his itchy scalp as he replied in his halting Crow tongue, "These Blackfoot, they want my hair?" Bird and Ground nodded. "You will be careful when you ride west with the others?" "Yes," Titus had assured his friend, who helped him trap and flesh many of those prime blanket-grade beaver that winter. "We will all be very careful when we leave the safety of Absaraka. I aim to stay as far away as possible from the Blackfoot." For a long time the young man did not reply, as he seemed to be weighing what he wanted to say to the trapper. Finally, he said gravely, "Perhaps it isn't only the Blackfoot you should be wary of." Titus asked his new friend if he said that only because the other 3 made it more than plain they didn't like Bird and Ground. "No," was the Crow's surprising answer. "I tell you this because I do not like them, and my medicine warns me that you must not trust being with them." Trying to smile as if it were a joke, to make light of what caused him to sense a chill at the base of his spine, Bass replied, "The 3, they took me in. They made me one of them. They taught me. They protected me. Why would they ever harm me?" "I only ask that you will be careful." Titus scoffed. "I think you are seeing ghosts." "Seeing ghosts?" the Crow asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "You see something that isn't there," Titus responded. "There is no reason for my 3 friends to harm me." In the end, Bird and Ground gave Titus his solemn blessing. "May Akbatadia, the grandfather above and maker of all things, watch over you, my new friend." "May the grandfather hold you in his hand, too," Bass repeated, as he sensed that same sudden and overwhelming sentiment he had first experienced years before on the Ohio when he'd parted from Kingsbury's boatman. "Until we talk again, in a season yet to come." Now, as the 4 of them moved ever closer to the great bend of the Yellowstone, Titus had many things to think upon throughout each day as the sun tarried in the sky a little longer, a little brighter. So much had he begun to learn in his winter with Bird and Ground, all of what they talked about and struggled over during those long, cold days spent trapping, hunting, learning one another's tongue. From him, Bass had learned of the tribal structure of many Apsaluke clans, learned too of their amakalache, or strong personal beliefs in their maker of all things. Bird and Ground taught Scratch that the Akbalia, or shamans, had the power not only to heal, but to see into the future, too. As the days of winter waned, Titus learned how family members related one to another within the clan through birth or marriage, and always, Bird and Ground told many, many little stories of his people's history, tales dating all the way back to the creation of the earth. They were stories that Scratch listened to, then practiced retelling to assure Bird and Ground that every detail and facet of the tale was recited correctly. Some were stories that caused him to remember those parables taught him from the old leather-bound family Bible laid across his mother's knees by the fire in Boone County. Tales of faraway places and people with faraway names. And now he himself had gone as far, far away from that cabin at Rabbit Hash, Kentucky, as he figured those faraway people ever were. "I've been told the beaver be as big as painter cats in the valley what's other side of that pass," Cooper stated, as the last of the pack horses clattered to a halt behind them. Billy Hooks nodded, grinning wondrously as he said, "And a painter's a big old cat, too, Scratch." "I ain't never had cause to see one myself," Bass replied. "They hain't a likely animal for a man to spot," Cooper assured. "Keep back out of a man's way." "Not like a bar," Tuttle added. "Why, a bar'll just as soon mosey on down into your camp as much as a man'll come to call." "Best we find us a crossing," Silas instructed, bringing the others back to the task at hand, his eyes raking the gravel bed on the far bank. "I figure this here Yallerstone gonna run high and wild with snowmelt one day real soon." Bass pointed south up the narrow valley where the river originated before it took that big bend to the east. "What's off yonder?" When Tuttle wagged his head, Billy confided, "I ain't ever knowed of a man been in that country what could rightly tell us." "Devil smokes," Cooper declared as he turned his horse away toward the bank of the river. "Been told the ground shakes and spits water high as a church belfry in the air." Turning to wink at Bass, Hooks guffawed loudly. "I heard me such talk afore, Scratch, and every time I do, I figure 'em to be tetched, right up here." He tapped a dirty finger against one temple. "Ain't no flat tails in the land of them devil smokes," Cooper flung his voice over his shoulder as he urged his horse and some of the pack animals down to the Yellowstone. "So I'll be going where I hear there's beaver the likes you ain't never seen." What water flowed in the river that early spring ran nearly as cold as winter ice when they splashed their way across. As wide as were the gravelly banks, the Yellowstone was still no match for the capricious Platte. Here the riverbed was rocky, far different from the sandy, shifting bottom that had robbed Titus of half his supplies and the Indian pony. One leg at a time, the horse beneath him carefully set each hoof down, planting it securely among the rocks before raising another leg from the strong, clear current that slowly climbed to bubble halfway up Bass's calf by the time they reached midstream. When he turned in the saddle, Titus found Hannah picking her way across with the other pack animals, the two bundles lashed to her back swaying one way, then the other as she shifted her weight, each hoof seeking solid ground. Reaching the north bank, Cooper spurred his horse out with a lunge, pulling up and around on a high piece of ground where he waited for the other men and the last of their animals to leave the water before he set off to the west without a word. From that crossing, the land rose abruptly into timbered hills. The four of them began to string the horses and mules out in single file as the sun continued to mid-sky and the trappers climbed toward the cleft that would take them west. That night, they camped on the far side of the pass, turning the horses out for a roll and a good dusting before picketing the animals as the sky grew dark. With the cold spring sky serving as a palette for 1,000,000 stars, Bass looked east from those heights at the land of the Apsaluke they were leaving. Then he gazed to the west, where the sun had set beyond even taller mountains. Finally, Titus asked the others at the fire, busy sharpening knives or smoking their pipes, "You figure that to be Blackfoot country off yonder there?" "Blackfoot don't come down this far south so early in the year," Silas stated with certainty. "Where you hear that?" Billy asked. When Cooper's eyes flared with instant anger, Hooks turned away to pick at the dirt caked under his fingernails with his skinning knife. "I s'pose you'd be the one ought to know about such things, Silas." "Don't want none of you forgetting that," Cooper said as he arose, beginning to work at the wooden buttons on the fly of his buckskin breeches as he turned toward the shadows in the trees. When Silas stepped out of earshot, Tuttle whispered, "You figure he knows if that's Blackfoot country or not, Scratch?" "How the hell you 'spect me to savvy if he knows or not?" Bass grumbled. Immediately he felt sorry. If he should be angry with anyone, he should be angry with Cooper, not with those who just followed merrily behind Silas come spring, summer, fall, and winter. Titus wagged his head. Maybe we'll find out for ourselves, fellas, he said in a low voice filled with resignation. But no matter how I figure it, Silas ain't ever done nothing stupid enough to lose his hair. Scratch is right, bud, Billy agreed with a bob of his head and a grin that showed off that big gap between his top two teeth. Yeah, s'pose you're right, Tuttle added in a whisper. Silas ought to know if there's Blackfeet down there. The following day, they began their descent into one of those beautiful interior valleys the northern Rockies could boast. And for the next few weeks, they worked the streams that fed the Gallatin River, then eased over to trap among the streams along the Spanish breaks that fed the Madison. As the snow line slowly retreated farther and farther up the slopes of the mountains, the four of them ranged higher and higher, finding the hunting good and the trapping even better than they could have hoped. Ain't no wonder there's them what'll claim right to your face that the Blackfoot spell trouble in this here country, Cooper said at their fire one evening late that spring. Their kind just want to keep it all to themselves, Tuttle replied. Billy chimed in, That's the gospel it is, yes sirree Bob. Them with Fitzpatrick was fixin' to head up this way last fall, Bass said, so maybe that country ain't all that much a secret, Silas. With those dark, chert-like eyes betraying the falsehood of that big grin on his face, Cooper growled, Or maybe them company trappers are the sort to figure on scaring away us what are out here on our own hook. If the trapping's good, Tuttle said, I figure they'll say what it takes to scare us off. Fitzpatrick's brigade ain't the only ones, Titus said, wagging his head. S'pose you fellers tell me why them Crow warned us about going west, torst Blackfoot country at the Three Forks. The Crow try to scare you away, did they? Billy asked. Snorting with a gust of sharp laughter like iron colliding with an anvil, Cooper cried, You damn idiot, Billy! The Crow didn't tell him no such thing. That Crow feller what's soft in the head, the one trying hard to be a gal, I'll wager he's the one what warned Scratch. Ain't none of them warriors worth their salt gonna be so skeered to warn us away from here. Just some soft-brained man-whore what likes to wear squaw's clothes. Turning to Bass there beside their fire, grinning hugely with that gap-toothed smile, Hooks rolled onto his hands and knees as he asked, What else he like to do like a squaw? Been figuring to ask you all along, Scratch. He let you hump him like this here? Tuttle and Cooper roared along with Billy as Hooks wagged his rear end provocatively, grunting and wheezing. Vowing not to flare with anger, Titus got to his feet and started away, wagging his head, not sure where he'd go at that moment, just anywhere but there. Hey, Scratch, Silas called after him as Billy's high, mocking laughter followed Bass toward the ring of trees where they had corralled their horses. Yes, humped that soft-brained feller's bones, didn't you? I can tell he did, Silas, Hooks cried out. Bet old Scratch liked ass-humping too, boys. Maybe so, if'n that man-whore was soft in the ass as he was in the brain, Cooper shouted, flinging his voice after the retreating Bass. The three of them continued to laugh and make their catcalls as Bass, swept by his bedroll, took up his pouch and rifle and kept on moving toward the animals. Their cruelty followed him to the rope corral where Hannah was the first to smell him coming. The mule nudged a pair of horses aside and inched up to the rope as Titus came to a stop to nuzzle her. Care to go for a ride, girl? Her eyes closed halfway as he rubbed up her muzzle, then scratched his way up to her forelock. Come on, he whispered to her. I figure it's time you got used to having me sit on your back. Bobbing her head eagerly, the mule came close to prancing smartly as he led her out of the corral and took up the extra length of her lead rope. Critter like you oughtn't be good for more'n just packing my plews from place to place. As he flung himself up on her broad, bare back, Hannah twisted her head around to give him as quizzical a look as he had seen an animal ever give him. Patting her on the neck, Bass gently tapped his moccasins into her ribs. Go on now, he prodded, shaking the halter looped around her neck. Let's get. Standing like a statue for a moment more while she seemed to decide on just what to do, the mule finally set off slowly. He rode her all the way out of the timber toward the clearing at the end of the ridge, where he could look both north and west at the deepening hues of twilight as the spring sun sank and the air cooled quickly. Over time, the cold of the coming night helped. He came to lose the heat of his anger at the three. After a while, Bass told himself they laughed for no better reason than they were plain ignorant about such things. If not outright ignorant, well, then the three were plainly cruel to call Bird and Ground a soft-brained person. Titus had met soft-brained folk throughout his life. The first he ever saw was a flat-faced girl about his age back to Rabbit Hash. She didn't talk much, and what she said he never could understand. Her folks talked to her like folks would talk to a baby, all nonsense words and such. And while Bird and Ground didn't do any of the things men of his tribe did, the Crow Man made a lot of sense when he talked. There was times, Titus had to admit, Bird and Ground made more sense than all three of them fool-headed yabbering yahoos put together. Hell, Scratch thought, a man's ways was just his ways, and if a fella turned out to do different from other men's ways, then just who could say what was right or what was better, or just who the hell was soft-brained? Damn if it weren't hard at times to figure out just who had his best interests in heart. Bird and Ground, who had never said a cross word about another soul, or them three, who didn't miss a lick when it come to whacking others down a notch or two. Hard it was to weigh them out against the other, especially because the young crow had sure appeared to care genuinely when he'd warned Titus, while Silas, Billy, and Bud actually had saved his life more than once. So confusing to think on that it almost hurt his head to try now to sort out what he figured was likely one of the most difficult puzzles life had ever presented him. Maybe some things were just supposed to be rocks a man wasn't meant to crack, no matter how hard you hammered away at them. Some things in life just were and could defy a man's most intricate cogitation. Like women. Nah, not all women, maybe so just white women. Women like Amy and Marissa and even Abigail. No matter that she was a whore, she was still a white gal. There was just something he'd experienced with white women that made them naturally hard for a man like him to fathom, while on the other hand, the Indian gals he'd rubbed up against were a lot more reasonable sort. Seemed fair to say that most every white woman he'd had much cause to know anything about made a real tough study of herself. Rather than taking life on its own terms, white gals seemed to take such delicious relish in complicating things, enjoying how hard they made a man work at getting along with them. Looking back now at that first woman creature he had tried to figure out in Boone County, Amy Whistler was clearly just that sort. And Marissa Guthrie, too. Even the gal what had come into his life between the two of them, Abigail Thresher. Times were that riverboat Bangtail had shown signs of being a stock-and-trade woman creature with all her confusing ways and all her confusing wiles, despite the fact that she was a whore in the end, a woman who, for all intents and purpose, set out a purpose to satisfy a man's baser hungers. No two ways of Sunday about it. A white gal was just a white gal, a creature put on earth for no other purpose but to devil a man. Why the hell you getting yourself all bumfoozled over such a thing anyhow? He chided himself as he stared off into the growing darkness and scratched Hannah's ears. You're done with white gals, done for all time. As the sky's distant rose became purple, and in the end that purple turned a deep indigo blue, the first stars of evening stood out all the more distinctly. Ready at last to turn back for camp, he drank deep of the chill air, then blinked and looked again, to be sure. There, against the darkness that was the featureless valley far beyond, flickered a point of light. Squinting his best to bring its starry point into focus, Bass wasn't sure at first what the sighting might be. Perhaps some dry timber set ablaze by a passing thunderstorm. But that was pure balderdash. There hadn't been any lightning in many days. Maybe so it would be Fitzpatrick's brigade of trappers who had pushed north this spring out of the Willow Valley where they had plans to winter up altogether. Then again, that was just as crazy a thought, because a trapping brigade of any size would have them more than one fire. The more Titus stared down at that faraway solitary point of light, the more it fed his imagination and his misgivings. Perhaps a wandering war party. After all, it was late spring, wasn't it? Likely that the Blackfoot were moving about by now, no matter what Silas Cooper and any of those more experienced in such things might have to say on the matter. "Come on, girl," he said in a hush to the mule as he clambered onto her broad back. "We got us news to tell." That night, he led the others back to the meadow and rocky outcrop where they all four gazed down at the faraway valley floor and that distant flicker of light. "This far off, a man can't tell just what made that fire," Cooper warned. "Could be a white man or a red nigger."
"Hell, we can't tell, Silas," Hooks added.
Frustrated, Bass said, "If you fellas can tell me you know of a Injun what rides off by hisself alone, I'm ready to listen." Turning on Scratch, Cooper demanded, "Spit out what you're trying to say." "I spent me a winter with them Utahs and another winter with the Crow," Titus explained. "Not once did I see a solitary Injun from neither band of 'em go out all on his own. Did any of you?" "Nope, I didn't," Tuttle agreed. Silas had turned to look back at the far flicker, but Billy reluctantly said, "Not me neither, Scratch. You're right, damn it. Injuns don't travel alone, like a white man does." "No great shakes, fellas. If'n it's more'n one, can't be all that many if they got 'em just one fire," Cooper tried to reassure them as he studied the darkness. "But Silas, it don't take much of a fire to keep warm twice as many as we are," Tuttle declared, his eyes filling with the first hint of dread. "Maybe 3 times as many," Scratch admitted. "Them Injuns don't make big fires, and there ain't no tellin' how big that fire is anyway, Silas." "How's that?" Cooper demanded. Pointing, Bass said, "Hell, we don't even know how far off that fire is, so how's any of us to say just how big a fire it is?" "We best be clearing out," Tuttle warned. "Come morning soon enough," Cooper stated flatly. Billy nodded, his ready grin gone beneath the silver pale moonshine. "Morning soon enough, bud." Upon returning to their camp, they nonetheless snuffed out their fire and decided upon a rotation of guards that would keep one man awake until it was light enough to pack up, load the animals, and start on their back trail east.
"A damn shame, too,"
Hooks grumbled as the other 3 settled into their blankets there in the cold darkness.
"The trapping in this country was some pumpkins, too."
"Ain't that the way it's bound to be for a man?" Tuttle moaned, rising on an elbow. "We done ourselves good anyway," Cooper said, lying still in his blankets. "I'd care to bet there ain't 4 other trappers in all these here mountains what have near the plues we got in our packs already."
"Ain't that so?"
Hooks exclaimed, pounding a knee and nearly toppling his cup of lukewarm coffee drained from the pot before the fire went out.
"Just imagine the look gonna be on that trader's face when we come rollin' into rendezvous come summer, boys."
"Yeah," Tuttle cheered in the hush of their quiet voices. "We 4 gonna be kings of rendezvous."
"Cocks of the walk, I'd wager," Hooks continued. "Ain't nothin' we can't buy. Ain't a squaw we can't hang with foo-fa-ra and gurloos. Why, we'll stay drunk all the time."
"Right from the first day till the last," Bass said, joining in their imagined revelry. It felt good to shake off the fear and misgivings the way old Tink would shake water off herself after crossing a stream. "We gonna drink ourselves sick on trader's rum every day, ain't we, Silas?" For some time, Cooper didn't answer, long enough that Billy finally prodded.
"Silas, you sleep?"
"No, just been thinking more on rendezvous and what the 4 of us oughtn't do about all these plues." "What you mean, what we oughtn't do?" Tuttle asked there in the dark as the satin-colored moon settled down on the tops of the pines to the west of their camp. "We ain't never had near this many beaver, have we?" Billy replied,
"We ain't never had 4 of us afore, Silas, and Scratch here been working his ever-living ass off since winter."
"That's the natural truth," Tuttle added. "So what you got on your mind?" Bass asked the question that for months now had gone unanswered as he slowly sat up and crossed his legs under the buffalo robe. "Ain't so sure no more we should be making for rendezvous with these furs come summer," Cooper admitted, as he kicked the blankets off his legs, sat up himself, and brought a robe around his shoulders.
Not so sure we should wait till summer to sell 'em neither.
Why not? Hooks inquired. Summer ain't no time for trapping beaver. From the darkness, Cooper explained,
But by then every swingin' dick in these here mountains is sellin' his plues to the trader comin' out from St. Louis.
So if we don't sell to the trader come high summer, Scratch began with keen curiosity, just what you got in mind for us to do?
Sell before the summer, Cooper stated flatly.
Hell, Silas, Ashley and his bunch ain't gonna be back till high summer, Tuttle argued.
I don't figure to have nothing to do with any of 'em, Cooper admitted.
Growing more intrigued, Titus asked, If I follow your thinkin', we figure to sell our plues early, and we don't figure on waitin' for no trader trompin' west from St. Louis, then where we gonna take all this beaver we got in these here packs?
Down the river, boys.
What? Hooks asked, his voice rising. You can't tell me we're gonna cross that prairie.
No, Billy, I said down the river, you soft-headed idiot.
That's gonna be a bit of a ride for us, Bass declared as he thought on it. But I suppose it can be done. Then Cooper admitted,
That's something else I've been working over in my head, too.
Sounds to me you've been doing more thinking since winter than I do in a whole year, Hooks told Cooper.
Ain't no doubt of that, Billy, Tuttle cried with a snort.
Titus prodded, So tell us what you've been cogitating on about this long ride, Silas.
No ride at all, simple as that.
Billy asked, Then how the hell you 'spect us get down river?
We float.
Float? Hooks said with his head bobbing. What's a man to float in, Silas? You don't 'spect us to just ride our plues on down, do you?
Way I figure it, this time of year, Cooper explained, fast as the water's risin', a man can float down river least twice as fast as he can ride a horse followin' beside that same river.
The three others sat quiet for some time, clearly in their own thoughts, weighing the merits of that comparison on their own, until Scratch spoke first. Makes a lot of sense it do, Silas, he admitted. You cover twice as much ground in the same time it'd take us to tramp across it on horse.
Maybe faster, Cooper injected.
Maybe faster, Titus agreed with the appraisal. You thinking of going down the Yellowstone?
Yup.
But where's that going to put you to trade on the river?
Maybe nowhere, Silas answered, until we reach the mouth of the Bighorn.
Scratch asked, What's there?
Cooper explained, Some winters back, Missouri fur boys built 'em a fort there, right on the Yellowstone.
Immediately, Bass grew enthused, saying, Just down the river a ways?
Like I said, near the mouth of the Bighorn, Cooper said. Bud, you recollect what they called that place? Bentling.
Tuttle said, Fort Benton, what they named it, Silas.
But wait a minute. We was in that Bighorn River country, Titus said, his suspicions tingling. Crow country, last winter. Why didn't we ever go on down to that post for a visit?
Hell, Scratch, Cooper replied with a big grin. Mouth of the Bighorn was too far apiece from where we was with them crow, way off yonder to the northeast.
All right, Bass conceded, working over the direction of rivers and mountain ranges in his mind. If and them Missouri Fur Company fellers still got a post there.
They call it Fort Benton, Tuttle reminded.
Bass nodded at the interruption, then continued. Benton, then I suppose it do make damned good sense to trade to them early, afore they start trading with the tribes in the area.
A right handy post, Cooper stated. Close at hand it be.
You been there, ain't you? Titus asked.
We been there all right, Hooks declared.
But we ain't been over to that country in some time, Silas, Tuttle reminded.
Cooper quickly replied,
Just what the hell are you trying to say, bud? What if they gone and closed up shop? Tuttle asked. What if there ain't no one there to trade our furs to?
I thought on that, too, Cooper related. That be the case, then I figure we gotta float on down the Yellowstone a piece.
Bass inquired, How much farther you gotta float?
Means we gotta go all the way to the Missouri, Cooper explained, on down to the Mandan country.
How far you figure that is? Titus wondered.
a ways above the mouth of the knife.
That anywhere near Ree country? Scratch asked. I heard tell them Rees don't take to fur men passing through their land.
Don't you worry none. Fort Vanderburg's north of Ree country, Silas said consolingly. Not nowhere near them black-hearted Rees.
Billy agreed. Ain't a one of us like going nowhere them red niggers be, Scratch. Scratch turned back to Cooper in the dark. All right, so you're telling me we don't find no one there at the Bighorn, we got no other choice except to float on down to Mandan country.
That's right, Cooper said.
Ain't that a longer trip after all, instead of us just heading south to Rendezvous on horseback?
Longer to Rendezvous from here,
Silas declared matter-of-factly.
And you 'member we ain't moving near as fast on horseback neither,
Tuttle sized things up.
We can make more miles in a day on the river.
Sayin' we do decide to make that float, Titus began after he heard the familiar snort of the mule and it prodded him into thinking. Just sayin' we up and decide to. What we gonna do with all them critters we're riding, all them pack horses?
That's a problem, Cooper admitted. But I thought me on that, too.
So what you figure we gonna do with all the horses, Silas? Billy wondered.
We leave one of us behind. One of us behind?
Tuttle sounded concerned.
In country like this?
Gonna be Crowland, Cooper reminded them. Sounds to me like you got this all sorted through, right down to the gnat's ass, Bass stated.
You can lay your sights to that, Scratch, Cooper replied. I even figured out the best man to trust with the animals.
Tuttle was frightened when he asked,
Who that be, Silas?
Cooper said,
Scratch.
Billy asked, Leave Scratch behind on his lonesome when we take the furs down river?
He's got a better head on his shoulders than Tuttle over there, and Scratch ain't near as skeered of things as Bud, Silas explained, and he's every bit as good with the critters as you, Billy. Makes sense to me that Scratch be the one to leave behind, don't you see? Sides, he's got him a lot more sense than you'll ever have.
Yep, you're right at all corners of it, Silas, Hooks applauded softly. Bass got lots more sense than I'll ever have. He's the man to trust with the horses, for certain on that. What you say about it, Scratch? Figure a man's got to think on something so 'portant as this be, Titus confided as he stretched his legs out and leaned back, the better to help his mind to settle on thinking. For a long time, Titus lay there in the quiet, listening to the nearby animals crop at the grass, hearing the breathing of the others become as quiet as the spring night that settled around them. Finally, Bass came to the end of his consideration, sorting through it the best way he knew how. So you're telling me it might be a short trip of it?
Other side of the pass where we run onto the Yallerstone, Cooper interrupted. The 4 of us'll make 2 rafts. I figure that's all we'll need.
Won't take us no time to float down to the Bighorn, Billy assured. Trader might even have him some whiskey.
Bass said, But if you don't find no one there, then it'll be a longer trip to the Missouri country.
I figure we can meet up with you for rendezvous time, Cooper testified. We'll set us a place to join back up, somewhere on down the east front of the mountains.
Closer on to rendezvous?
Billy asked. Silas said,
Where we can spend all the money we'll make on whiskey and gewgaws for the squaws.
Titus waited for their quiet, good-natured laughter to drift off. You really do got this sorted clear out to the end, don't you, Cooper?
You damn well all know I've been thinking on it since last winter, long enough to know for damn certain what the hell I'm doing.
Rubbing an itch at his nose, Scratch said, And you figure I'm the one to stay with the critters?
Always have figured you to be the only one sides me I could trust with all them critters and the truck the rest of us can't take with on down river.
Gazing a moment at Hooks and Tuttle in the dark, Scratch sighed. I suppose if and you boys trust me to see our horses through.
I trust you, Titus Bass, Cooper interrupted,
smiling with deep satisfaction.
Don't you worry a bit about that now. These here other 2 niggers know I damn well trust you with everything I own, Scratch. Even trust you with my own life.
Damn, but that was a lot of plue. Titus Bass knelt there on the bank of the spring-swollen Yellowstone as he and Cooper tied off the last of the 100-weight packs in the center of their second of the 2 crude rafts.
"Now don't you dawdle none,"
Bud reminded Scratch as Bass stood, straightened, and stretched a kink in his back. Silas stood too, dusting his hands like a man would who'd just finished the difficult task at hand.
"He's right, Scratch. Soon as you get us pushed off here, get those horses strung out in a proper train and come on down river."
"I don't expect I'll run across you from here on down, will I?" Cooper shook his head.
"Likely be that we'll cover at least twice as much ground as you will, riding herd on that caviard."
For a moment, the 4 of them stared at the river in silence. How the Yellowstone had filled so that now it ran from bank to bank, flowing all the swifter, deeper too.
"She's running good, Silas," Billy declared.
The leader said,
"Fast enough, and still coming up too. We'll likely make better time than we've figured already."
"I can almost taste some sweet rum,"
Billy said, rubbing a hand across his belly like a hungry child. Bass stepped up to that grinning, fun-loving, childlike man. "You best pack some back for me, Billy Hooks."
I will most certain."
"And we ain't gonna be paying no stiff-necked traders' prices for nothing, too," Tuttle reminded. "Not no plue for a plug of burley tobacco, that's for certain sure."
"This here's gonna work out best all around," Bass assured as he stepped off the raft and onto the sloping bank where the water lapped at his moccasins. "Silas here come up with the way for us to get top dollar for them skins." One last time, he studied those packs of dark, glossy beaver pelts lashed onto the unpeeled cottonwood saplings. At each end of the craft was tied a partially dug-out cottonwood log. While the 2 rafts represented close to a week's work for the 4 men, this second of the 2 craft had aboard it more beaver than any of the other men had trapped since last summer, more beaver than Billy and Bud put together. Tied down to that second raft were the fruits of his labors for the better part of a year.
"Grab your rifles, fellas,"
Cooper ordered, anxious to set off. The other 2 turned away as Silas flung aboard the 2 rafts the long poles they had cut and trimmed. While Hooks and Tuttle would man that first, Silas himself would be alone with Scratch's many bales of beaver on the second. That way, Cooper had promised to personally watch over that small fortune in plue.
"You come on down and have a drink with us at the Bighorn, you hear?"
Billy said, holding out his big hand to Titus. Dirt, smoke, grease, and blood were caked in the folds of every knuckle, in a pair of dark crescents beneath the nails, and at the cuticles of every finger. Tuttle stepped up next, giving his hand to Bass.
"If'n we ain't there, we had to push on."
Nodding, Scratch replied, "Means I'll have to turn south my own self, don't it?"
"If'n the Missouri Fur Boys don't still have their post at the Bighorn, we'll hurry on to Mandan country," Cooper repeated as he stepped up, then dropped to the damp ground below them, took out his knife, and redrew the map he'd drawn for Titus a dozen times since crossing back over the mountains to strike the Yellowstone.
"That there's the Missouri,"
Billy said, as Cooper scratched a long, meandering line in the damp soil where they had packed the ground underfoot for days now.
"And here's the Yellowstone,"
Cooper said, as he drew with the tip of his knife blade.
"The Bighorn comes in here."
Titus squatted on the other side of the crude map. "From the south, yeah, I remember." With the knife's tip at that juncture, Cooper said,
"We ain't there, and there ain't no ford or trader still there. We gone on down to the Missouri."
Head bobbing, Billy added,
"And Mandan country."
"That's about over here,"
Silas said, jabbing at the ground on that Missouri River line. Scratch nodded. "When you boys get there and trade off them plues of ours, show me again how you fix on coming back."
"Ain't along the river like we floated down,"
Tuttle reiterated.
"No,"
Cooper explained, then started dragging the knife blade from the upper Missouri on a southwesterly beeline.
"What I figure to do is buy us some horses, come cross the country, Scratch. Maybe so take us a few weeks, but you can figure on joining up down here."
"Where for sure?" Holding the knife upright and twisting the tip into the ground, Silas explained,
"I figure the best place for us to meet up is here."
You figure that's on over that low pass, off towards the west of Turtle Rock?
On over from the Sweetwater, Cooper agreed, tapping his knife even farther to the southwest. On past that Poposha stream the Crow talk of.
Tapping his own index finger into that dirt map, Scratch said, If rendezvous gonna be here, you figure me to meet you up here, somewhere east of the Weanties? Cooper smiled.
That's the place where we'll see you, on down in that Green River country. Where General Ashley had him his first rendezvous back to 25?
Tuttle inquired. Glancing at Bud, Cooper answered,
On down from Henry's Fork. There's a good park down there, a high valley, Scratch. Good grazing for all them animals. We'll meet you there with our trade goods and our drinking money.
Billy slapped his hands together loudly. Ready for a spree at Sweet Lake Rendezvous. As Cooper stood, he said,
We won't be far from rendezvous there, Scratch. Women and whiskey, right, Titus?
Tuttle said, enthused. Damn shame you boys'll have a head start on me, Scratch replied, making the most of what he felt at their leave-taking.
You just remember, ain't but one man I trust to stay behind with my critters, Cooper said, gazing steadily into Bass's eyes. Only one man I figure won't let 'em get run off by red niggers tween now and the time we join back up.
Titus nodded solemnly. I won't let you down. Silas presented his big paw as he looked down at the shorter man.
I never thought you would, Titus Bass. Not from the first days I laid eyes on you. Always figured you was a man to count on doing everything you could to live up to my trust in you, saving your hide the way I done more'n once.
Bass took a step back as he let go of Cooper's hand. Time's come for me to watch out for my own hide, ain't it? Smiling, Cooper said,
That's for certain sure, Scratch. Keep your eye on the skyline.
Titus watched Billy and Bud wade over to the first raft with a splash, untie it, and step on board. Yep, and you boys watch your hair. Best you keep your nose in the wind, Titus Bass, Billy called out as he squatted down among the bales of beaver and took up the long rudder pole he planted down in the fork of a stout branch lashed to the back of the raft. I'll do that, Billy Hooks, he called out. Tuttle took up the long pole and pushed the first big raft away from the shore, poling toward the faster water in mid-channel.
We'll have us a good long drink together real soon, Scratch.
I'll count on that, Bud, he called back, raising his hand to the pair as their craft was nudged by faster water. Cooper slipped his big hat off his head and plopped it down on top of those beaver packs Bass had worked so hard to pull out of the icy mountain streams. Taking up his long pole with one hand, Silas gathered some of his stringy, unkempt hair in the other, tugging on it as he sang out.
Keep your hair locked on tight, Titus Bass.
Don't you worry none about me, Scratch sang back in reply as he started to trot downstream along the grassy bank, watching Cooper's raft ease into the fast water now, beginning to pull away all the faster. I'll watch my topknot. Then Cooper had his back turned and had his long pole reversed, putting the flat paddle end down into the water and the pole itself to rest in the Y-shaped branch they had lashed at the back of the raft. With it, he would keep the craft at mid-river, where the spring runoff ran deepest. Glancing downstream, Bass saw the first raft, made out the dim shape of those big bales of fur and the pair of tiny figures on board, one of them working the crude rudder as the Yellowstone hurried them east toward that Missouri Fur Company post near the mouth of the Bighorn. Then they were swept around a gentle bend in the river and gone from sight. He turned back to watch Cooper glide by at a fast clip, watching, until the tall, thick-shouldered man was gone around that curve in the Yellowstone, too. Then Titus stared at that spot in the river, those tall cottonwoods 60, 70 feet or taller, as things grew quiet, save for the nearby animals cropping at the spring grass, the cry of meadowlarks, and the bothersome chatter of a nagging magpie, too, the gentle breeze sneaking through the new leaves above him with a faint, reassuring rustle. Then, for a moment, it got so quiet he could almost hear his heart beat, except for the voice of the river running over its rocky bed, pushing itself against a boulder here and there with a foaming rush. So quiet was it, so alone was he again, that Scratch succumbed to the temptation to fill that empty void as he watched that distant spot on the river, there between the wide banks of the Yellowstone where the three had disappeared. "Yepper," he sighed, every bit as quietly as the breeze itself. "I'll watch my topknot." 17. No one was waiting for him there at the mouth of the Bighorn. For the better part of 2 weeks, Scratch struggled to keep that caviard together as he marched east to meet up with Silas Cooper and the other two. A lot of work for one man. There was watering the critters 2 at a time every morning before he fried himself his own breakfast, and there was keeping them strung out enough on the trail that they didn't jam up so close they would bite on one another or tear at one another's tails, but not so far apart that they took on unruly notions. Good thing, he thought, these animals were used to being around one another by and large and had made of themselves a good herd. That helped each night when it came time for him to find a place to camp. Bass stopped early enough at the end of every one of those lengthening days to water them again 2 by 2 by 2, while the others grazed and rolled, dusting themselves as the mosquitoes and flies came out in springtime clouds to torture man and beast alike. And when the watering was done, Titus would build himself a fire down beneath the branches of the biggest cottonwood he could find along the banks of the river. The leaves and that incessant breeze in the valley of the Yellowstone helped to disperse the smoke rising from his cook fire, as well as hold down the number of tormentors wanting a taste of his flesh to draw some of his blood. After broiling his antelope or venison shot along the trail, Bass would drink his coffee, light up his pipe, and enjoy the temporary warmth of the fire as the night came down and the temperature dropped. Then, when the cooking gear had cooled off enough to stuff it away in one of the panniers he could sling back atop Hannah's back, closing on the time all light was just about gone from the sky, he poured out the dregs of his coffee and kicked dirt into the tiny fire. That done, Bass mounted the saddle horse, took up Hannah's lead rope, and rode over to where the other animals grazed on the tall grass. There he clucked, whistled, and called as he pulled Hannah through their midst. And most times, without much trouble at all, the rest of the horses and mules followed. 2 miles, perhaps, sometimes more, on downriver, and when he had found a likely spot for more grazing beneath the stars, a likely spot where a man could roll up in his blankets for a cold, fireless camp, then he would circle back around the small herd to let them know that here they could stop following and start eating again. In country where the Apsaloke themselves had so many enemies, it would never pay for a man to become too careless, especially a man with so many horses. Not that he feared the Crow, not Big Hair's people, now that they knew him, now that he had spent a winter among them. Yet repeatedly Bird and Ground had warned Scratch. The Blackfoot came raiding as the spring winds grew warm. Just as the River Crow would go riding off to raid Blackfoot country. Ponies and scalps. And, if the opportunity presented itself, the Crow would always bring back an infant or a young child. Such stolen treasures would one day grow up to be Apsaloke, no longer the enemy. After all, Bird and Ground had explained there were never enough Apsaloke, would never be enough when it came to defending their homeland against the powerful enemies who had Absaraka surrounded. Perhaps it was true that Akbatadia did watch over his people, the Crow, protecting them from all those who outnumbered them. Perhaps that powerful spirit that Bird and Ground called Grandfather Above had watched over Titus Bass as well while he was in Absaraka. Not that Scratch had ever been one to particularly believe in the naming of spiritual forces, as others, both white and red, were wont to do. Those who believed in such things had always seemed to be the sort to turn their lives over to such spirits, rather than trusting in themselves, he figured. Whether it was the white man's God, his Lord of hosts, even the Archangel Michael and old Lucifer himself, or the simple, unadorned beliefs of an honest man like Bird and Ground, who explained that the Grandfather Above was present in all things, and the closest spirit the Crow had to the white man's devil could only be the playful practical joker called Old Man Coyote. So perhaps it was that trickster who was toying with Titus Bass right now as he forded the bighorn near its mouth, swatting his arms at clouds of mosquitoes and big green deer flies that hovered above the sweating backs of every one of the horses and mules as they splashed up through the brush on the east bank. There simply was no fort on either side of the Bighorn River. In angry frustration, he lashed Hannah's lead rope to some willow, knowing the other animals would not wander far, then remounted and pushed the saddle horse down the bank, fording the swollen Yellowstone. Riding an arc of more than 2 miles from east to west along that north bank, Scratch found no fur company buildings, nor pole corrals, no sign of any white men. Only some 24 old lodge rings and fading black fire pits on this side of the river. Sign that was likely more than a year old. That and a lot of buffalo chips scattered among the hoof-pocked ground. In utter, all-consuming disappointment, he swam the horse back over late that afternoon, redressed into his dry clothing, then got the animals moving east once more, growing more confused and concerned for his partners. Perhaps they hadn't made it, he began to fear. Maybe some accident had befallen them back yonder between here and the great bend of the Yellowstone. Worse still, attacked. But no, he tried to shake off that nagging uncertainty as he pushed on east away from the Bighorn itself, resolutely. After all, he'd come down the Yellowstone behind them. Wouldn't he have seen some sign of a fight if the other 3 had been jumped by a Blackfoot raiding party that chanced onto the trappers? Wouldn't he have seen one of the rafts pulled up to the bank, or, if it had been set adrift, wouldn't he have seen it snagged in some of the driftwood piles the Yellowstone itself gathered every few hundred yards when running full and frothy the way it did in spring? Wouldn't there be a chance he'd seen a body trapped in the same downriver driftwood piles? Unless the Blackfoot dragged him off, he convinced himself, half alive. Tall and gory were the tales of how the Blackfoot loved to torture a man. And then Bass told himself that he could have missed all sign of the trio's destruction because he had only come down the north bank of the Yellowstone until reaching the mouth of the Bighorn, and he hadn't hugged right up to the bank at that. What with picking the easiest country to cross with all these animals, Titus hadn't always stayed in constant sight of the riverbank. Could be he'd missed something. Could be there'd been some sign on the south side of the river and he'd passed it right on by. But he hadn't come far from the east bank of the Bighorn, the certainty of what had befallen the others looming all the larger with every step, when he spotted the ruins squatting on a small thumb of high ground not far ahead. After dismounting nearby and leaving the saddle horse to graze with the rest, Scratch hurried to the burned and overgrown ruins of the small log post, hopeful that he would find where the trio were to leave him their notice. At least now he knew for certain there was no Missouri Fur Company post here where the trio could trade their plues for goods and liquor. And that meant that now he knew the 3 would have to push on down the Yellowstone, on down the upper Missouri until they got close to the Knife River. But where was the word from them they had promised to leave him? Perhaps an angry band of Indians had burned down the fort's cabins and stockade in some long-ago season past, or maybe the white traders had done it themselves when they'd abandoned the post. Maybe the Crow trade wasn't all that profitable for the company, he mulled. Not any longer, since men like Ashley had come to the mountains with skin trappers of their own to strip a piece of country bare. Maybe so the fur companies that had of a time ruled on the northern rivers no longer could survive the competition. Stepping over the burned hulk of a cottonwood wall, now collapsed into the soil where the stockade and cabin ruins were being overgrown year after year by grass and weed and the blooming purple crowns of wavy-leaf thistle, Titus remembered how Cooper said the traders were operating their post not all that long ago. 21, Bass said to himself, scratching at his bearded cheek. Maybe 22 it was. But Silas and the rest said they had been here not long after the fort had been constructed and manned, just like the Spaniard Manuel Lisa had raised his own fort somewhere nearby more than 10 years before that. Back of the ruins rose a soft-sloped knoll he hurried to on foot, climbed, then carefully appraised the surrounding country. How he wished now that there was some high point of rimrock the likes he had discovered back upriver a ways, some great flat-topped promontory where a man could see for himself a good stretch of country. But from up here on this low knoll, and from his explorations back by the mouth of the Bighorn itself, Scratch could see no indication of another stockade. Too much time had passed since Lisa and Henry had abandoned the northern country. "Mayhaps a dozen years or more," he reminded himself quietly, despair sinking in atop that hill. After all those winters and summers, there simply wouldn't be much left of an abandoned stockade and some dirt-roofed cabins, a post burned down by those who sought to leave nothing behind for the brownskins. Too many seasons for the ground itself to reclaim any ruins, grass too tall for him to spot anything anyway. He sighed, sure there was no chance that Silas and the rest had left him some notice, some sign, some indication they had been there and were heading on downriver. For a moment there his hope had soared. If not at the Missouri Fur Company post, then likely the trio had left all-important word at the earlier Bighorn post Isaac Washburn had spoken of during Lisa's day on the upper rivers. Damn. But in gazing west at the path of the falling sun, he realized he didn't have time to mourn and brood about it now. Time he should be working on filling his belly with what was left of that antelope he'd shot 2 days back, and some coffee to keep him warm until he rode off to find himself a likely place for a cold camp farther downriver. But as he descended the knoll and walked past the ruins, his belly didn't feel all that hungry, just empty and cold. A feeling he thought for a moment was something he could remedy with a juicy steak and some strong coffee. Yet no matter how much he tried to feed his belly, what bothered him would not be satisfied until he knew what had become of the three. Call it fear, call it doubt, call it what he would, Scratch figured he was smart enough to realize that until he knew for sure, then there would be plenty of room in his imagination for all sorts of possibilities. And that scared him down to his roots. Rising from the bank of the river with his coffee kettle among the broad-leafed cattails and slogging out of the water lapping against the shore, he told himself he did not want to believe anything but the best in people. Despite what others older and perhaps much wiser than he might believe, Titus simply wanted to give every man the sake of the doubt. Far better was it for him to fear the worst that could befall the trio than to think the worst of them. Far, far better to believe that some terrible fate had rubbed them out than to allow himself to believe that he had been taken advantage of. Alone again. But Scratch would simply not allow himself to even begin to consider anything but that Lady Fate's terrible and capricious ways had robbed him of the notice they were going to leave at this post if they found it abandoned. If it had been something scrawled on a scrap of canvas with a bit of fire pit charcoal and then hung loosely at the corner of the ruins, perhaps the wind might be the playful culprit, or Old Man Coyote. That evening, as he waited for his coffee to come to a boil and he hung the thick antelope steak from a sharpened stick over the flames to drip huge drops of fragrant grease into his cook fire, Bass grappled with it until he decided there was no other way but to backtrack along the south bank of the Yellowstone. He could remember the last of the trio's campsites he had run across as he'd marched downriver, back there on the north bank, and a hell of a distance back up the Yellowstone. So, somewhere between here and there he would likely have his answer, to find where they had pulled over to the bank, tied up their rafts, and built their night fire. If not a campsite, then he would likely find evidence of their ruin. His worst fears conjured up images of discovering one of the rafts crushed and broken against some boulders, perhaps one of their scalped and mutilated bodies tangled in the driftwood. And all those plues, a rich man's ransom in beaver, gone to the bottom of the swollen river. That evening, as the light began to fade slowly from the summer sky, Scratch ate slowly, chewing each bite deliberately, but without any real enjoyment, sipping at his coffee without relish. There wasn't enough antelope or thick coffee to fill the yawning hole of his doubt, the chasm that was his fear. After cooling the small coffee kettle so he could repack it among his camp plunder, Bass walked over to the grazing animals. Thinking he ought to try cheering himself as he threw the blanket onto the back of the saddle horse, Titus began to whistle notes of some tune that he quickly recalled as a song the boatman sang. It helped to think back on how Ebenezer Zane's and Hames Kingsbury's crew had held together, one for all, men he could put his faith, trust, and loyalty in. Scratch's whistle became a bit merrier at the remembrance. Then, as he bent over to retrieve the saddle and rose with it suspended across both arms, he was shoved from behind. Dropping the saddle as if it were a hot coal, Scratch wheeled, yanking at the big pistol stuffed into the wide sash at his waist, his heart in his throat as he yanked back the hammer with the heel of his left hand. Surprised now, more than scared, he wagged his head and stuffed the pistol away, swallowing down the hard lump of instant fear that had choked him. "Damn, girl," he said with relief as the mule moved closer, her head bobbing up and down as if she acknowledged that term of address he often used around her. "Don't you go scaring me like that." Quickly rubbing her muzzle, Titus turned away and went back to whistling the riverboatman's song as he bent to pick up the saddle. Again, she jabbed her nose right between his shoulder blades, shoving him forward clumsily. He stumbled a couple of steps, lunging against the saddle horse that sidestepped out of his way. "Damn you," he growled this time. "You need to stop that, Hannah. I got work to do here." Again, he turned his back on the young mule and stepped toward the horse. Not realizing, he went back to whistling the merry tune and had just managed to throw the saddle up onto the animal's back and was bending over to reach under the horse's belly for the far half of the cinch when out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hannah coming for him. "You stay right there," he warned with a wag of his finger. "I ain't in no mood to be putting up with no pranks you done learned on your own." Yanking up on the cinch, he twisted to keep an eye on her as his hands completed the task and went back to whistling, watching her bob her head up and down as she came for him again. "Why, I'll be go to hell right here," he said quietly as she moved up close enough. He scratched that forelock between her ears. "And be it for the devil's tater." Maybe she wasn't being a devilish, cantankerous, playful sort when she came up and tried to get his attention in her own way. Perhaps he was just too dumb to notice at first. Scratch decided he'd just have to prove it to himself, here and now, before they went off to find a cold camp where they would bed down. Stepping over to the far side of the horse, he waited the few minutes until Hannah went back to her grazing. As soon as her head lowered and she began to tear off the tops of the tall stems of porcupine and bluegrass, Titus quietly moved away, taking a roundabout route as he made for the walls of the abandoned post. Reaching the ruins, he sat down on the collapsed corner of the burned logs where the grass and weeds and the wavy-leaf thistle had knotted themselves over the charred stumps, then waited a few minutes more to be sure she wasn't paying him any attention. Then he wet his lips with the tip of his tongue and whistled. The same sort of whistle he had used to call their old hound Tink in from the timber at the family's farm or back to his side when they'd been out hunting together. Not the boatman's song he had been whistling slightly out of tune, but the sort of notes a man would string together to bring an animal. By glory! She raised her big jug head, perked up her ears, and promptly headed his way without the least hesitation. What with the way she was coming right over, Scratch felt he should give her a reward, but as he stood, Bass realized he had nothing to give the mule. When she stopped before him there by the ruins, he swiftly bent and tore up a handful of the long porcupine grass and held it out in an open palm. Hannah sniffed it, nuzzled it a moment with the end of her nose, then snorted, blowing the grass stems off his palm so she could rub her nose on his hand. As he stood there in surprise, the mule craned her neck so she could work her head back and forth beneath his hand the way she might scratch herself on a branch of convenient height. Yet, he saw this as something different. She was wanting something more than just a soothing scratch. She was wanting his touch. As Bass cooed to her, he rubbed her ears and forelocks and muzzle the way he knew she enjoyed it. At times, she would rock her head over against his shoulder, lay it momentarily against his chest, then cock one of her dark, round eyes up at him, as if studying the man very, very closely. This man she was coming to know, this man she was learning to give her affection to. "We best get moving off for the night," he finally said sometime later when he again became aware of just how little light was left in that late spring sky. As long as the days were lasting at this time of the year, he wasn't all that sure if it might not be the first part of summer already. And now he had the prospect of losing another week or more in backtracking on his trail here to assure himself he hadn't missed any evidence that disaster or ambush had befallen the trio on their trip downriver. After climbing atop the saddle mount, he led Hannah around and through the rest of the stock as they grazed contentedly in the blue stem, pushing aside the thistle's purple globes. It took a third trip through, with his growing a bit frustrated and slapping a rawhide braided lariat against his leg, grumbling at them all to get the herd moving. Reluctant were they to leave when it seemed they had just begun to settle in for the night. He did not end up taking them far at all. Less than a couple of miles on east of the post ruins, he noticed a spot along the bank where the bulrushes and spear-leafed cattails naturally parted wide enough to allow a man to water his stock come morning. Twisting in the saddle, Scratch looked back toward the ruins in the distance, calculating just how far he had come, then glanced at the sky, still a much paler hue in the west. Settling himself back around, he figured that he hadn't come far enough to elude any horsemen who might be watching, needed to push on a little farther, when he spotted the large circle of trampled grass there among the overhanging branches of the tall and stately cottonwoods. Near the center of the trampled grass sat a blackened circle. Several charred limbs lay within the pile of ash. No ring of rocks had they used to circle their fire, nor had they dug a pit for it. Nothing more elaborate than gathering up their kindling and starting their fire then and there with flint and steel. Quickly yanking both feet out of the broad stirrups and kicking his right leg over the saddle horn, Scratch dropped to the grass and hurried alone to the site. He skidded to a halt at the edge of the large circle some 40 feet across, studied it for a moment more, then lunged ahead to the circle of ash. Squatting there, he held a hand no more than a breath over the charred limbs. No heat. Now he stuffed his fingertips into the ash. Still no heat. Swirling his fingers around in the fire heap, he could find no telltale warmth of a single coal still glowing deep among the ash. His nose helped him locate the bone heap nearby where they had butchered the doe, cutting out the steaks and hams and other juicy morsels without dismembering the carcass. They would have eaten their fill for supper, breakfasted on what had been cooked and left over the night before, then taken the rest with them when they'd pushed off. Standing abruptly, he scooted over to that wide parting in the bulrushes and cattails. There at the bank where the fox edge grew, he saw their moccasin prints. Saw where they had scraped the ends of the crude rafts, carving scars into the muddy bank. Found the rope burns where they had lashed the two craft on up the bank, tying them off around a pair of cottonwood. Through their single night at this spot, the long ropes had brushed back and forth across the bank's vegetation as the rafts had bobbed here in the quiet eddy of the Yellowstone's current. Back near the fire, he could see where they had bedded down, those grassy places near the fire more flattened than the rest of the blue stem and porcupine grass that was barely beginning to recover. Where the trio had laid out their bedding and blankets for the night, the grass was broken, discolored, and entirely crushed. From all the sign he could make out in the failing light as summer night surrounded him, Scratch reassured himself they had been there. At least they had come this far and, like him, had discovered the post to be abandoned, burned, and fallen to ruins. If there had been at least the shell of a cabin left standing, then they likely would have pulled over then and there, spending the night within the shelter of the log stockade, he decided. But instead, the three of them had seen no walls rising on that narrow thumb of high ground, and therefore had no reason to stop where they said they would leave him word of their passing. He stood, anxious, looking this way and that. So why wouldn't they leave him some sign? A scrap of old canvas with their marks on it, hanging here. If not at the post site, then why not here? Had they forgotten, he wondered? Or, as he slid closer to fearing, was it just a case of not giving a damn about what they had promised him? And if they cared so little about the promise of leaving him a message at the mouth of the Bighorn River, then could the three have come to care nothing about the other promises made him? Finally, he wagged his head, steadfastly refusing again to take this as evidence of the worst. Better to keep on believing the best. Billy was a simple-minded man, but good enough at heart, and Tuttle was smarter than Hooks, so he'd remember what they'd promised Titus Bass. So it really didn't matter what he might fear at the core of him about Silas Cooper, because Scratch believed that come hell or high water, in the end, Cooper would do exactly as he had promised. Trade their furs and return for another winter season in the mountains, and another after that, and another after. Scratch believed in that strongly because of what he knew he meant to Silas Cooper. There was no two ways of Sunday about it. Titus Bass was the best trapper of the four of them. And as long as Silas was getting his healthy cut of Scratch's catch, then Cooper would do everything to protect his best trapper. Wasn't no way in hell Silas would break his bond with Bass, not by a long chalk. Sighing, Scratch looked about again as the light faded. He decided he would sleep here and turned back to the saddle horse and Hannah. After securing them for the night near his bed, Titus stretched out and gazed up at the black dome flecked with a wide trail of dusty stars, wondering if the three of them were looking up at much the same sky right then, too. At least they'd come this far, so chances were good they'd make it from here on down to that Mandan post just above the mouth of the Knife River. Silas, Bud, and Billy had come this far, he reminded himself, and that was good enough to convince Scratch that they would likely make it the rest of the way, without accident, without attack. Far, far better was it for him to believe in that than to go on nursing doubt any longer. Better to hang his hope on the fact they'd been right here, ate and camped and slept right here on this ground. Better to hope than allow any misgivings to creep in and ambush him. Always better to trust in someone than to let doubt and uncertainty nibble away at the faith he wanted to have in the three. Best that he protect what kernel of loyalty remained than to allow something to fester inside him, no matter what, no matter how long it took. High Summer was daily baking the Central Rockies the way his mother had baked her double-sweetened cornbread in the Dutch oven in their River Rock fireplace, scooping hot coals onto the top of the cast-iron kettle. In the heat, he tried now to remember the fragrance of that rising bread, the surface of the cornmeal turning golden. But Titus could not remember. Instead, he rubbed his nose, finding it caked and crusted again with the dry dust of this open, unforgiving country far to the southwest of the low saddle that took a man to the Pacific side of the great continental spine. The dust stived up with every hoof the horse set down. Dust from all those horses and mules behind him, all those hooves, and when the breeze stirred to temporarily cool the sweat glistening his skin, the breeze might just as soon blow that cloud of alkali dust in his direction. A far, far different country this, far different from that up on the Yellowstone in the land of the Upsaloke. More weeks than he cared to think about since he'd left the mouth of the Yellowstone behind and moved south up the Bighorn. Since there was no longer a Missouri Fur Company post, all this time he had been counting on the three joining up with him far to the south. That day, after finding sign of their riverside camp, he had begun this journey south, eager most of all to complete his side of the compact made with Silas Cooper and the others. Only way Titus knew for sure that their reunion would ever come to be was that he himself had to be there to meet up with the three when they rode in from Fort Vanderburgh on the Missouri. From there, Cooper said he would bring them a little south of west. Unencumbered by all the weight of traps, baggage, camp gear, and what other truck 4 men required to survive one winter after another out here in the mountains, surely the three could make far better time hurrying toward their rendezvous south of Henry's Fork and the Green River country east of the Uinta. Was no doubt in Scratch's mind that the trio could travel far faster than he had been able to since he had last seen them floating off down the Yellowstone. Considering the number of horses and mules he had to ride herd on, well, While he might not have as far to ride, Bass grew more certain with every day that Silas Cooper's bunch could likely cover twice the distance he could in every sun-up to sundown ride. And that's what kept him pushing on as fast as the animals and the rugged, broken terrain and all the terrible storms of early summer allowed him. The days drifted by as he scooted south along the winding path of the Bighorn, south farther still into the Wind River country, and then the high breaks of the Poposha, where he crossed that high saddle as a hellish hailstorm battered him and the animals early one afternoon. The icy shards hurt so much he was driven out of the saddle, dropping to the ground and dragging a thick wool blanket with him as he huddled beneath the belly of the tail-tucked saddle mount to sit out heaven's attack on this treeless expanse of parched, high sagebrush desert. How all the horses whimpered and the mules snorted in their discomfort and pain until the bombardment moved on east and a cold rain fell. Eventually, a band of blue and purple and dusty rose sky emerged along the western horizon, and the last of the storm was finally on its way over him. Like him, the horses and mules had shuddered and shivered, and reluctantly they moved out with him once more as he urged them in motion. The wind had come up soon after and made for a damp, cold camp that night until he got his fire started. Chilled to the marrow, Scratch clutched his coffee tin close beneath his hairy chin and consoled himself with the fact that he was getting all the nearer to the country where he would await the arrival of his partners. Partners. It had been the first time in more than 2 winters with the trio that he had ever thought of them as partners. At first, they had been saviors, arriving as they did just when his last horse had died of black water. Then he had come to think of them as his mentors, teaching him not only trapping, but the ways of the mountains and of the brown-skinned natives who likewise called this high country home. And finally, he was forced to consider Silas Cooper as his master, when Cooper first exacted his tribute for saving Bass's life, for keeping him alive. What else would he call it when he had thrown in near everything he owned, certainly everything he had worked the better part of a year to acquire, handed over that fortune of his to join with theirs in that exciting, challenging endeavor of floating their furs downriver? What else would the 4 of them call themselves but partners? As anxious as he was to rendezvous with them, Bass had figured he would reach the reunion site far ahead of schedule, so he had turned back a bit on the compass and headed south by east toward Park Kayak, fondly remembering that high mountain valley and the Ute band, recalling the widow and the warmth of her blankets. But as much as he searched the familiar ground, there was no sign of the tribe, nor much evidence of what direction they had taken. On occasions, as he worked his way through the valley, Bass crossed the trail of a hunting party, perhaps a raiding party, unshod horses of one and or another haunting this high country. The one old camp he came across showed him where the Ute had likely moved out of the valley, heading north by west to hunt both the buffalo and antelope they would not find here in Park Kayak. Staring down at the cold, blackened rings of those lodge fires, the remains of drying racks, the litter of camp life, he had grown lonely, so lonely again. It hurt every bit as much as when he watched the 3 float off down the river and around the far bend in the Yellowstone. The Ute had been here, but after hoping to find them, to find her, the loneliness inside made him want to disbelieve the Ute had been here at all, had crossed this ground, so close, yet no more. Then he realized he was sore in need of seeing another human face, hearing another human voice, watching a smile emerge and eyes twinkle when they looked back at him. As much as he cherished the solitude, loved the aloneness, and savored being beholden to no one but himself, Titus yearned terribly. Yearned for faces and voices and laughing eyes, hungered for the mere touch of a hand in his, perhaps the arms of a friend around his shoulders, even the mouth of a woman pressed against his as he tasted her breath and felt himself stir to readiness. From time to time, after reaching the beautiful valley, he stopped a day or so to lay his traps. But as well as he did, the pelts were poor compared to what a man could catch in winter or early spring. "Beaver always come to bait in this here country," he spoke out loud one night at his fire, surprised to hear the sound of his own voice. "Come to bait, they do. Just as sure as a man 'd lay down his money on a St. Louis whore's feather bed so's to get hisself a proper forkin'." It was pretty country, to be sure. No wonder the Ute felt so strong about it, were prepared to defend it the way the Crow defended their Absaraka. That was just the way he got to thinking a few weeks later after pushing up and out of Park Kayak, wondering if it weren't the same with those tribes along the upper Missouri. Would they defend their land and the river that ran through it from a trio of white men floating down to a distant trading post? If those lone men were heading on out of that tribe's precious country, why wouldn't the warriors just let the trio pass on by? Or would they realize that the mere sight of white men meant the possibility of plunder, not to mention the presence of guns and powder to be stolen? And Bass knew, in the marrow of him, that might well prove to be enough of a temptation to spell the trio's doom. Dropping down out of the high country again, driving that herd of horses and mules north by west, constantly keeping his eyes moving along the far skyline, watching the distant ridges, staying to the long stretches of timber that bordered every stream and creek and riverbed so that he wouldn't stand out with that cavayard he had stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Then, at long last, he reached the banks of the Green as summer was growing all the hotter and the days had become their longest. For weeks upon weeks now he had counted upon laying his eyes on this river, for here was the place, and now was the time the four would rejoin. He waited. The mosquitoes grew thick there in the valley of the Green as summer aged, and the big bottle-green horseflies tormented the animals he was forced to move to new grass from time to time. And he waited some more. Scratch hunted and watched the skyline for warriors. He rode out to the high ground northeast of where he maintained his lonely vigil and watched the skyline for Silas, Billy, and Bud. Still, he waited. And each day he added a notch to a peeled wand of willow. So many days and notches now since he had watched the three of them float away. There were many such wands of willow stuffed down in his saddle pouch. More than he cared to count anymore. More than he cared to remind himself. Each time he did, the doubt crept back in. He had waited long past the time Silas had calculated they would reunite. Then he added notches he knew would put him past the time the traders' rendezvous had come and gone at the south end of the Sweet Lake. With regret and a growing anger, Titus tried to remember the faces of the merry Daniel Potts, mulatto dandy Jim Beckwith, young and randy Jim Bridger, and even crusty old Henry Frabe. Faces he hadn't seen in a year now, not since Willow Valley. Hard, tanned, wind-seamed faces and rough-edged voices brought easily to laughter with the tall tales he wouldn't share now for at least another year. Unless he went, and now. Yes, perhaps some of the brigades might still be in that country close by the Sweet Lake. Wouldn't be no trick at all to find where the 100 or more had camped and traded, drank and reveled together. Wouldn't be no hard task to seeing how they had split up and moved out, what direction the brigades were headed. He might catch up, spend a few days among the company of one brigade or another, just to have the sound of voices and laughter in his ears. After all, it was plain to see that Silas and Billy and Bud had been rubbed out. Somehow, he had to accept that he was on his own hook once more. Perhaps they hadn't made it all the way down the Yellowstone and then the Missouri to that trader's post called Vanderburg's. Then again, they might well have made it there and traded all the furs, only to be rubbed out coming across all that country where the Arikara and Pawnee and Arapaho could jump a few white men hurrying back to the mountains. Leastways, that's something Isaac Washburn had known of firsthand. The country where Scratch's three friends were to cross was the same stretch of high plains where old Gut and Hugh Glass had barely escaped with their hide and their hair. As much as he stared into the small fire he built himself for company every night, as much as he watched the water flow by in the Green every day, the feeling inside him had grown no more comfortable, no more easy to accept until he was ready to let it go. To hell with the furs. There'd always be beaver in the mountains and high valleys. Besides, he still had his traps and other truck. By God, Titus thought, he was still in the business of trapping. So to hell with all that prime beaver he had dragged out of countless frozen streams, beaver stretched and scraped, beaver packed in hundredweight bales, and finally lashed down on that crude raft that disappeared down the Yellowstone with Silas Cooper. Only thing that mattered was that he'd lost 3 friends. Lost the 3 men who had damn well saved his life. Down in his belly, that eventual acceptance of it brought up the gorge that nearly choked him after all these years, remembering how he had lost Ebenezer Zane, a trusted friend, a mentor Titus had looked up to, a man who had taught Bass not just about the great rivers, but about life on the river, women and rum, song and friends. Then he remembered Isaac himself, how the graying trapper had done all that he could to keep Bass from liking him there at first, but come to love him Titus had. To trust Washburn enough to plan on following him west into the unknown. Then Gut was taken from him too, gone as suddenly. After all these winters and summers healing over those 2 painful scars of loss, now he had to face the loss of 3 more, Silas, Billy, and Bud, ripped from him. The Big Muddy's fair boilin' with red niggers, he told himself out loud more than once as he wrestled with his inner agony. Likely it be that the 3 of 'em just bought into more'n they could barter for on that river's track. Injuns got 'em up there, or Injuns got 'em comin' back. As much as a man might refuse to grapple with it, he had to accept that the 3 of them were gone, dead, rubbed out. And the only way there was to get on with life was to get on with people. Bass had to find one of those brigades. He had to be among others until this pain eased. It might take a few days. More likely it would take weeks, and Bass might just decide to throw in with Fitzpatrick's bunch for the fall hunt, joining up for as long as the winter. He could trade off what he didn't need in the way of all these horses to the company men for some coffee and sugar, anything he didn't already have enough of back there among the packs. The brigade's bushway might even have some liquor left, and rum or whiskey might just go a long way to helping numb a bit more of the pain. Titus was sure the only way that hurting would stop and he could venture back out on his own was to do one thing. If he was to survive inside, he knew he had to scare up some faces and voices and eyes crinkling in laughter. Knowing that the best chances for finding any of that healing lay over in that Sweet Lake country, Scratch eagerly set off before sunrise the next morning, unable to sleep after coming to his decision. All night he had brooded on it, concluding that his best chances of running onto a brigade moving out with the breakup of Rendezvous lay in his striking out to the north. At least he knew there would always be one brigade moving northeast into the high mountain country to trap through the autumn. There might even be 2 brigades he could run across, since another was likely to march east a ways from the Sweet Lake country before pointing their noses directly north. Chances were better than good that he would run onto one such brigade somewhere to the north, or at least come across sign of their passing, and he could hurry along their back trail until he caught up with them. That morning, he put the green at his back and struck out east, following the meandering path of a narrow river that he knew would eventually lead him back toward the mountains and Park Kayak. Scratch felt a new chapter opening on the book of his life. Instead of plunging back into that high country to search for the Ute, this time he would strike out to the north upon reaching the foothills. All the better to avoid the Arapaho who came to raid the Ute for ponies and plunder. Titus knew firsthand just how that warrior tribe craved ambushing their ancient enemies. It simply made a lot more horse sense to stay as far out of the way of those thieving Arapaho as he could. 18.
Where away you bound, my son?
In his dreamlike reverie, Titus peered up at the old man leading a fine horse up to his evening fire. Nighttime had come early that autumn, so long, long ago now, and with it, the cold as he rode closer to the city of his dreams. Lulled now into daydreaming once more by the late summer heat on his back and the rocking chair gait of the saddle horse beneath him, Scratch's wandering mind remembered that fine fall evening. "St. Louis," he had answered the stranger. Bass had been a sull young'un back then, with no more than 19 summers under his belt.
"Ah,"
the old fellow replied as he halted, his expressionless face staring down in study at the small, cheery fire a moment, then finally regarded the youth and the rifle across the youngster's lap.
"I am but a poor wayfarer. Do you mind if I share your fire and a bit of conversation this night?"
Bass tossed another limb onto the flames and shrugged. "I was just getting used to the lonesome." At the sudden beating of several pairs of wings, his eyes fluttered open, blinking to find himself on horseback, realizing he had been dreaming, remembering how that younger man had, perhaps for the first time in his life, been truly getting used to the lonesome. When at the age of 16 Titus took off from home, he hadn't gone that many days before he yearned for the sound of another's voice, just the look and smell and nearness of other humans. So what with the river boatman and the Ohio River whore called Mincemeat, along with the others who saw him across the wide Mississippi to Abel Guthrie's farm, and then with Guthrie's most desirable daughter herself, why, he hadn't ever been truly alone ever since the day he'd run off, just himself and the forest. Back then, he realized this aloneness would take some getting used to. Some men took to it natural, others never would, so it was best their kind stayed back east of the river. The third sort were like himself, Bass figured. They could do with bouts of aloneness as long as there were times when a man set his sights on being with folk. Those occasions between the long stretches of aloneness before the loneliness began to creep in, the bawdy summer celebrations of rendezvous or settling into a friendly village for the winter, he had come to believe would be enough to hold the lonelies at bay. What he would give now for to share food and fire with a friend, even a stranger as strange as Garrity Tremble. With that steady rock of the horse as they plodded east along the Little Bear River, he let his eyes slowly droop and drifted back to remembering. Recalling how the old man turned toward a tow sack he had tied behind his well-worn saddle, explaining, "I have food to offer, young man. You decide to share your fire and your talk, I'll share supper." Wayfarers they both had been that night. Perhaps ever after, and still, they both remained wayfarers. That is, if the old man had not died in all those cycles of the seasons, those roundabout circles of his life in the intervening years. Perhaps Garrity Tremble did still ride the circuit, his only home the old saddle strapped on the back of the blooded thoroughbred. A homeless wanderer, very much as Scratch himself had come to be out here in this great wilderness. Now he rode the circle of the seasons, alone for the most part, yet always yearning to circle back toward those shining times when he would again look upon the faces of friends, when his ears would resonate with the sound of their familiar voices and laughter. On that cold autumn night along the Mississippi a dozen years before, Titus had asked of the old man, "Where are you off to?" Raising an arm that looked more like a winter bear branch poking out of the sleeve of that huge, ill-fitting coat he wore, the stranger pointed off here, there, then off in another direction altogether. "No place special. Off to where the Spirit moves me. God tells me where I am to go, as he told the wandering Israelites of Moses and Joshua of old. Yet truth be it, I, like you, am ultimately alone. Alas, that is God's condition yoked upon the shoulders of us all, isn't it, son? As many as we might have around us, family and acquaintances, we are still alone in this life, and God makes the only sure friend we will ever truly have." With a snort of doubt, Titus had said, "I've had me lots of friends." From beneath the bushy eyebrows that stood out like a pair of hairy caterpillars on the pronounced and bony brow, the stranger sneered, "Yes, I can see by all these companions you have brought along with you on this journey." "They are here," he snapped at the sudden harsh judgment and tapped a finger against his chest. Then added, more quietly, "Right in here." For a long moment the stranger regarded that, weightily, then smiled warmly as he tossed Bass 3 ears of the corn the preacher was donating to that night's repast. "Yes, I believe you might just be the sort who would hold a friend dear in your heart." He always had been that sort. This matter of friends and the heart ran narrow and deep rather than wide and shallow. Whether it was the river boatman or Hysham Troost back in St. Louis, that dream reaper named Isaac Washburn, or those three who had shown up that first autumn in the Rockies to save Titus, friends had been just about the dearest, most precious love he had experienced in his heart. And the remembrance of those friends was ofttimes his only protection against the lonelies. Everything else Titus could do for himself. He could hunt and trap and survive on his own, but he knew he could not last without friends, not without that sacred place his friends shared within his heart. At those times of the most excruciating loneliness, Scratch had survived because of those warm memories.
God has taken care of me for more years than you have been breathing, young man, Tremble had explained that cold night after they had supped. And I trust in him for when there are not folks to take me in and spread their board before me. At such times, God will provide me the opportunity to feed myself. It was a fine feast, wasn't it, young man?
A good change from pig meat. With a visible shudder, the old man wagged his head.
How I have come to hate Ned.
Ned? Why you hate him? Who's he anyhow?
Not who, what? Ned is pork. Ned is pig meat. Ned is the sustenance of the devil himself. No, I haven't partaken of Ned in so long I cannot remember.
He pointed a bony finger at Titus.
And you would do well to swear off it as well, cloven-hoofed, unclean, filthy beasts that they are.
But if a man's hungry,
he's better off going hungry than biting into any Ned. God will provide for his redeemed souls without any of us having to descend into the fiery depths and dine on the devil's fodder.
He raised his face and arms to the sky, closed his eyes to say,
Praise God, I no longer eat such a beast.
The sudden quiet startled him, causing a crack to split his 12-year-old reverie. As he opened his eyes and blinked in the bright summer sun, Bass tightened his grip on the wrist of the rifle stock and listened. All quiet, except for the clatter of the many hooves coming up behind him. Glancing at the sky, he found no birds on the wing. Occasionally, a breeze tousled the cottonwood leaves overhead before it fell breathlessly quiet again. Not much more than the buzz of flies that seemed to constantly hover over the sweating animals, sometimes diving beneath the brim of Scratch's hat to torment his face. He yanked back on the reins before he realized what he had done, before it became a thought he could remember going over in his mind. Slipping quickly from the sweat-soaked saddle as the other horses and mules came up, Bass hurried toward the prints he had spotted and knelt over them. Unshod pony hooves. By themselves, not something of concern. This was Ute country after all. But mingled in among the hoof prints were moccasin tracks, and those sure weren't Ute moccasins. Unconsciously, he rubbed his shoulder, long ago healed from the Arapahoe's war club, then realized that he was, so took that hand and laid its fingers in the moccasin tracks, as if to confirm that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. They were real. Without rising, Scratch looked up around at the brush, then got to his feet and followed the tracks to the edge of the river, watched them enter the water and disappear. 2 ponies and 1 set of moccasin prints. Maybe because one of them had to make water right then and there. Sure enough, Titus found where the warrior had stepped over to the brush and stood there. Not that the soil at the base of the brush was still damp, but he could imagine the man pulling aside his breechclout, standing patiently to finish his business, then remounting to cross the river with his companion. They're across now, he confided to himself, and tried to convince his thumping heart that the danger had passed with that crossing. He'd push on, Scratch decided, not letting himself get lulled tack into napping. Stay awake and watch for sign. If those 2 recrossed the river, they were sure to pick up sign of all these animals. Then the fat would sure as hell drop in the fire. But for now, he felt safe enough to keep moving east, on toward the foothills where he planned to turn north and make a lodestone run for one of the brigades he knew would be tramping through that country right about now.
Tell me, my astute young observer of life and the manner of mankind, have you ever thought of taking up the staff of God and preaching his word? The old man said there beside that long-ago fire.
Me? A preacher like you?
It is not easy work, let me assure you, but it is very, very satisfying."
"No, sir," Bass had replied. "I never thought on it at all. I got me my hope to make it to St. Louis, see where things sit up there. Everything on beyond is wild and open."
"Every man must find his own call. You've heard your own call, then. We'll let it rest at that,"
the stranger replied, apparently satisfied with Bass's answer.
"Yes, the beasts and the savages of the wild. Perhaps it is you are called to see them for yourself."
"Maybe so I'll get to do that one day."
"By the grace of God you will, my son," the preacher replied. "I trust in God. On I ride to my next flock, gathering my strength all the while, renewing my vigor in the Lord, for God will provide. Never should you doubt it, young man. The Almighty will provide."
Titus remembered gazing at the fire, the empty corn husks and naked chicken bones heaped beside the coals, thinking how a man was called upon to help himself. No one else was there to do it for him if a man did not do for himself.
"And he will provide for you, my son," the old preacher had repeated the next morning after they had arisen, saddled, and were preparing to separate.
"I don't know that I ever asked nothing of the Lord," Bass had told Tremble. "Never been much of a one to pray." With that hard-boned and angular face of his, the preacher replied,
"You yourself told me last night that for a long time you've been praying to get to St. Louis."
"Maybe you misunderstood me. I ain't never prayed to get to St. Louis,
but you've hoped and dreamed and done all that you could to get there."
"And I am getting there on my own." A smile wrinkled the lined face.
"You're getting there because God is answering your prayer."
Of a sudden, Titus had felt most uneasy, thrown there upon strange ground, frightened again that he might just be in the presence of something far, far bigger than himself. "I don't know nothing about that, sir." Removing his old felt hat from his head and dipping in a little bow, Tremble said,
"I certainly hope that what you pray for, Titus Bass, will not become a yoke locked about your shoulders."
Minutes later, not all that far downstream, Bass came across the tracks of a single horseman. The prints turned in front of him, then those ponies' hoof prints left the bank and entered the water. Now there were 3, he confided to himself, brushing the grip on the flintlock pistol he had stuffed into the sash at his waist. Reassurance. The sort he got when he squeezed down, locking his grip around the rifle laid across the tops of his thighs, and turned to glance behind him. Hannah. All the rest behind her. 3 of them on the other side of the river now. He realized he'd have to keep his eyes moving back and forth along that south bank. It wouldn't do to have himself surprised. In bewildered silence, 12 years back, Titus had watched Tremble turn the big animal away and move off into the cold, frosty autumn stillness of the forest. Before he climbed atop Abel Guthrie's old plow horse, Titus cautiously placed a hand upon one shoulder, as if to feel for any invisible weight there. Then touched the other shoulder in the same way. Still not satisfied, he shook his shoulders as if to rock loose anything perchance resting there. Then Bass decided it was all a little ghosty and superstitious of him to believe any preacher knew what he was talking about. To think of it, him praying. Why, Titus knew he'd never prayed a prayer one in his entire life, leastways ever since he stopped going to church hand in hand with his ma'am. A man had to provide for himself. Just as he always had, Titus had figured. Anything else was nothing more than superstition. But by damned, the hair went up on the back of his shaggy neck when after less than another mile, he came upon the sign of a 4th horseman coming in from the east, turning down the bank to cross the river just as the others had. And the only way possible he thought to quell his growing fear was to talk out loud. Hardly a whisper, but still so he could be heard. Whatever it was that others believed in, that which was greater than himself, Bass spoke to it now. "Just show me the way out of this," he whispered, his hand sweating on the reins and the lead rope strung back to Hannah. "You know damn well I ain't ever been one for going down on my prayer bones and taffying up to you, but you show me the way out of this here fix right now, I swear I'll be one to look for your sign and heed no matter what." With the back of a leather sleeve, he swiped across his sweaty face, then added, "I vow I'll pay heed and listen, too." Hannah snorted. Twisting around in the saddle, he watched her bob her head, jerking back on the lead rope. He listened, too. She snorted again, her ears perked, pointing stiffly at the sky, and her glistening nostrils flared as wide as the eye sockets on a buffalo skull. Damn if that weren't sign enough. The mule had winded Injuns. What with them horses coming up behind her, Bass didn't have time to stop and take account of much. Instead, he tugged on Hannah's lead rope and nudged the saddle horse in the ribs with his heels, reining it off into the trees that lined the narrow river. There, at the edge of the cottonwood and brushy willow, Titus kept the horse at a slow walk, his eyes moving constantly, his ears eager for any suspicious sound. Yard by yard they covered what must have been a mile, then a second mile. How much farther would they have to cover ground at this snail's pace, he wondered. Better to be slow, careful, and quiet, or to jump and get the hell on out of the country, to make a race of it then and there. He was squeezing down hard on his memory right then, trying to dredge up what it was Isaac Washburn had told him he had done coming east with Hugh Glass and 2 others along the Platte when they found themselves butting squarely up against an Arikara war party come down to do some raiding in the middle of Pawnee country. But all he could remember of the tale was that the 2 others went under, leaving Hugh and Isaac to hide for their lives in a riverbank hole. From there, they traveled by night, hid by day. It caused him to glance up at the sun then and there. Way up high did it hang that hot summer day. A long time till sunset, longer still until it would be slap dark. If he could keep from making a sight of himself, keep all these animals from stirring up too much noise at all, then maybe so that old preacher's God was one to listen to a man's vow. "Jumpin' Jehoshaphat!" he bawled as the saddle horse carried him slowly around a left-hand bend in the river. 4 of them, bold as brass, spread out across some 20 yards of a small, open patch of grassy ground not cluttered with trees and brush. He yanked back on the horse's rein and jerked to a halt, Hannah coming up on their tail roots. 4 horsemen, all right, naked to the waist, their brown skin glistening with sweat beneath the hot sun, black hair tossing in the rare breeze, a feather or 2 stirring among them. And they were close enough for Bass to make out the dull smear of earth paint across cheeks and brows, noses and chins. It didn't savvy to get no closer or to try hand talk with those red niggers, not the way they was decked out to fill their dance card at the widowmaker's ball. Not taking his eyes off the 4 sitting still as statues just staring at him a moment, Bass yanked on Hannah's rope, bringing the mule alongside him. There, he pulled loose the knot securing the lead rope to the next horse and flung it far aside. Then he hurled Hannah's rope off onto her packs, slapping her on her neck and saying, "You're on your own, girl. Best you cover ground. Now, get!" Screeching like a scalded house cat, Bass screwed that saddle horse around in a circle about as tight as if it had been dancing 2-legged atop one of Ebenezer Zane's hogshead barrels of Kentucky tobacco leaf bound south for New Orleans. As he was jabbing heels against the horse's ribs and slapping the loose end of the rein back and forth across its front flanks, Bass heard the yelps of those 4 behind him. Goddamned Arapaho for sure. Couldn't be no others, he knew. This was Ute country, certain as sun. Only raiders wore paint, and the chances were better than good that where he saw 4 Arapaho, there would be more. Glancing over his shoulder as the horse bolted off for the open ground some distance from the river, Bass caught a glimpse of the 4 horsemen reaching the horses and mules. Damn if his trick was working. But in that instant flicker of a look through the sweat in his eyes, Bass could count only 3 of the 4 warriors slowing up, mixing in among the pack string he had just released and spooked into motion to cover his retreat. Just where in hell that 4th horseman had gone, he could not tell in that heartbeat he gave himself before turning back and kicking hell out of the horse some more. Hoofbeats right on his tail now, so close it made his skin crawl, knowing that sound signaled the approach of the 4th horseman. Instead of finding a painted warrior when he turned to look over his shoulder, Bass caught a glimpse of the mule, straining with all the bottom she had to keep up with him and the saddle horse on the flat out. "Come on, you girl, you!" he bellowed as loud as he could, feeling his words ripped away from his lips the second they were spoken. "Get up there, Hannah! Get up! Hip, hip, girl!" Again and again he called out, assuring her, reassuring himself that she could keep up with him despite her packs as he put more and more ground behind him, racing back downstream. For the longest time, in and out of the brush and trees, up and down one rise after another, across shallow draws and sandy islands when he decided to ford the river itself, Bass glanced over his shoulder, finding the solitary horseman still coming. How the wind pulled at his shiny black hair, feathered out behind him the way a raven's wing would glimmer in sunlit flight. His pony's bound-up tail bobbing instead of flying loose on the run. Just a glimpse, but it looked to be the warrior carried a bow and a handful of arrows in his right hand, that arm held out for balance most of the time, except when he swept it back and struck the pony on the rear flank, urging more and more speed from the straining animal. From side to side, Hannah bravely lunged after Titus, laboring under her two packs that bobbed and weaved, pulling her in one direction, then the other. Already he could see the first foamy flecks of lather gathering at her chest harness, ribs heaving, nostrils slickened, muzzle gulping air as she hung as close as her remaining strength allowed. But when he looked back at Hannah the next time, the horseman had disappeared. Bass blinked sweat from his eyes, then clumsily dragged his sleeve across his face with the arm that clutched the rifle, bobbing up and down like a Boone County child's dancing toy. Maybe so it was a trick. He glanced at the nearby hillside just to be sure the warrior hadn't taken another route. Then Bass twisted to the other side and still did not find the horseman. But it was plain Hannah had started to fade. As much as she tried, strained, lunged into the race, she was falling farther and farther behind him. And that made Scratch afraid the fourth horseman would then be able to capture her as her strength faded. As much as she would try to stay far from the Arapaho, it would likely be a futile effort once all her bottom was gone and she could run no more. Then she would be snared just like those other horses and mules. And that caused him his first doubt for what he had done in releasing the pack string. Dry-mouthed, Bass no more hammered the horse with his heels. No more did he whip the rein back and forth, from side to side and flank to flank. He glanced back. Hannah was dropping behind all the farther. He was drenched with sweat as he let the weary horse slow of its own, twisting in the saddle to watch the back trail where he had been riding along the south side of the river, his eyes moving everywhere at once. He licked his dry lips and gulped, thirsty as he'd ever been, or perhaps it was just the fear. The horse fought him a minute as it slowed all the more, tired of the race and thirsty too. Then Titus brought it around and slowly halted. Hannah came up within moments and stopped, heaving, lather at her halter, foam darkening the leather straps of her pack harness. Had they made it out? Just he, the mule, and this saddle horse? Maybe so it was a good ruse, you savvy son of a bitch, he congratulated himself, still watching the far side of the river from the shadows where he sat on the played-out horse. Hannah snorted in her fatigue. But every bit as soon as he was patting himself on the back, he heard the echoes of those doubts. Very little time did he give himself for celebration. There was a good chance he had been wrong in freeing the pack string, part of him said. After all, he had done it almost on instinct. And now, able to think more about it, maybe so even to second-guess himself and the consequences of just what he had done, that act of self-preservation might not have been the wisest of choices. But what other choices had there been, the other side of him demanded? Run or fight? Damn well black and white, cut and dried, 4-to-1 odds at the outside. Hell, there might have been even more of the red niggers off somewhere. Chances good of that, he told himself, justifying his wheeling about and skedaddling all by his lonesome. An Arapaho war party of airy 4 warriors come to Ute country? Just 4 of them? About as likely as one of Annie Christmas's whores showing up in a Natchez church to preach for Sunday meeting. Nah, he'd made the right decision. So why did it feel so wrong down in the gut of him?
Always have figured you to be the only one sides me I could trust with all them critters and the truck the rest of us can't take with us on downriver."
That familiar, booming voice rang inside his head as surely as if Silas Cooper were right there, speaking inches from his ears. Someone had trusted him with near everything they owned, save for their weapons they took with them on that float down to a trader's post. Near everything Silas, Billy, and Bud could tally up as their own in this life, and Scratch had gone and abandoned it back there. Horses, truck, plunder, all of it. What with the three of them gone off with them packs of beaver to trade high on the upper river before rendezvous, this sure as hell wasn't feeling the way a man ought to treat the fellas who had saved his life more than once.
"I trust you, Titus Bass. These here other two niggers know I damn well trust you with everything I own, Scratch. Even trust you with my own life." God damn it.
Slamming his heels back into the reluctant horse's ribs, Bass reined around toward the river, loping past Hannah, who looked up at him almost humanly, her eyes clearly registering a very big question. If not asking what he was doing and where the hell he was going, then he was certain the mule was asking him just what kind of damned fool he thought he was. "Stay or come," he muttered under his breath after she was left behind and he was urging the saddle mount back into the river crossing. "I figure you'll do only what you want to do anyway, you cross-headed, stubborn she-critter." He figured there was no good decision in this, no clear path to take. And that, Scratch knew, always made for a mess of things in the end, he brooded as he came up the far bank and slowed the horse to a walk, moving carefully, quietly as possible, back into what was plainly enemy country. If he was lucky, he might just stay out of the way of that solitary warrior long enough for the horseman to give up and turn back to rejoin the other three. Then Bass could lay to until the sun began to sink. From there, he'd follow their trail to the spot where the Arapaho had gathered up that cavalcade of horses and taken off with them. Having some idea where they were headed, Titus could track them even as it grew dark, perhaps even after nightfall. One way or the other, odds were better than even that he could draw up to them by the next day. With both belt pistols, his rifle, and a pair of knives, he gave himself a chance at making a stand against the four warriors come the dark, especially if he could find them separated and making camp, gathering firewood, or just off to take a piss in the brush. No matter that it was 4-1 by the thinking of others, Bass figured he had to try. He had been trusted with nearly all that the other three had in the world after all their seasons in the mountains. Wouldn't they do the same for him? Hadn't they done damn well the same when they had saved his life? He had to try. Whether it was coming through the falls of the Ohio in that sleeting snowstorm with Ebenezer Zane's boatmen, or helping to fight off that angry band of Chickasaw along the Mississippi, Bass always chose to try. Sometimes the worth of a man wasn't so much measured in the successes or the failures he tallied as it was in the simple fact that he had tried. And when you stirred up that virtue with that solid notion of having had others put their trust in you, then there really was no decision left him, really no choice but one. So in the end, if he were to go under before the sun fell any farther in the sky, by damn, he'd make him a good show of it. Scratch drew himself up and rode on, ready to trail those horsemen and that cavalcade until he could steal it back from the red niggers that had been dogging his life since that first winter with the Ute. When Hannah snorted again, it near made him jump in his skin, so surprised was he that she was right behind him, loping up on the tail root of the saddle horse as if she'd gotten her second wind. Her wet nostrils flared as she snorted, rolling her eyes, and when Scratch turned back around in the saddle, there he was. An Arapaho warrior, as big as life, brassy and bold, slowly emerging from the timber and brush on the south bank as if he didn't really expect Bass to bolt on him. Then Titus realized this wasn't the solitary warrior who had stayed on his tail after the other three turned back to round up the pack animals Bass had freed. That horseman had been carrying a bow and handful of arrows in his right hand. But this one held what appeared to be a smoothbore fusil, a big-caliber flintlock trade gun. As much as he picked at it for a moment the way a man might scratch at a scab crusting over an itchy wound, Titus could not recall ever seeing many of the Ute nor those Shoshone at rendezvous, and certainly not any of the Arapaho carrying firearms, only bows, lances, war clubs. For a heartbeat longer he gazed at the fusil the warrior held in his right hand, the butt resting down on the naked top of his brown thigh, there at the top of his legging where the flesh was exposed. Then, as the Arapaho began to owe his mouth to holler something, Scratch sawed the reins savagely and almost brought the weary, lathered horse down on a narrow strip of sandy island in the riverbed. Collapsing to its knees, the horse struggled to get back up as Titus heard the warning cry turn to screeching behind him. The warrior was calling the other three, perhaps more than three. Just as the saddle mount jolted up and sidestepped on the soft sand, fighting its halter and twisting its head violently, Bass felt as if someone struck him on the back of the right shoulder with a huge stone, maybe a heavy war club. Something swung with tremendous weight and velocity. So much force that he felt it picking him out of the saddle, sensed the horse being yanked out from under him as sky and sand blurred together and his dizzy head began to hail with stars. Just before the black hood of unconsciousness slipped over him, Scratch remembered sensing the brush he tumbled into, knowing somehow that he landed on the riverbank. Then, as he sprawled on the hot, sun-seared sand, his head was no longer dizzy. His shoulder no longer cried out in pain. Nothing more than cool, blessed black. He felt it on the sand beneath his cheek more than heard. The slow, methodical step and scratch of a horse's hooves on the riverbed pebbles and rocks. Click, click, clack, click. As much as he tried to open his eyes, everything turned out to be a blur. The sound was behind him, coming closer, closer. Down in the shallow end of that dark pool where his mind lay, Scratch realized it was the warrior. Closing his eyes into slits to play possum was easy. His mind wasn't ready to heft or tussle with anything more than lying there, listening. Then the hoof sounds ceased. Except for the breeze nuzzling the leaves overhead, there was no other sound, no other noise, but for the whisper of soft-soled moccasins moving across the dry stream bed. Then the hiss of some sound above his head, something whirling toward his head in the space of that single heartbeat. Then the lights exploded, and even his blurred vision was gone. The cool, blessed blackness cascaded over him again. How it hurt for him to start that climb out of the thick, oozy black of unconsciousness. Blinking his eyes once more, he found everything blurred with a paste of sand and sweat plastered against the side of his face. He closed them again, wishing, praying for the sweet nothingness to envelop him once again. Better, so much better than this searing pain. He blinked once more, forcing his one eye open into a slit. Even that made his head throb with pain. Something moved in front of him. He heard it at the same time the wet form in his vision moved in a soggy blur across the harsh light that made him wince. Some pain in keeping the eye open forced him to close it groggily, but that pain was nothing near the excruciating nausea that threatened to overwhelm him from the back of his mind. No, more so the back of his whole being. He felt his right arm twisted out from his body at a crude angle, his legs lying akimbo. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, becoming aware of the rest of his body, then suddenly the back of his head again. The pain seeped through his skull at first, then was suddenly all-consuming. The rest of his body forgotten, Bass thought his head felt as if it were one open, raw wound, as if he'd slid down a poplar tree as a boy, scraping off a generous slab of hide in the descent. Tender, pink, beginning to ooze with the first tiny bubblets of blood, a wound that began screeching out in pain louder than he could cry out with his voice. That's the way the head was. He dared not open his eyes, for every time he did, it hurt the head worse. Nor could he straighten the arm, numbed, unmoving, completely unresponsive. And his legs felt as if they each weighed more than 1,000 pounds, compressed there into the sand and riverbed pebbles. Maybe they were broke. Maybe everything on him was broke. Again, he heard the pony's hooves scraping the rocks and wondered if the warrior was leaving again. Leaving him alive. Then the hooves stopped, and Bass heard the scritching. A faint intrusion into the other faint sounds of that afternoon: breeze whisper, leaf rustle, sound of pony hooves and Indian breathing so close, and that scritching. With the one eye not plastered shut with sweat and sand, Bass dared it open again. Wanting the warrior to go away, wanting the son of a bitch to take the pain and the bright, excruciating sunlight with him. Just let the shadows and the cool blackness return. Mayhaps just to sleep. He couldn't move, so maybe it would be best if he just went back to sleep. But as he blinked again, the blur in that eye cleared somewhat, and he made out more than the watery movement of swimming colors. Slowly, he figured out what he saw were the warrior's legs, inches away, squatting so close down on his haunches, for the most part turned away from Bass, hunched over. Titus blinked some more, trying desperately to raise his head from the hot sand stuck to the side of his face like burning grit. And in blinking a bit more, he looked across that slow, rolling dance of the muscles across the warrior's bare back, looking farther to make out the movement of the warrior's bare arms as he crouched over something held in his hands, working on it, scraping it with his knife, making that scritching sound. All that Titus could hear besides the restless hooves of the Arapahoe's pony and the occasional rustle of breeze. Scritch. Then he took himself a look at what held the warrior's attention there on the sandy bank beside the river. Something dangling from his left hand where he pressed it on top of his right thigh, dangling like a scalp. How he wanted to get a hand up to rub the hot sweat and sand out of his eye, the thick goo he blinked to clear so he could tell for sure. Scratch's breath seized in his chest, and he wasn't sure he'd ever breathe again. It hit him as squarely and with as much force as had that blow to his back as he'd wheeled away from the warrior in the middle of the river. Like a stone war club, the realization slammed up alongside his head with its sudden shocking power. Like a bright meteoric light coming on inside his skull, shooting shards of hot icy light in 1,000 directions at once. It's those long brown curls. Damn! The son of a bitch has my hair! How Titus wanted to cry out, to reach out, to lunge from where he lay, but the very most he could do was to fight off the black cloud a little longer as he grew so very, very weary again. His head grown so damned heavy he had no hope of holding it up. With a stifled gasp, Scratch let it lie on the hot sand, sensing its prickly heat beneath his wet cheek. Gasping for air, so afraid he was about to empty his belly then and there, Bass gulped down the nausea, staring all the time at the warrior crouched over his gory work. Leastways, not the whole damn thing, he told himself. It looked small, wasn't the whole thing from brow to nape. Blinking again as the thick, warm ooze ran into the corner of his eye, Bass fought to stay awake long enough to get himself a good look at the warrior, the one who had done this to him. But the Arapahoe was turned just so at his work. That bare brown back, the strong young shoulders, and those leggings with the wide strip of porcupine quill work down the outer seam. That was what he began to study. Concentrating through the sweat and sand and blood he repeatedly blinked to clear. That particular strip of quill work running all the way from the top to the bottom of the legging there at the moccasin. His eyes locked onto the toe of the moccasin, finding it had the same central design as the legging strip, the same colors. Maybe so, like Burden Grounds people, those colors were the bastard's own power, his private medicine in both form and color. If he could not move, could not raise a hand, at least he would vow to remember those colors, that pattern, those leggings and moccasins. As the black seeped down over his consciousness again, Scratch stared, studied, and vowed he would never forget this warrior who had scalped him. Maybe all that was left was for the son of a bitch to come over and finish him off right where he lay. Bass figured that was next, now that the coup had been counted and the scalp taken. just a quick flash of a sharp blade across the windpipe, or the less-than-pretty river rock bashing the side of his head to jelly. Just a matter of moments now, he told himself, as the black oozed down once more. Death would be better than this waiting. Death better than not being able to defend himself. Death was better than... Then black was all there was. As if it were coming out of a dense winter fog, Scratch heard sound, sodden and muffled. It hurt his head to listen, so instead of giving heed to the noises around him, Bass kept his eyes closed and willed himself back into that warm immersion in nothingness. Everything else hurt too damn much. He was dimly aware that more time slipped past. From the blackness, he came to dwell on his heartbeat, how it grew in volume to crowd out the gentle rustle of the leaves suspended just overhead in the brush. Thrum, 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 thrum. So loud it pounded at his ears with a growing ache. Slowly, the awareness of aching grew. He hurt everywhere, so it seemed. There wasn't a place Bass could not feel pain as the warm bath of that unconscious immersion gradually cooled. Then his left leg and arm began to grow cold, and he sensed the breeze stir across the flesh on the right side of his face, like sunburn. How long had he been lying there? For some time he remained content to stay right where he was without pushing the ache, suspended halfway between the oblivion and the total awareness he was certain he would know once he allowed himself to awaken. Beside him the water continued to whisper. Above him the leaves chirkled from time to time as the cool breeze excited them. And from somewhere farther still, some birds called. He imagined them sitting on branches somewhere above him, watching him, and with the way some calls moved past him too, Bass imagined them swooping by to look at him sprawled beside the river. That's why his leg had grown so cold. He twitched the foot, feeling. Yes, the bottom of his left leg lay in the river. It and his left hand. Must be the way I come to rest here on the rocks, on the sand, he thought, painstakingly climbing his way out of the safe, dark pool of non-awareness. First the leg. He struggled to drag it from the water there on the damp, sandy bench beside the river. Now for the arm. At first he flicked his fingers in the cool water, fully aware now that he had been right about the river, although his head was turned away from the water, but he had yet to attempt opening his eyes again. Behind his lids he saw again a portrait of what he had seen the last time he'd opened them, as if it were being played out slowly, then stopped, slowly again, then stopped. The excruciating remembrance of that warrior scraping at his own scalp there beside Titus as he lay wounded on the bank. The Arapaho rose to his feet, stuffing the long, brown-haired trophy beneath the narrow leather belt from which hung his breechclout, leggings, and the sheath for that knife as he bent over and swished the weapon in the river before plunging it home in the rawhide sheath. That pattern of color on the leggings, across the toe of the moccasins as the warrior turned toward him, took a step his way, then lunged up the bank and away. Lying here, now at this moment, Bass squeezed his closed eyes tightly, as if he wanted to dispel the terrible vision that remembrance brought him. Then he decided to draw both eyes into thin slits and allowed that crack of light to penetrate his thick blanket of non-awareness. Realizing the shadows had lengthened, branches and leaves and the trunks of the cottonwood around him, all of it had the colors of late afternoon now. Not the bright, severe colors of midday. Not that last light he remembered seeing on the warrior's moccasin. And now his left eye pained him. Blinking to clear it, he found he could not. So matted with sand and grit, dried sweat, and the solid crust of old coagulate. Trying his left arm, Bass found that with some struggle he could drag it out of the water, sweep it around in a wide arc, and then fold the elbow so the damp fingertips reached the eye where that side of his face lay on the sand. There was far too much there to wash off with what little dampness he had brought from the river, but it was enough that he could rub, then rub some more until the eye gradually opened without the pain of grit, opened with a blurry dance, with liquid motion. It was late in the day. Behind him, where he felt the sun on his back, on the bare flesh of his right cheek, and there on the back of his head, Bass knew the sun was still in the sky, but sinking low. By the length of the shadows, by the colors of the leaves and the tree bark, the texture of the sand near his face, and the touch of the breeze against his sunburned flesh, he knew the sun would soon drop behind the tall cottonwoods. Very, very soon. And then it would become dark, and he would need a fire. His belly rumbled hungrily. Then he moved his right leg willfully. Both of them cooperated as he tested his hips by rolling a little this way, a little that. All that was left was to move that right arm. God damn, did that hurt! Clamping down his teeth, he forced himself to move the arm a little more, causing his empty, rumbling stomach to lurch with the pain. He recognized it as that peculiar nausea the body produced when confronted with unbearable torture. It, too, was something he would push himself through. Like stepping through a door, that's all he had to do. Take a step, move the arm a little more. It was so sore through the whole shoulder, the upper arm, down into the upper part of his chest. Maybe just because he had been lying there all this time without moving it, he told himself, convincing himself that to move it a little more, then a little more after that, all that he did would help. Every inch he managed to drag it up and toward him, every twitch of movement to dispel the numbness, would eventually make this exquisite rising pain a bit more bearable. Then, before he realized it, Scratch had both arms beneath him, propped, pushing up, heaving against the weight of his upper body. The right arm shuddered and trembled as it drew his chest up. Blinking quickly in the shifting of the sun's light as he came off the sand, Titus looked down, his head so damned heavy, looked down and saw the dark smudge blotting the sand. Then slowly turned his chin, focused his eyes on his right shoulder there near the arm. That right arm was trembling as it propped him halfway up, Bass realized. A puddle of dried blood below him. Sand caked on the right side of his chest, where more blood had soaked through the leather of his shirt. By then, the pain in the shoulder and arm was more than he could bear any longer. As his stomach lurched and he gagged with that first heave, Titus willed his legs beneath him so that he could sit up, hunch forward, and puke out what little his stomach still had in it from a pre-dawn breakfast so long ago. The bile coated and burned his tongue, but he got through it. Realizing he needed water as he spit the last of the yellow phlegm from his sand-crusted lips, Scratch slowly volved around on his left hip, pulling himself around with his left arm, remembering that it had been in the water. There it was. He dipped that hand back into the cool river. Soaked to the elbow he was already, seeing the dark leather as he brought the first cupped hand to his lips, savoring the precious drops that didn't spill as he trembled. Then some more, and more after that, licking his hand each time, sucking on each finger, every drop like the most delicious taste he had ever experienced upon his tongue. A bird flew inches overhead, crying out. Snow flash of tail feathers. Magpie. Come to pick at me, he thought. See if there was anything rotting yet. It made the tears come to his eyes as he ruminated on that and sucked the drops off his fingers. How the carrion birds would have picked at his eyeballs, dug away at the bloody rings of crimson blossoming out from the bullet holes, both back and front. Looking down at the right side of his shoulder again, the tears flowed easily. Damn good thing the bullet went right on through. Some things just naturally stood out as being lucky, he figured. Other things a man had to work at to find lucky. But with this, there was no question. He had stopped bleeding. The holes were too high, the Indian's round ball hadn't crashed through his lights, no lung was punctured, and as much as his shoulder hurt, he could move the arm a little. Besides, he reminded himself, the shoulder didn't hurt near as much as his head. It was that sudden flare of realization that rocked him to his core. That piece of his flesh, that hunk of his long brown hair laying over the warrior's thigh, being scraped free of blood and gore before it was stuffed beneath the bastard's belt. He took it with him and left me here, figuring me for dead. At the same time that Bass's heart leaped with celebration that the Arapaho hadn't finished him off with a war club, he grew angry at the warrior, for there was no greater insult, nowhere near the coup, than to take his enemy's hair. And then Bass became angry at himself for hurting so bad, not just the back of his skull, but his heart, with the shame of it. From somewhere in the tender, raw, agonized tendrils of his mind, he knew he had to do something about covering that head of his. Slowly, gradually, Bass brought his dampened left hand to the back of his head. Gingerly he brushed wet, cool fingertips across the sun-fevered skull at first. Strange to find it so hard, so dry. And that, his numbed mind told him, was just the danger. Got to cover it. Dipping his left hand in the water again, Bass brought the wet fingers to the back of his skull. Again and again he tapped them gently on that bare patch of bone where his topknot had once rested. Sensing as he did so that the edges of the wound, his very flesh where the hair was matted with blood, the crust of coagulate and flesh had already dried in a hard, ragged circle. Tears came again as he realized he had survived, and told himself he would survive. With the left hand, he dug into the sand and pushed with both legs to shove himself toward the overhang of some willow where he spotted the rocks. There, back in the cool shadows, atop some of the smooth, round-topped rocks, lay the green topknots on each one. With his quaking fingers, he scraped off the first of the cool, damp moss, then brought it to his dry, tortured skullcap. At first, the soppy material made him shiver. It was so cold on the open wound. But as he applied a second scraping of moss, then more, the pain gradually subsided, and the ragged wound was soothed. The animal snorted, quiet hooves on the rocky bank. The bastard had come back. Wheeling on his hip, Bass's head swam, dizzy from such swift motion, fighting to clear his mind. Afraid, dragging his left hand across the back of his belt, he found his scabbards empty. So fearful was he that Scratch brought both empty hands up into claws. Despite the pain it caused him in that shoulder, those claws were all he had. The animal snorted, and its unshod hooves clicked upon the rocks as it emerged from the brush. He held his breath, heart thumping, ready to fight for his life now that it had been spared the first time. Hannah, he croaked in a hoarse whisper, the first sound his throat had made all day. She stopped, her nostrils flaring a moment, sniffing the air and looking him over as if to be sure it was really him. Come here, he said, his voice cracking. Come here, girl. Bass tried to whistle, but barely got out a squeak. Her head bobbed once, and she clattered forward on the rocks to stand over him, between her master and the sun, shading him. Bass was no longer alone. 19. Just when he was feeling sorry for himself, about the sorriest he'd ever been, Hannah showed up. That mule had a head about her, Scratch would tell himself over and over across the next few days. As he sat there staring at her for the longest time, not able to believe at first that she was real, no one could have convinced Titus that she wouldn't eventually come back for him. Deep in his marrow, Bass knew that she had run as far as she had to until the warriors gave up their chase. Then it had merely been a case of her lying low long enough for the countryside thereabouts to clear of brownskins. Likely you moseyed back to stay close enough so's you could watch me, Bass murmured late that afternoon as sundown approached. Waiting to learn if I was live or dead. His affection for her burned all the more warmly in his heart as Bass reflected on what she'd done to take care of not just her own hide, but his as well. And when you saw me moving there by the river, he told the mule, you come out of hiding and made your way back to me, just like a friend. A good, good friend. Slowly it struck him just how little he had left in the world right about then. A year's worth of prime, seal-sleek beaver plues gone the way of dust on the wind. Now the horses and mules, saddles, and camp plunder, along with the lion's share of what supplies of coffee, sugar, flour, and such he had been toting around since bidding the three farewell far up on the Yellowstone. But at least he had Hannah, he thought, as he looked up at her there on the riverbank where the mule came to a halt beside him, lowering her head so that he could reach up and rub between her ears, right there at the forelock the way she liked him to do. He had Hannah, the only friend he could imagine he had left in the world to count on. There were others, men among Fitzpatrick's and Sublet's brigades, but they were so far away in days and distance that he told himself they could be of little help to him now, not in the shape he was in. Whereas before the attack he had planned on heading north to cut one of their trails so that he might end up with a few supplies and a whole heaping of companionship, now Scratch realized he just needed to get himself to anyone who could help him mend, help him heal, then re-outfit him. Why, he might be lucky enough to find an old knife among the packs Hannah carried. Besides it, he didn't have a weapon to call upon. The 2 pistols were gone, and his belt scabbards were empty when he had finally come to beside the Little Bear River. Again he stared at the mule in amazement. She had returned for him, steadfastly loyal. Yet he and Hannah were nonetheless alone, here in enemy country, with nothing more than one another to rely upon. It was enough to make a good man cry. Then he remembered the tale the old frontiersman Isaac Washburn had told him, how in his first ordeal Hugh Glass had been mauled good by that sow grizzly, then left beside his own shallow grave with nary a weapon nor a horse. But the second time Glass found himself set afoot in enemy territory along the Platte, Washburn was along to discover just how good old Hugh felt despite their dire circumstances. Having his rifle, pistol, pouch, and powder, why all that made a man feel right pert, so Hugh told Isaac. "Damn," Bass muttered. "Just look at you feeling so danged sorry for yourself. You ain't got no gun, that's for certain, but by God, you got some fixins there in that mule's packs. And I got you too, girl," he cooed to her. The moss trickled down the back of his neck as he inched forward, reached out, and snagged her long lead rope, thankful it hadn't become tangled in rocks or brush in her getaway flight or in her faithful return to him. "So steady, steady, girl," he whispered. Gradually, he coaxed himself to stand beside her, dragging himself up with that rope, raising his weight with that one strong arm as he got his legs under him, rocking there on the weak, wobbly legs. Then he slowly worked at the knotted rope, securing one corner of the dirty canvas covering her packs. He flipped the heavy cover back, seeing what he had been hoping for, then lay against the pack a moment. Closing his eyes, he felt as if he offered a prayer. When he had gathered his strength again, Bass worked one-handed at the knot on the rawhide parfleche painted with earth colors in Ute designs and patterns. Pushing back the stiff flap, he reached inside, digging around carefully until his fingers found it. Dragging out the old, much-worn rawhide belt scabbard, Titus sighed with relief. Such was his joy that his hands almost trembled as he clutched it, a mist welling in his eyes. Scratch slid the knife out. As worn and well-used as it was, he had nonetheless always kept it sharp. A man could never have enough knives around camp. Now Gut's old knife would likely make a big difference. From that parfleche he pulled a bundle of scrap buckskin, pieces of hide Fawn had tanned and smoked and used for garments sewn for him or the boy that winter in Park Kayak. As she had taught him, nothing was thrown away, least of all those odd-shaped pieces left over after making moccasins or clothing. There, beside Hannah, he sank to the grass and sand. Working the knot loose, he spread the scraps apart as the soggy moss continued to drip down his neck, across his chest, and onto his lap. Then he found a rectangular scrap that, with a little cutting, might work. He left a patch in the middle about the size of 3 fists. On either end of that middle section, he sliced 2 long straps. As he bent his head forward, Titus carefully centered the buckskin over the moss, squaring it so that the makeshift bandage overlapped the missing scalp lock. Now came the painful ordeal of lifting the right arm, rotating the shoulder high enough for him to accomplish the rest of this task. He bent over more, raised his arm a little higher, biting down fiercely, clenching his teeth against the burning agony in the bullet wound as he finally lifted the right arm far enough for his fingers to latch on to one of the straps dangling on that side of his head. Barely able to breathe for the pain coursing through him, Titus quickly seized a strap on the left side of his cheek and knotted it crudely at his forehead. Exhausted with enduring the torture, Scratch let the right arm drop, numbed, filled with painful arrows that radiated from the sharp torment in the shoulder. His breath came sharp and ragged, but at least he did not have to worry about the moss sliding off any longer while he waited for the pain to pass. When he was prepared to endure it all over again, Bass again hunched over at the waist, making himself lightheaded as he grabbed hold of those last two straps on his buckskin scrap and secured them beneath his chin. Just tight enough that he could feel the knot when he swallowed, tight enough that he was sure the makeshift bandage would not slip off his head. The wind suddenly came up, blustering down the snaking path of the riverbed, spooking him enough to jump. Startled, he lunged to his knees for the lead rope, ready to escape at any cost. Then that gust of wind died, and he was left with Hannah, his heart hammering in his tortured head, his breath coming shallow and labored in the chest, where it tormented him to take a deep breath. You damned fool, he chided himself in a whisper and sank back to the ground from his knees. Pulling the remaining scraps of buckskin together, he retied the bundle, then shuffled on hands and knees down the bank. There beside the river, he tugged on Hannah's lead rope. "Come on, girl," he coaxed. "Get yourself a drink whilst you can. No telling when next we'll have us a chance at water." She stood beside him on the grassy bank as he lay forward, held himself out over the water, and dipped his face. Drinking his fill as if it were a sweet potion, Titus drew back on the grass and sand, gulping down that last cold mouthful. Only then did the mule dip her head and lap at the river. He waited and twice told her to drink more. As if she somehow understood his prodding, Hannah returned to nuzzle more water down. As the sun continued to fall, the wind came sinking down the ridge behind them, then blustered off toward a bend in the river, spooking him enough again to hurriedly wrap the lead rope around his left hand. When it had gone down the valley, Hannah stood over him as he crouched in her shadow. Gazing up at the mule, he realized what they must do. "We can't stay here no longer. Gotta make ourselves tracks." The warriors might return for no good reason at all, thinking they may well have left something on the dead man, figuring they might still find the mule carrying more of their ill-gotten plunder. Steadying himself against her left foreleg with his good shoulder, Bass again forced his legs under him to prop himself up beside her. Pushing back that waterproofed Russian sheeting again, he dug around until he secured one of the thick wool blankets he used to roll himself within. Tugging to free it, Titus stopped suddenly, staring, blinking his eyes, not sure he wasn't imagining what his eyes told him he saw. Sinking to his knees and one hand of a sudden, he sobbed as he crabbed forward around the mule, dragging the right arm. He lost sight of the object as soon as he collapsed into a crouch, afraid now that his eyes had been playing tricks on him. Desperate, he pushed against the thick tangle of leafy brush, prodding his way in farther and farther a few inches at a time, desperate to know for sure if it was real or a trick his head was playing on him. With a wordless gasp, he closed his eyes and raised his face to the sky for a moment, then opened them again and reached out with that left hand, his fingertips brushing the scuffed wood of the curly maple forestock, the rawhide band. It was real. He hadn't imagined it. Grabbing hold before the rifle could disappear with a poof of his imagination, Scratch dragged the weapon out of the brush where it had gone tumbling, pitching and cartwheeling during his fall from the saddle horse. There it had lain, hidden in the brush, while the victorious warrior stole the rest of his weapons. Hidden, just as surely as Hannah had remained out of sight until it was safe. Collapsing back with growing relief, Titus sat, cradling the rifle in his lap, stroking that rawhide repair, treating the weapon as if it were a living creature. Suddenly fearing the lock might well be broken, he dragged the hammer back. It clicked at half cock, then moved on back with a crisp snap to full cock. With a thumb, he flicked the frizzen open and gazed down at the priming powder still cupped in the pan. The Derringer was loaded and ready. Bringing it off his lap in that left hand, standing it up, Bass propped himself against the rifle and rose. Now he could hobble about, using it as a crutch. Shuffling over to the mule, he pointed the muzzle down at an angle and worked the barrel beneath those ropes securing the right side of her packs. There, he figured, he could pull it out quickly if need be. With no pistols, nothing but the old skinning knife he had stuffed into the back of his belt, Titus lovingly stroked the heavy-barreled rifle. It, like the mule, were gifts granted him this day, which might well have been his last. Steadying himself with an arm around the mule's neck, Bass hobbled beneath her head. It took a little doing, but with the sheeting finally draped back over that off side of the load and the thick red blanket folded just so and laid over the top of the packs, Bass took up Hannah's long rawhide lead again. Looping it over her neck halfway between ears and withers, he hobbled a single step so that he could grip his left arm around her jaw. It was an embrace she struggled against at first, perhaps not sure what he intended to do. Then, as he continued to coo and pat and stroke, she settled, allowing him to hug her fiercely. "You're all I got now, girl," he croaked, his voice breaking and his eyes filling with tears, spilling out on the blood dried and caked on his cheeks. "You gotta do for me what I can't do for myself." Laying the side of his face along her jaw for a moment, Bass eventually pulled himself away and hobbled back to her foreleg again. This was it, the test to see if they would be able to get themselves out of there. Hell, he told himself, she could. That wasn't the question at all. What he was about to endure was the test of his own grit. Perhaps one of the most supreme trials he had ever confronted. And here he was, alone, no one to help, no one to know. Just him and the mule, the friend who had come back for him. Damn near the only friend he now had in life. Help me, he whispered there at her ear as he reached over her withers as far as he could with his good left arm. Steady, he coaxed, already wincing with the pain, tears clouding his eyes. Bass said no more. He could not. His teeth were clenched too damned tight to utter a word. But sounds came out nonetheless as he raised himself off the ground a matter of no more than inches at first, struggling to pull his weight up against the side of the shifting mule with that one lone arm. When he tried kicking his leg for additional boost, Bass cried out suddenly, and hearing himself, he clamped down on his lower lip, vowing he would not make that mistake again. Instead, he could only groan, gasping for breath with every sharp jab of pain as he pulled. Steady, dear God, steady girl, he thought, as the mule sidestepped again, shifting herself with his additional weight, throwing her off balance. Then he realized he had dragged himself more than 2 feet off the ground, and not knowing how long he could go on hanging there with the one arm bearing it all, but knowing at the core of him that he would never endure another attempt. This had to be it, or they would be staying right there for the night, perhaps forever if the Arapaho returned. Grunting, he forced that tingling right hand to seize a loop of knotted rope securing the sheeting over the packs. By rocking to his side, Bass let go with his left hand, and before his weak right arm failed him, he thrust out with the strong one, securing a new hold and hung there, stunned by the pain and ready to bawl. Sure that he would weaken and cry out with the torment in that shoulder wound the next time he inhaled, instead, Titus bit down on his lip, grunting as he pulled again, dragging his weight a little farther up the side of the mule. She volved her head back to look at him, see what he was doing, then suddenly lowered her neck. Not waiting for Hannah to change her mind, for her to move, Bass lunged down her far side with the good hand and snatched a third hold, pulling, dragging, hauling himself on over her foreflanks until his waist lay across her withers. As Hannah's head and neck came up, he finally gasped for breath, spitting blood from the lower lip he had just bitten hard enough that a warm ooze trickled across his tongue. Good girl, he stammered in a hoarse croak, the punctured lip already beginning to swell. As he fought the dizziness and thumping of each heartbeat now clanging in his head with the power of a blacksmith's hammer, Titus rolled onto his left side and with the numbed right arm yanked on the thick blanket, stuffing it down beneath him. There he knew it would pad him from the mule's bony withers, here where he lay cradled between her neck and the front of Hannah's packs. With each of those violent movements, all that stretching of the shoulder, rotating it, Bass now rested there a moment, sensing the wound on the front of his shoulder seeping. For the first time since he had regained consciousness on the riverbank, the bullet hole had torn away from the inside of his buckskin shirt where the animal hide had crusted itself against the exit wound. And as he hung there, crimped at the waist over the back of the faithful mule, Scratch began to feel a warm trickle at the back of his neck, not sure if it was the river moss still dripping, or more of his own blood seeping now from the entrance wound in his back. That, or the scalping. If he didn't bleed to death in the next few hours, he damn well might fall off because he couldn't hold on anymore. No telling how long his strength would last, and when it failed, he would just tumble off the mule's back. If that happened, Bass knew with rock-hard certainty that he would never get back on her. This was his chance. He'd been given this much by the power that watched over all things. A man had no right to expect any more than that. This was his one chance, his to do with or die. It was up to him now, up to him and the mule. After a moment more, he tugged on the rifle one more time to be sure he could free it from the ropes. Then Bass took up the long loop of rawhide rope. "All right, Hannah," he whispered hoarsely. Get us out of here." With a slight tug on the rope, she started away from the riverbank with him slung over her like so much dead-weight baggage. Turning slightly and taking those small steps, Hannah was careful where she placed each hoof, perhaps sensing the heavy burden placed on her. Not just the man's weight, but his call to her spirit. It was up to her now. As Hannah turned a step at a time, firmly planting each hoof before she moved another on the uneven, sandy grass of the bank, she turned Scratch's face toward the west. Slowly she came around, turning so that he saw downriver. Through the mist of tears, he got himself a long look at the sun settling beyond those tall cottonwoods. How good this was, he suddenly thought, suddenly felt its certainty through his whole body. How damned good it was to watch this sundown. So simple a thing to him before this day, this matter of the sun's going down. As she brought him on around, Bass gradually turned his head and rested it against her powerful, muscular foreflank, flexing with each measured step. Resting his cheek against her power when he was now weak, gazing back at that sunset. As she plodded forward across the uneven ground, a hoof at a time, he gave thanks for the loyalty of that friend carrying him away from the riverbank there at the end of that day. Watching the sun ease down past the bushy tops of the far cottonwoods, Scratch vowed his life would not be the same hereafter. This simple matter of a sunset was the powerful radiance of what surrounded his heart with all the more warmth. Not only did he have the mule and his rifle, but he had been given this sunset. The gift of another day now brought to a close. Had things been different, had the power that watched over all things not been wanting him to see things through new and different eyes, then, Bass realized, he would not be alive to watch this sun going down behind those cottonwoods, splashing the river's surface with glittering light. At the center of him, he made a vow to watch each and every sunset, each and every one of those days given him from here on out, promising to be thankful for each one he had been granted by whatever great force had spared him this day. Surely it had to be the same unnamed power that created the beauty of every sunset, painting each day's with a different hue as the earth slowly turned beneath that radiant, blazing horizon. As the sun sank lower, out of sight behind the cottonwoods, and Hannah carried him up the long slope from the river, Bass vowed with all his heart that he would not fail to watch them all, given that gift of each day. Realizing he was not just given his life this day, but given new eyes to see all those sunsets yet to come. By the time he pushed himself over and off the mule's back late that first night, it felt like every inch of him had been scalded raw. Scratch wasn't sure how much ground they had covered after fleeing the riverbank at sundown. He had passed out. But when he finally became aware that the mule had stopped, the moon itself was resting on the far western edge of that black dome overhead. Slowly coming awake, he realized he had been asleep. Maybe more so, he had passed out with fatigue, his mind and body giving up the fight against such terrible pain. And he shivered with cold. As warm as the days had been, the nights had been gradually growing colder. Evidently, she had been standing there patiently waiting for him to awaken, unable or unwilling to take him any farther that night. The only sounds he heard as he came to were the mule's weary breathing and the faint trickle of water seeping along its bed somewhere out there. As the seconds passed and his heartbeat began to hammer at his ears once more, Bass became all too painfully aware of his body. From head to toe, it felt as if he had been brutalized, not a part of him that did not cry out. While not as horrifying an ordeal as had been climbing on, this pushing himself off the mule's bare back was nothing short of excruciating torment. Even the muscles in his good arm and the two strong legs cried out with complaint. Every part of him in agony, Bass heaved himself off his perch, dropping to his legs only to have them give out beneath him, so he landed in a heap. Groaning, Scratch rolled over onto his left shoulder and drew his legs up feebly, fixing to let himself cry as the pain washed over him in a diminishing flood. Sometime later, when he was prepared for what it would take, Bass told himself he had the strength to get back on his feet. Better that than lying on the cold, bare ground at the edge of this stand of trees. First, he struggled to his knees, then rose there beside Hannah, resting against her as his breath slowed until he again heard the faint trickle. With his legs stiff and unused, he gripped onto the mule and stumbled around to the far side of her to drag his rifle free. With that crutch, Titus started away, following the faint sound. The tiny freshet proved to be less than 5 yards away, a narrow creek fed by a high country snowfield as yet unmelted by summer's harsh glare and heat. There he went to his knees again, and with the rifle close at hand, Bass dipped his face into the icy flow. Colder than he had imagined it would be, much colder than the river had been, he pulled back, gasping with surprise, his face and beard dripping with black pearls in the darkness. "Come, girl," he coaxed the mule behind him. "Get you some." When she didn't move, he tried convincing her again, but instead she only hung her head in exhaustion. "I know," Scratch said quietly. "Me too." Then, after he slowly dragged his tongue over his parched lips, Bass whistled the best he could. Her ears perked and her head came up. Wide-eyed, she came over close enough for him to stroke her as he sat up beside the freshet to rub a hand down a foreleg, sensing the powerful muscle that had rescued him from destruction, carried him far from the riverbank attack. "Drink, girl. You're gonna need it." Gently tugging down on her lead, Titus finally got her to understand. She lapped at the water briefly, then raised her head and backed away. "Come here," he demanded, then whistled. When she returned to his side, Scratch reached up and snatched hold of the end of the big, thick wool blanket. He wasn't about to move any farther tonight. Right here would do. Gazing into the sky for a moment to figure where the sun would come up in the morning, he shuffled over a few yards on his knees to a soft patch of grass within a brushy crescent of tall willow. She followed him, stopped, and hung her head as he painfully, slowly laid his body down on the double fold of blanket, slid the long rifle between his knees and arms, then brought the other half of the blanket over himself. It took a few minutes, but much of the pain of moving eventually dissipated, and he was left with nothing but the constant nagging throb of his wounds and the deepening of the cold that night. Sometime later, when the sky to the east was graying, Bass awoke, his bladder full and aching. The best he could do was throw off the blanket, push himself onto his knees, then pull his breechclout aside as he made water there and then. With that exquisite relief washing over him, Titus collapsed within his thick red cocoon and quickly fell back to sleep. There were times during that first day when he grew aware of things around him, not coming fully awake, not really opening his eyes at all, only occasions when he was slowly brought to realizing the sun was up at one position or another in the sky. Instead of opening his eyes here in the cool of his copse of willow, Bass would smell, his nose telling him that Hannah remained close by. One time he awoke to smell the earthy scent of her dung, another time when she made a puddle of strong, pungent urine nearby. Late that afternoon he awoke again, and for the longest time he kept his eyes closed, listening to the mule crop at the grass, tearing it off between her teeth, listened to the breeze and the birds and the winged insects droning somewhere close. With no sun on the willow grove now, he figured it to be evening and eventually opened his eyes. Rubbing the grit from them once more, Scratch sat up a little at a time, his belly as hungry as he could remember it had ever been. For a long time, his belly rumbled while he stared down at the front of his right shoulder, slowly volving it to see how much he could move it now, more than a day after the bullet wound. Sore and tender, but he could urge it this way and that more widely than before. Soon, maybe, he would have to see about patching it up, putting some sort of bandage over one or both of the holes. Carefully, he tugged at the buckskin shirt with his fingers and was surprised to find that the shirt wasn't crusted to the front wound again. The hole was coagulating all on its own. After whistling softly to Hannah, Bass pulled himself up against her, propping himself there to loosen knots on rope and rawhide. After retrieving that tight bundle of buckskin scraps, he blindly dug around in a second rawhide parfleche until his fingers felt the beaver fur. Knowing the glossy hides would do nicely, Scratch pulled out the small wrap of fur. What he saw was not just the dark sheen of the thick scraps of beaver, but tangled in it across his hand lay the blue bandana. Slowly sinking again with the buckskin and beaver scraps in his lap, he stared a long time at the blue silk scarf before finally bringing it to his nose. He inhaled deep and long, his eyes barely closing, conjuring up that remembrance of her through the potent power of scent. As he rubbed the cloth gently across his bare cheek, down the bridge of his nose, over his eyelids, just to feel the caress of the fabric was enough to make him want desperately to remember the feel of her, that silky flesh with its tiny hairs, flesh that goose-pimpled each time it became cold in her tiny room, and he flung back the blankets to look at all of her at once, to gaze upon her coffee-colored body. That big blue scarf took him back many, many miles, and what seemed like a good man's lifetime took him back to those last months in St. Louis. To that time when he lost Isaac Washburn, and along with the old trapper, Bass lost his long-held dream. Across those seasons of despair, he had nothing more to look forward to than the earthy necessities of a man's life. Spending most of his money to buy himself a drink now and then, along with the feral pleasure of a good meal upon special occasions, as well as the company of a succession of women who each one helped Titus hold at bay the numbness slowly eking in to penetrate to his very marrow. It had been a time when, unlike before, there were no more of those raucous days ruled by whiskey fever and whoring until he passed out. But for a time there, he no longer dreamed on the buffalo. Across that last autumn and winter he'd imprisoned himself in St. Louis, Bass routinely had pleasured himself one evening a week with the coffee-skinned quadroon he'd grown fond of. At times, they'd shared a bottle of West Indian sweet rum brought upriver on a paddle-wheel steamboat, both of them drinking and laughing until she was ready to hike up her nettlebark petticoat and climb astride him. He smelled of the blue scarf again as he sat there in the willow. Only in his imagination did it still smell of her. So very long now had he carried it among skins and hides on that pack mare, then among Hannah's baggage. Oh, how he believed he smelled her still on this corner or that, remembering how he visited once a week, every payday when he could afford a bottle of that brown sugar rum and the sweet sin of that crossbreed whore. There every week, at least until that Saturday night he came to call, fresh from the bathhouse and a warm meal taken in the tippling house just down the narrow avenue, ready to have that cream-colored beauty work her magic on his flesh so he could swallow down what troubled him so. As Scratch brought the scarf from his nose and laid it across his lap, spreading it out fully, he recalled how the old woman who watched over the knocking girls informed him that his favorite no longer boarded there, having left suddenly to take up residence in a private place farther up the hill, close to where the rich and very French families dwelled in Old St. Lou. Bass remembered how, as the woman had told him the news, in disappointment, he had touched that blue scarf he'd always tied around his neck every one of those special Saturday nights. No, Isaac Washburn hadn't been alone in finding a favorite trollop there in St. Louis. For Titus, his favorite became the gal with skin the color of a pale milk chocolate. A recent arrival, the quadroon had been imported upriver from New Orleans by a successful madam. Ah, how her brown skin was almost the color of that silky mud sheen to the lower Mississippi itself. As he hacked off 2 pieces of the beaver hide big enough to lay over his wounds and tied together long strips of buckskin, Titus recalled the first time he saw her sipping at her Lisbon wine. She was wearing those tall and gracefully carved ivory combs in her hair, every bit as dark as a moonless midnight. At the base of her neck was wrapped a velvet choker pinned with a whalebone brooch, the ribbon clasped so tight at her throat that the brooch trembled with every one of her rising pulses. Her lips full enough to more than hint at her African ancestry, Bass found it little wonder that he came away from her so many nights, bearing the tiny blue bruises and curves of teeth marks she left behind as she worked him over with her mouth, starting at the shoulder and working on down to the flat of his belly. While he clumsily secured the scraps of beaver over the wounds with 2 long strands of buckskin thong, he stared at the blue scarf, squeezing hard to remember her every gliding movement, to remember the silky feel of her, to recall her potent smell. It had been early one wintry morning after swearing she was his favorite that they heard Washburn hammering a fist on her door, announcing that he was ready to head back to the livery. Without saying a word at first, she reached up to pull down one of her scarves from a peg hammered into the wall beside her narrow, short-posted muley bed. "You take this," she instructed in a hoarse whisper as she settled her naked body back on the thin mattress beside him. At that moment, he didn't know what she laid across his hands in the flickering candlelight. "What's this?" "My scarf," she said in that thick Mississippi-bottom dialect of hers, taking the fabric from him to unknot it. "Blue as the sea that rolls away from New Orleans to the home of my people." Where are your people?" he had asked her over the noise of Washburn's insistent thumping on the doorway, his bellowing that he was about to come crashing in. "I don't have no people no more," she explained, sadness filling her eyes. "But I want you always to be somebody special to me." "I will be, always," he vowed, and let her tie the scarf around his neck before they parted in the gray of that dawn. How he recalled wearing the scarf knotted there at his neck every time he returned to see her on those Saturday nights when he could afford the price of both a bottle of rum and to sleep till morning with someone warm beside him. Hell, even when he could not afford her and had to content himself with gazing at the whore from across the smoky room in the tippling house where she went about her business, talking and laughing with other customers, glancing at him once in a while, those eyes of hers asking why it was not he who was pushing his hand up her skirts and hungrily rubbing her legs then and there, panting to drag her back to her little room. After struggling to get the buckskin shirt down over his head and arms once more, Bass concluded he would wear the scarf as she had intended him to. Working at the 2 resistant knots, he eventually freed the head bandage as the sky became greasy with twilight. Tucking the scarf under his belt, Bass slowly crabbed over to the trickling freshet, then slipped the buckskin and moss from his head. As he set the moss scrapings aside atop a small rock, Bass grew curious. Just how would the bare bone feel to his touch? How would his touch feel to the bare bone? Before he could talk himself out of it, Scratch reached up to lay his fingertips on the wound. One by one, his fingers tiptoed across the exposed bone, gingerly feeling their way around the circumference of the lacerated flesh. There, at the bottom of the wound, he felt the thin, stiffened strip of flesh. Tugging on it gently, Scratch figured he could not pull it. That shriveled curl of skin must still be attached to some living flesh. Drawing the worn skinning knife from its old scabbard at the back of his belt, Scratch bent forward so that he could use his right arm, the right hand grasping the long flap of skin so he could lay the blade against his skull and saw the knife through it. Bringing the curled flesh down to stare at it, at the same time, Bass also rubbed a finger along the wound where he had cut the scrap free, reassured that he hadn't stirred up any more bleeding. A curious object it was, this long, narrow strip of his own flesh, no more than 3 inches in length now that it had shriveled. Attached to its entire length was some of his very own hair. As careful as the Arapaho had been in scraping the scalp itself clean before stuffing it into his belt, it appeared the warrior had made himself 2 cuts to free the cherished topknot, both of those cuts ending at the bottom where they overlapped. That narrow thong of overlap had been left to dangle when the warrior had yanked off the topknot, the flesh drying, dying, shrinking into a long, twisted curl. He knew immediately what should be done with it. After untying the narrow thong that closed the top of the small medicine pouch, Scratch stuffed the small scrap of his own scalp in among the few other objects of special significance he had been gathering since that spring parting from Fawn. Here he would keep the strip, dangling around his neck in the medicine pouch worn beneath his shirt next to his heart. With the moss dampened in the trickle of water and replaced over the bare bone of his exposed skull, Titus smelled deeply of the scarf one last time. From now on, the fabric would no longer even remotely carry the fragrance of the quadroon. Lo, after all these many miles and bygone seasons. Remembering painfully how the whore had abandoned him and what little they had shared together. "I'll go see her there," he recalled declaring to the madam that night she had told him the quadroon would not be back. "See her where she's working now. What's the place so I'll know it?" "You can't see her up there," the woman tried to explain, the wounded look in her eyes showing how she tried to understand this poor man's desire for just one woman. "She ain't coming back?" Wagging her head, the woman explained, "Rich man bought her, took her off to the place where he's going to keep her for himself, for now on and always. Buy her all the soft clothes she'd ever want to wear. She told me when she left, there's a tree outside her window, where she'll sit and watch the birds sing come the end of this goddamned winter." "He married her?" The woman had laughed at that. "Sakes, no. He's already got him a wife, but one likely cold as ice. Land o' Goshen, but he don't ever intend to marry the girl. Just keep her in that fancy place he bought her, just so she'll be there whenever he shows up so she can pleasure only him." "Maybe so I can see her still. Sneak up there when he ain't around." Again, the woman wagged her head sadly. "Don't you see? She went there on her own. That means she wasn't thinking about being with no one else here on out. The girl, she left everything behind. And that means she left you too. Best you forget her now." Now, as he folded the large square of heavy silk into a triangle, Bass recalled how he had stared at the crude puncheon planks beneath his muddy boots, realizing how the quadroon's leaving was merely another piece of him chipped away, like a flake of plaster from one of those painted saints down at the cathedral on Rue d'Église. Then Titus had looked into the woman's eyes, vowing he would not let her leaving hurt him. Then, of a sudden, he had remembered Isaac's favorite. "What about that one with the brown hair down to the middle of her back? Think she was called Jenny." "You're 2 days late, son," the woman declared morosely. "A mean bastard cut her up good just last night. Up to the pauper's cemetery they buried Jenny in a shallow hole only this morning." Swallowing, perhaps feeling a bit desperate that so much of what he took solace in was crumbling around him, Bass said, "Any other'n. Any one at all." Squinting her eyes up at him, the woman rested her hands on her fleshy hips and asked, "You ain't so choosy no more?" His eyes flicked to the left down the corridor, then right. Back to the woman. "Not choosy at all." Here in the willow, as the light quickly oozed out of the sky, Titus remembered that from that painful night on, he had rutted with the fleshy ones, the pocked ones, the ones who hadn't cared to bathe in a month or more. It made little matter to him that the quality and color of whores in that city always depended upon the size of a man's purse. No, it wasn't the money that was determining his choice of solace for Bass. No good reason at all could he come up with to be particular just where he took his pleasure. And for the longest time, it seemed to be that he was seeking only that particular salve of a warm and willing woman to rub into all those hidden wounds he kept covered so well. No, he hadn't been choosy at all, until he chose to seize his dream. When he brought the blue triangle to his head and began to knot it at the base of his skull to hold down the damp moss, Bass remembered those days when he figured it was simply too cruel to fool himself anymore into believing in hope. How he had vowed never again would he cling to any dream. Those dreary seasons passed slowly by while he choked down his despair at never hoping again, daring never again to dream, pounding out his rage on that anvil in Trust's livery. Of every Saturday night, he found himself a new whore to stab with his anger as he rutted above her. Until he had worked his way through them all, and by the time a cold winter was waning, Titus started pleasuring his way back through what poor women he could still afford. As he did, Bass had grown more frightened that with each visit to their wharfside cribs, it was taking just a little more of that balm to soothe his deepest wounds. Scared, they might never heal. And when he found himself weakest, Titus had always brooded on this, then far-away land, still mythical as it was to him back then. He had been weakest in those moments when the whiskey could no longer stiffen his backbone, when he found himself drained and done with the sweating torment of driving his rage into a woman, and he lay beside her, gone limp and soft deep within himself as well as out. Now, with the moss protecting his skull, with the bandana secured around his head, he knew with certainty that it hadn't been a cruel hoax his grandpap and Isaac Washburn had played on him. There was indeed a magical, mystical place where the horizon ran black with buffalo. Just as they had promised, those huge, shaggy, powerful beasts indisputably ruled their domain and were servient to none. Like that rare breed of man who had come to test himself against these mountains, the few who indisputably ruled this wild, untamed domain. That twilight, Bass used some of the last of his strength to draw back the Russian sheeting and desperately scrounged through what baggage was left on Hannah's back in search of something to eat. All that he found besides some green coffee beans he could suck on was a small linen sack of flour. With his blanket clutched around his shoulders, Scratch collapsed wearily to the grass, watching the sun settle far away beyond the Uinta Mountains. He moistened the fingers on his left hand, then stuffed them into the flour. Pulling his hand out of the sack, he sucked on the fingers, repeating the movement over and over until his stomach no longer rumbled, until he could no longer tolerate the pasty, bland taste of the flour. Bass realized he needed meat. It was the only thing that would replenish his strength, keep him from steadily becoming weaker and weaker until he could only curl up and wait to die. He dreamed on buffalo, big, shaggy, humpbacked buffalo, all that red meat and blood up to his elbows, but he'd take elk or deer now, a prairie goat if he had to. Hell, Scratch thought mournfully as he looked down at the flour sack in his lap, he'd even take a rabbit or a ground squirrel right now if he had to, close his eyes and make believe it was buffalo as he was eating it. When he had retied the top of the sack with its strand of hemp twine, Titus keeled over onto his side, dragged the rifle between his legs, and tugged the blanket back over himself. Twilight had faded, and night had arrived the next time he awoke. After putting the flour, buckskin, and beaver scraps away among the few belongings still left him, Scratch stuffed the rifle under the loops of rope. Now he was ready for the ordeal of getting himself aboard the mule. Again, he folded the blanket over her withers in front of her packs, but this time he had something different in mind for the night's ride. Back over to the freshet, then across its narrow path, he led the patient Hannah a hobbling step at a time. It was there on the far side he had seen the deadfall where he now headed. Positioning the mule beside the big pine's trunk, Titus slowly clambered up the rotting deadfall until he stood nearly opposite her tail root. Seizing hold of the ropes at the top of her packs, he leaned against her, pulling himself onto Hannah's rear flanks. Securing a second hold farther up, Titus pulled himself a little farther onto her back. Nestled there between the two bundles that were lashed to her pack frame, he settled himself. Down between them, he wouldn't be near so likely to fall off as she picked her way across uneven ground while he fell asleep. Which was just what he wanted to do more than anything right then. With his good left arm, Bass dragged the red blanket over his head, nudging it on down over his back so that it covered his legs, flaps draping off either side of the mule's packs. Now he would be warm, here under the blanket and next to her hide, warm no matter how cold this late summer night would become as Hannah carried him into the coming darkness. At least he would be warm here, no matter how empty his belly. Warm, though he realized how fast his strength was flagging. Were it not for that nest within the pack saddle, Bass knew he simply didn't have the strength to stay on her back. Without meat, he might not be able to hold on much longer. Without meat, he might never be strong enough to climb back on. Hunger was a cruel torturer. Taking the long lead rope into hand, Scratch raised his chin to search the heavens a moment until he found what he looked for. Gently reining Hannah around to the right, he told her, "Let's go, girl. Time to carry me some." As he clucked to her with his tongue, Bass guided her toward that great patch of black sky there beneath the North Star. The big handle on that water dipper pointed the way he would go. In only a matter of minutes, his eyes grew too heavy for him to hold them open any longer. "Keep going, girl," he whispered to her, stroking her withers, patting her neck and mane. "Take us north." Hannah moved out faster this evening than she had carried him that first night, perhaps sensing that now he was secured among her baggage. The oft-times gentle, sometimes jarring rockabye motion of her gait lulled him deeper and deeper as he repeated wearily, "Take us north. Find us something to eat." At times during the night he awoke, lifting his sore, pounding head and gazing into the starry black blanket overhead. Then he might tug a little this way or that to nudge a correction to their course before he let his head collapse once more, and he was asleep again in his warm nest down between those bundles lashed to the crossed arms of the worn sawbuck saddle. The North Star beckoned the way, suspended far, far ahead of them in the night. He slept again, knowing that the only way he'd ever follow that star was on the back of this mule. 20. It was cold enough that he could see his breath come in gray streamers against the murky light of pre-dawn, curling up before his eyes, then wisping off on each gentle gust of breeze. The land rose gently on either side of him as Hannah plodded along. Since awaking, he had realized she was beginning to slow, too weary after the night's march beneath her added burden. He shifted slightly, rolling to his other hip between the sawbucks, and breathed deeply of the cold breeze that gusted against his cheeks. It was good, he told himself. With it in his face, he would not be on the downwind of man or animal. Turning his face to the right, regarding the paling sky, Scratch felt relieved that the mule had been moving him steadily north through another night. Soon enough, he would have to tug on her rope, steer her off to one row of these hills or another, hoping there to find a sheltered draw where he could hoist himself off her back and crawl into the brush. Perhaps this morning he would have enough strength to yank back the thick, oiled Russian sheeting and spend the time and strength it would require of him to release the packs from their frame. But as weak as he was, how was he ever going to get the packs reloaded? How many days now, he asked himself. Had it been 2 nights or 3? 2, he decided, which meant she had suffered for the better part of 3 days without having her burdens removed. You'll want yourself a good roll, won't you, girl? By damn, he knew how she must feel, knowing how he got at times, ready to back up to a rough-barked tree where he'd strop his back up and down slowly, deliciously, giving himself one hell of a good scratching. Find you a good patch of grass where I can sleep and you can eat your fill. Just the mention of food caused his stomach to roil like summer's thunderheads. That little bit of flour hadn't lasted him long at all. No better than bread for a man who was grease-hungry. Lean, red meat, dripping juice as it was just barely seared over an open flame. Enough of it to fill not only his belly, but to satisfy his tongue and teeth and mouth with chewing on something that was a delight to just about all his senses. Like buffalo. He couldn't help it, thinking on the meat again the way he had last night while jabbing his moistened fingers into that flour sack. Dreaming about buffalo was about as natural a thing for a grease-hungry man to do as breathing itself. Damn, but his imagination was even playing tricks on him. Not only was it making his mouth water and damn near drool with the fancied taste of a slab of buffalo hump ribs, but now his nose was getting in on the act. He could even smell 'em. God knows Bass would recognize that tang on the wind anywhere. A herd had it a particular fragrance, musky, dank, earthy too. So here his nose was joining in with his imagination, both of them conspiring to make him all the more miserable for meat. Why, he'd spent enough time around the herds beginning with that crossing he made of the plains to know exactly how buffalo smelled, enough time downwind from the beasts so that he wouldn't spook them as he threaded his way on through the heart of mile after blackened mile of the huge creatures that damn well blanketed the rolling hills and gentle valleys. There simply was nothing else like that scent on the wind. Whether it was the tons of dung they dropped in their grazings and wanderings, or the sweetish sour stench of the dusty, sweated, tick and flea-infested beast itself, there was nothing else like the smell of buffalo. He vowed he'd have himself a talk to his imagination one day real soon. For it to make his mouth water just thinking about chomping down into a thick pink slab of tenderloin was one thing, but for his imagination to actually make him smell the creatures was something altogether too damn much to take. And upon opening his eyes, his breath clutched in his chest. Finding it hard to swallow as his heart rose with anticipation, Bass whispered, "Hannah, you brung me here a purpose, didn't you?" She gave no answer as he continued to stare at the widening valley ahead of them as they emerged from a neck into the great grassy bottomland. On either side arose low hills, and from east to west, slope to slope across the bottom, the entire scene was blotted with the black coagulate of grazing buffalo. Surely this was a dream, he told himself, as the mule continued him toward the center of this hallucination. At that moment, he heard the first faraway bawl of one of the beasts. Could it be that his ears were tricking him too? Barely raising his head there beneath the red wool blanket, he stared as she carried him closer and closer to a large, slowly meandering knot of the beasts. Closing his eyes momentarily, Bass drank in their scent deeply, then reached out with his right arm to reassure himself the rifle was still there beneath the pack ropes. As tight and sore as was his shoulder and arm, at least it no longer caused him hot flushes of agony to move them. How would he ever get the rifle butt pressed against that wounded shoulder? And to fear what pain shooting the weapon would cause him, why, he knew he'd flinch and miss his shot. Off would go his one chance at a buffalo, stampeding away into the distance. But was there a chance that he could fire his right-handed rifle from his left shoulder? It was about all the shot he would have at it. His ears perked up at the same instant Hannah's stiffened. The breeze coming into their faces brought the distant sound again. That was a rifle shot. A few harrowing moments later, he heard 2 more shots. Clearly more than one gun, several, perhaps many. The first had come from farthest away, the second seeming a bit closer, and that third round of shots closer still. A fourth shot, this one solitary, reached his ears as they pounded with the galloping race of his heart. Then, however, the dying of the rifle shot was drowned out, overwhelmed by the distant, steady hammer. Hannah sidestepped in a lurch, as if frightened by the quaking of the ground beneath her hooves. The hammer drew every bit closer. As it did, Bass grew more certain of it. The gunfire, that approaching thunder, whoever was hunting these buffalo had gone and set them stampeding. Just as plain was the fact that they were coming downwind, straight for him and the mule, blindly. Stupid beasts that they were, the buffalo would continue until they hit a river or spilled over a cliff or, more times than not, simply ran out of steam. He realized he had to get the mule out of the herd's way, and now. Already the far northern horizon at the end of the narrow valley was smudged with a thin layer of dust. They were coming, and he had to get Hannah to carry him to safety. Lifting himself on his elbows, he grabbed for a more secure hold on the lead rope, holding it tightly there just behind her withers as he gazed off to the left, then to the right, finally back to the western slope once more. It seemed to offer more of a chance for escape. Get, girl, he urged her with a croaking, little-used voice. Tugging on the short lead, Bass managed to start her moving off at an angle. Hup, he ordered her, watching the dust cloud grow, seeing how those creatures near him were just beginning to turn, to listen, to pay heed to all that noisy thunder up valley. Stretched out along Hannah's spine, he tried to hammer her with his feet as best he could, hoping to urge more speed from the mule. Weary as she was, Hannah nonetheless gave her master all she had as the blackened knots nearby suddenly burst into a flurry of motion and sound. Standing there grazing one moment, then raising their hairy, oversized heads to look back to the north the next moment, and suddenly exploding into action without delay or the slightest hesitation. Those creatures closest to him were now compelled to flee, their dull brains ordering them to join in the mindless flight. In the space of a few seconds, the beastly wall of death was coming their way beneath that long, low cloud of dust. As Hannah reached the base of the long, gradual slope, the thunder of approaching hooves, the bawling and bellows grew deafening. Just then, it felt as if his heart stopped beating, seized with terror in his chest that refused to breathe. When Hannah faltered on the slope, he sputtered the words, "Hup, girl!" She heaved, and with a bound, lurched 2 more leaps, her back shuddering, shaking the packs and him with them. He began to slip off her hindquarters. Gripping the tie ropes fiercely, Scratch dragged himself another half-foot onto her back. Then a little more, and now he could come close to wrapping his arms down her neck. Bass clutched her, his cheek laid against her withers, crying out to her, the spill of his voice lost in the hammering of the hooves around them. Dragging himself closer to her ears, Bass gave her encouragement, calling out to her urgently, trying to will her up the slope and out of the way of the approaching mass of death. There, beneath the bottom fringe of the dusty cloud, just after the first buffalo appeared, riders emerged, bobbing figures atop their small ponies. He could see how distinct they were from the small-humped cows and their brick-red, yellowish-red, and brownish-hued calves, every last one of the beasts caught up in the single-minded rhythm of the stampede, their heads bobbing up and down in their rolling gait. Distant riders raced beside the herd like tiny stick figures of mankind painted on hide lodges and winter-count robes. "Hup, girl!" he shouted as Hannah faltered, a hoof slipping, her load suddenly shifting. The thunder reached the ground below them in the next instant. Bass turned his head to look behind at those first cows and Summer's young calves racing by at the head of the stampede. Then, as she stumbled sideways, he was sliding off her rear haunches, fingers digging frantically for a grip on something, anything, as the mule went down on her back legs, shuddered with fatigue, then trembled when she attempted to rise beneath her burden. Arms flailing, Scratch tumbled off a flank to the ground on his belly, landing with a crash, then rolling in the tall, dusty, summer-burned grass with a groan, crying out in a yelp that was swallowed by the passing of the herd below him. Slipping sideways on the steep slope as she regained her balance and got back to her legs, Hannah shifted, stretching the lead rope out to its limit, tugging on Scratch's belt where he had tied it. Damn it! He screeched in pain as she jerked him to the side, torment shooting through him as she pitched him onto the wounded shoulder. Spitting dust and brittle grass out of his mouth, rubbing dirt from his eyes with a grimy hand, Bass lunged to snatch hold of the lead rope that had him connected to the mule, and he yanked back. "Come here!" He dared not have her drag him any farther. Feverishly working at the knot with his right hand while he pulled back on the rope with his left for some slack, Scratch was already well past scared. Frightened and even terrified that she would suddenly bolt, dragging him mindlessly along the slope, even down among those thousands of slashing hooves. But she came to him, prancing, unsure, eyes wide and nostrils flaring, wet. Lather had soaked her pack harness. As she stopped over him, Hannah shuddered, wagging her head slowly while he finished fighting the knot at his belt. When he was free, Bass wrapped the end of the rope around his left wrist and gripped it as he collapsed back in the grass. Closing his eyes, still filled with grit, rubbing them savagely as he caught his breath and swallowed down the excruciating torture in his shoulder she had just spilled him on. Closer came the pop of guns that punctuated the throbbing echo of the stampede, reverberating from one side of the valley to the other. They had guns, these Indians did. Seized with sudden resolve, Bass knew he had to get his, had to grab the rifle and prepare to sell his life dearly if these were Arapaho. Chances were good that was just what these buffalo hunters were. After all, he told himself as his tearing eyes watered more as he fought to rub them free of dust, he had no idea where he was west of Park Kayak, except that the tall range of mountains was no longer off to his right. It was somewhere back to the southeast now. Hannah must surely have covered ground for him, but just how far north she had carried him toward the guiding star, there was no way to know. Just get his rifle. Rolling onto his left elbow, Bass rose partway out of the grass, blinking his eyes, finally clearing them at last. The forms danced liquidly before him, then snapped into focus. He froze. At least 6 of them, now a 7th he could count, all on horseback as they came up the slope. 7 bowstrings were taut, arrows pointed at him. His mouth went dry as he immediately looked at their leggings, their moccasins. Jehoshaphat, but they were tall men. Yet as his eyes raced over the patterns of quill and beadwork they wore, there was something more about their look, their dress, the way they fashioned their hair that convinced him these weren't Arapaho. Below them on the valley floor, the bulls were passing now, thundering along behind the cows and calves, the last in the great cavalcade. Over the shoulders of some of the warriors, Bass caught a glimpse of another dozen or more riders beginning to cross over from the far slope in the wake of the last retreating buffalo. They too were coming his way, and a large group of horsemen moved about on foot there on the nearby ground at the bottom of the slope, their ponies held by others who waited nearby as they gathered in a throbbing knot around something shapeless on the trampled ground. He wondered if they were gathering around one of the fallen beasts to begin butchering it. Then he figured they would not all cluster around one animal in such a way. Perhaps, yes, they were acting as if it was one of their own who had fallen from his pony and gotten himself trampled. Then, as the dozen or so riders drew closer, his surprise turned quickly to fear. It seemed with the approach of these horsemen, the first warriors were giving him their total attention. Maybe they were already blaming him for the stampede, believing he had caused the death of their companion. All he had was the knife. At least to get it in his hand before too many arrows punctured his hide, just to know he died with a weapon in his hand. Down the slope some 30 feet, the dozen riders reined up. He figured them to be the band's headmen. Lots of long hair blowing in the cool breeze of that late summer morning, feathers and scalp locks on their war shirts that kept them warm. A sprinkling of graying heads, the old ones, those who commanded respect and likely ruled over this hunt. Now his back fat was in the fire. Moving slowly so he wouldn't attract any attention, he rolled slightly to the right, onto his hip as his left hand gradually let go of Hannah's lead rope and he inched it toward the small of his back, where he hoped to seize the well-worn skinning knife and yank it from the old scabbard stuffed in his belt. The warrior closest to his left took a sudden, crouching step forward, drawing his bowstring back even farther and shouting to the other bowman. Immediately raising his arm, one of the arriving dozen shouted something Scratch did not understand. Whatever it was that was said, it froze the bowman in place. There was low muttering among the warriors as the one giving the orders, the one who had called out, stepped right up to Bass, pulling a fur cap from his head.
"Egod, boys, if'n it ain't a white child out here all on his lonesome."
Then he bent forward at the waist a bit to quickly study Bass.
"Yep, you are a white nigger, sure enough."
In utter shock, Scratch watched a second one, then a third, and finally more white men step up through the gaps between the warriors who held their bows on this quarry they had cornered on the hillside.
You're American," Scratch stammered with a hoarse croak. "White men."
The speaker's eyes crinkled at their corners as his mouth drew up into a wide, friendly bow that showed a row of overly large teeth browned the color of pin acorns. The tall, stubble-faced man pulled back the cuff on his leather war shirt and studied his forearm a moment, then slapped his thigh with that fur cap, laughing as he sent a small eruption of dust puffing from his legging.
"By bloody damn, but I am that,"
he exclaimed, his green eyes merry.
"Rest of my outfit, too."
Without turning nor taking his eyes off Bass, the stranger flung his free arm backward to indicate the others, who, although dressed every bit as Indian as did the bow-wielding warriors, were clearly white men as they stepped up for a closer inspection of the stranger. Not a one wore a beard on their severely tanned faces, all of which bore the color of well-soaped saddle leather. With another step, the first stranger came beside Bass, dropping to one knee and extending that arm he had just inspected to certify his skin color. Unable to stop the tears beginning to fill his eyes, Titus rolled onto his left hip and eagerly held out the right hand to shake. Seizing it securely, smiling warm and genuine, the stranger announced, "Name's Hatcher, friend. Jack Hatcher."
"What strange twist of the devil's tail brings you here, Titus Bass?"
Hatcher asked after he had sent some of the warriors off to the nearby coulees to locate some saplings strong enough to construct themselves a pair of travois. He had trudged back up the slope and settled there in the grass alongside Scratch with some of the other white men. One of them, about as stocky as he was tall, handed Bass a strip of dried meat to chew on.
"Take your time with this here," he warned. "Man's been without food long as you have. Just take her easy and chew slow."
"Thank ye," Bass garbled around that first hunk he tore off the strip, wanting to swallow it near whole, but he knew the sense in the man's words.
"His name's Kincaid," Hatcher announced. "Matthew Kincaid."
Bass nodded. "Moving north," he began to explain after he had finished that first strip of jerked venison and Kincaid handed him another. The rest sat nearby, as unperturbed and unhurried as they could be. "I figured to run onto one of them trapping brigades."
"Sublet?" Hatcher asked. "That bushway's already pushed through this country, friend."
"Him or Fitzpatrick didn't make me no difference."
"You was with 'em?"
asked a new man with about the shaggiest head of unkempt hair Titus had ever seen. Bass spoke around his jerky. "With who?"
"Fitzpatrick or Sublet?"
"No," he answered. "I was on my own."
"My name's John Rowland,"
and he held out his own bony hand.
"Don't think we ever caught your'n."
"Titus Bass." How good it was to talk, to look at friendly faces, to hear the sound of voices. Hatcher's eyes fell to Bass's bloody shirt, a large blackened stain radiating from the bullet hole in its shoulder. After a long moment, his eyes came back to Bass's face, his eyes crinkling warmly.
"Probably wouldn't make no difference what white men you run onto, Titus Bass. Fitzpatrick, Sublet, any of 'em. But I can tell you one thing for sartin. You're one lucky sumbitch you run onto us when you did. Look at the way Titus here's wolfing down our meat, boys. How long since last you et, friend?"
For the life of him, Bass wasn't able to sort it out. The days of sleeping, the nights of riding on the mule, 3 or more? Finally, Scratch shook his head wearily. "Longer'n he can remember, I 'spect, Jack. a new voice said as the man came up the slope from the horses and knelt. Hatcher made the introductions. This here's Caleb Wood. Caleb, say your howdy to Titus Bass. After they shook, Wood turned to Hatcher to explain.
We ain't found us much to make us them two travois, so I sent Rufus back with a handful of the Shawnees to fetch us what we need from the village.
Village? Bass croaked. They all turned at Bass's question. Snakes, Jack answered. Camped up the country a piece. Best you just rest for now. Solomon, fetch me the man's blanket off in the ground there, yonder. And Elbridge, why don't you find something for us to put under his head? We likely got us a bit of a wait here, and Mr. Bass just oughtn't have his comfort till we set off to drag him back.
Drag me?
How long you say you been out here? Jack inquired, his eyes flicking up and down Bass's buckskin clothing, clearly Indian-made. And you ain't never seed a travois?
You're fixin' to drag me back in one of them?
Roland said,
Less'n you're fit to sit a horse.
In resignation, Bass shook his head, then felt his shoulders lifted as the one called Elbridge raised him, stuffing a folded saddle blanket beneath his head and shoulders as Solomon unfurled the dirty red blanket over the length of him. Kincaid asked,
You warm enough, Titus Bass?
I'll do for now, thank ye. But he shuddered as the wind gusted along the hillside. Don't tell me you're one of them fool-headed, prideful niggers now. Hatcher turned to a knot of the others, saying, Isaac, I seen you pack that blanket of your'n behind your saddle. Fetch it up, for this man's cold.
A good man, if'n he's a little solemn, Kincaid confided.
Hatcher stood to fling his voice down the slope. And Isaac, get one of the boys to ride up the valley to fetch us the first hide them Shawnees pull off.
What you figure to use the hide for if I got this fella a blanket for to lay over him? Solomon asked.
To my way of thinking, Hatcher explained, squatting to lay a palm flat on the grassy soil beside him, this here ground ain't all that warm a place for a ailin' man to lay hisself. Solomon's eyes smiled as he rose to his feet and started away.
I'll make double sure our friend here gets another blanket and his robe, too.
Bass watched the trappers move off toward their horses not far down the slope. Scooting closer to Bass and crossing his legs, Hatcher explained, Like I said, we only got to wait till Rufus makes it back, so it be fine for you get your rest if'n you can.
Maybe later, Bass replied quietly. It's about all I can do, just that it's damned good to run on to folks.
I'd expect it would be, Titus Bass. One by one, he looked around that circle, the severely tanned faces lined by wind and weather, eyes smiling every one. For a moment, he was overcome with such emotion he could not speak. Finally,
how say you fellers go to callin' me by the name I was first give out here not long back?
You call me Jack, even Mad Jack, Hatcher replied. Then I'll damn well call you anything you want me to.
Scratch.
The tall and angular Hatcher scooped up Bass's right hand again, not shaking it hard at all, more so a tight squeeze. Pleased be to meet you, Scratch. Now I've got me my ears pinned back, and I'm hankerin' to hear the tale of how you come to have a hole in you.
Roland nodded. Where's the rest of your plunder?
Bass swallowed hard.
What's on the mule's all I got left me in the world.
Red bellies?
Asked the blond-haired Solomon.
Arapaho. With a grunt of agreement, Hatcher said, Stands to reason, don't it, with those sons of bitches? Well, they be just about as bad as Bugs boys.
Bugs?
Bugs boys, Hatcher repeated. Blackfoots. Much as I heard about 'em, ain't never run onto none of them.
And you don't wanna, Roland cried.
Now go on, Scratch, Hatcher prodded. We got us a wait to bide our time. What say you fill it with your tale? Which is just what Titus did, beginning with the death of his last horse in the mountains and the fortuitous arrival of the trio. Hold on there, Hatcher demanded. How you come to be all on your lonesome trappin' by yourself in the first place?
Maybe so I oughtn't tell you how I come out here from St. Louis.
First whack, by damn you best start at the beginning. So he eagerly went back to his time learning from Isaac Washburn and their plans to come out together along the Platte, then continued by recounting his solitary journey after Gut got himself killed in St. Louis, where for a time there it seemed Scratch's dream had gone up in smoke. Right on through it all, he related the story to Hatcher and the rest, who all scooted close to sit a spell. The lot of them listened in attentively, not a one of the trappers interrupting as Bass told of his first winter with the Ute and his first scrape with the Arapaho, then on to his first rendezvous in Willow Valley.
"By jam, we was there,"
Isaac Sims commented. But Elbridge Gray was a little more somber in his comment.
"Not much liquor, howsoever."
"Trader had him liquor enough this summer, didn't he, Jack?" Wood asked.
"Let the man finish his story, boys," Hatcher scolded.
From Rendezvous, Bass recounted their fall hunt and how he had begun to bring in more beaver, bigger ones too than the other 3 trappers. But he kept to himself how Silas Cooper just up and took what he believed was his rightful share of Titus's catch, not daring to tell these men how Cooper ended up beating him so badly he came close to asking to die.
"How them crow to winter with?" Gray asked.
Sims grinned as he inquired,
"Them crow gals good in the blankets as I hear they be?"
"Hush up now," Jack chided them. "Maybe Scratch here didn't get his stinger wet in none of them crow gals. Go on, tell us how you come to be from crow country down south to Rapaho ground." Tracing their decision to float the furs downriver and how he discovered there was no post at the mouth of the Bighorn, Bass explained his journey south into Park Kayak, looking to scare up some Ute company, and when he didn't find any of that, deciding he'd just as well head on over to the place Cooper had chosen for their reunion. "After I waited some more, long past time for the rendezvous at Sweet Lake," Bass told them, "I set out, figuring I'd run across one outfit or another and trade off some of them horses for what I needed in the way of fixin's." In marching east toward the mountains where he had decided he would turn north, Titus told the hushed circle of attentive trappers about his coming across Injun sign running onto the painted war party and how he had come to be left for dead, stripped of weapons and a little less of his hair. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, every set of eyes flicked up to stare at the blue bandana.
"What you done for it?"
Hatcher inquired, wagging a finger at the back of his own skull.
"That noggin of your'n."
"Put me some moss on it, soon's I was able to drag my bones down to the water." Elbridge Gray's head bobbed in confirmation.
"That's good thinkin'."
"Likely it was," Hatcher added.
"How come it was the red bellies didn't steal your rifle?"
"Thought they had at first," Bass said, then explained how he had found it buried in the brush where the weapon had tumbled.
"Lucky nigger you was," Isaac Sims declared.
"Best luck I ever had was that mule there," Bass admitted. "No tellin' for sure, but I imagine I'd been buzzard bait afore now if I didn't have that savvy mule to carry me away from there."
"And right into this valley filled with buffler," Wood exclaimed.
"A white buffler at that," Jack said.
"Looky yonder," Gray announced, turning to point. A band of some 10 horsemen had come into sight to the north. Clearly, 2 of the riderless horses dragged the long crossed poles of travois strapped to their backs.
"What, white buffler?" Scratch repeated.
"By the by," Jack Hatcher replied, "that's what the second horse drag is for."
"See that bunch down there still?" Roland asked.
Horses and warriors were still knotted around something on the prairie, which Bass could not make out from this distance. "I'll wager one of the warriors took a spill and got hisself trampled over?"
"Nah, ain't had nary a man die this hunt," Hatcher began to explain. "That other travois be for a special hide, a white buffler hide."
Titus whispered in wonderment. "Ain't never seen one of them."
Shrugging, Hatcher declared,
"Ain't many men can claim to layin' eyes on a white buffler at all, Scratch, but this here bunch of Shawnees found the critter runnin' in the pack long with the others this mornin' right after we started our hunt."
"Something special about a white buffler?" Titus inquired. "Special enough to carry it on its own travois?"
Hatcher said, "That's right. It's big medicine, powerful doin's, Titus Bass."
"And so be you, too," Caleb Wood added.
Titus stammered in astonishment.
"How's that?"
Turning slightly, Jack said,
"Look down there. See that bunch?"
They been there long as we been up here, Scratch agreed. Hatcher explained, Been busy there all morning long. Old medicine men and respected warriors, all of 'em been smoking and singing and praying whilst they been at cutting that hide off the critter real careful. Bass nodded. That hide must be something special to 'em. Damn right it is, Gray said. Then Hatcher went on to say, They'll take that white hide back on one of the travois, since it be such powerful medicine to these here Shawnees. Why, they'll ride back into their village singing and such. Don't you know they're all worked up about it already, Sims commented, as Rufus Graham pointed his horse away from the ceremonial group and began making his way toward the trappers on the slope with Bass. They'll be singing lots of strong heart songs for you, too, Hatcher said. For your healing, Titus Bass. For me? Where you landed here is right across the valley from where they dropped that white medicine animal, Jack said. Don't you see? Wagging his head, Bass admitted, I don't understand. For a moment, Hatcher looked at a few of the others. Then he said, You be a white man, Titus Bass, and now you showed up with your own powerful medicine, too. Hatcher pointed to Scratch's shoulder. That bullet wound and all, the old headman down there already say you got big medicine. Slowly shaking his head in utter confusion, Bass found that to sort through all of this made him weak and all the more bewildered. Don't know what you're trying to tell me, fellas. Hatcher grinned widely with those pin-acorn teeth of his filling fully half of his face. Listen, the way them chiefs see it, you're the one brung that white buffalo here to bless this bunch of Shawnees. Me? He squeaked. But bless? Nodding, Jack continued. Way they see it, besides their all-spirit taking care of 'em, you're the one they oughtn't be grateful to for bringing 'em this blessing. Now they won't have no empty bellies, won't go hungry for buffler, so the old stories go. Stories? About the white buffalo, Scratch, Kincaid said. When such a medicine critter comes once in many generations, the Shawnee people gonna be blessed with meat and shining times. They'll stand strong against their enemies, and stand strong shoulder to shoulder with all their people. Knocking dust and grass from his rump as he rose, Caleb Wood said, Matthew told you what be the honest truth, Titus Bass. Them chiefs been praying and smoking and such about you. But I didn't bring no white buffalo here, Bass protested. Hatcher smiled, chuckling a moment before he asked, Just how in hell you know you didn't? And then he laid a hand gently on Bass's wounded shoulder. You damn well been out in your mind for more'n the last 3 days, ain't you? Titus answered, I suppose it's been that long, yes. Hatcher continued, And that's how long we'uns with that village been follerin' the trail of this here herd. Face up to the bald-faced truth of it, Titus Bass. You just dropped off your mule in one hell of a good spot. Shaking his head with how incredible the whole story sounded, Scratch grinned at the circle of trappers and replied, You ain't telling me nothing I don't already know. And that white buffalo calf down there? Titus Bass and it are mighty big medicine to these here folks, Hatcher repeated, a look of seriousness returning to his face. So much of it just did not make sense to him. If I got all this medicine power, and you say I'm so damn special to these here snakes, why the hell them bucks come up here on the jump and pull their bows on me? With a shrug, Jack replied, Maybe so they didn't know just what you was at first, Titus Bass. Perhaps it wasn't merely that he was still confused, hungry, and weak, but that he was more than a little afraid, what with all that the trappers were telling him about medicine and white buffalo hides. Scratch looked Jack in the eye and asked, What's that mean, Hatcher? They wasn't sure what I was at first. Just look there, Hatcher said, an arm swinging in an arc to point out the nearby Shoshone warriors who had put those bows back in their quivers. Bass saw how the bowmen still kept a respectful distance from him, their eyes nonetheless fixed on him nearly all the time, most of those dark eyes filled with undisguised awe. Mean to tell you, these here bucks is likely real scared of you. That's what it all tracks, Hatcher explained. From the looks of things, they probably still good and scared of you, too.
Don't make them no never mind if and you and I both know you can't get up on your feet and fight 'em off by hand, flat on your back the way you was, Wood declared candidly.
That's right, Hatcher added. To them, they just figure you be a shaman what can use your heat-powerful medicine right where you was.
He had gone in search of the buffalo and found them. Not once, but twice now. That first had been a journey that had brought him out of the old frontier of Kentucky, across the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, and to the realm of the buffalo at long, long last. Now he had pointed Hannah north, something in him praying, something in him trusting. Gone in search of the buffalo again. But this time, Bass ended up with more than he ever could have dreamed. If it was true what Hatcher and the old men were saying, that white buffalo calf had come to him special. And in the end, that sacred animal not only had just saved the snake from their hunger, but had saved Scratch as well. That first time he went in search, Titus found the buffalo on the Great Plains just when his doubt had been at its deepest. And now he had found them again, and the white buffalo calf had come just when his need was at its greatest. A need not just to rescue his body from dying of hunger, but to save his spirit and cause it to thrive.
That buck says he's seen you afore, Hatcher told Bass as the trappers dragged the wounded man through the Shoshone village toward the stand of trees where the white man had erected their blanket and canvas shelters. Bass looked again at the young warrior, trying to remember where he had first seen the face.
When I laid eyes on him back there, I had me the same feeling, Scratch admitted.
Jack explained, and he told me where it was, over to what them Ashley boys call the Willow Valley. Summer before last winter, he said it was. He told me he saw you at the place where all the white men sing and dance together.
Rendezvous, Bass sighed with some fond remembrance.
Yeah, rendezvous, all right.
There was a look of immense and fond remembrance on Hatcher's face, too. The warrior walked right behind the travois where Titus lay, having taken it upon himself to follow close at hand with Hannah. Ever since the moment they had left the narrow valley where the white buffalo calf had been killed, the young Shoshone had been leading the mule behind his pony. Once the procession reached the outskirts of their village, however, all the men dismounted, leading their ponies and pack animals through the crowded camp on foot. Once the hunters had been spotted approaching from the distance, a long gauntlet had begun to form, 2 long rows of old people singing their prayers, men and women chanting their praises, children shrieking and whistling in joy. Not all that long after Rufus Graham's band of hunters had returned to find the travois, word spread through the camp like a prairie fire. Just as soon as the spotters on the hill announced that they had seen the cavalcade coming, everyone had not only turned out to see for themselves that pale curly hide of the sacred white buffalo calf, but jostled and shoved to get themselves a good look at the hairy white man with the powerful medicine who was responsible for bringing the sacred calf to the Shoshone people. Lying there in his travois as the village folk pressed in to take a close look at him, Titus saw how Hannah danced and bobbed, straining against the young warrior who acted as her handler. She hesitated, snorted, swung her rump about each time some of the crowd got too close. Then the villagers fell back from the excited animal. Maybe it was a good thing after all, he thought, as the Shoshone studied him in his passing, a good thing that Hannah did not particularly take to the smell of Indians. Just the way he'd heard some tell that Indian ponies didn't take all that well to the scent of a white man. Far as he was concerned, Scratch really couldn't smell a bit of difference. But then, he figured, critters like horses and mules were just naturally born with better noses. Still, he had been around enough Indians himself, especially the squaws, for long periods of time, sleeping, eating, coupling, arguing, and embracing, to say with some measured degree of certainty that neither the Ute nor the Crow smelled any different from any man Bass had bumped up against in all his wanderings. The same should hold true for these snake, he thought. Truth be, except for the sometime stench of the bear grease gone rancid on their hair, the Indians he had come across were a lot cleaner folk than were any white trappers out here to the mountains. Simply put, while the Indians bathed in rivers during the warm seasons and endured steam baths in sweat lodges during the winter, why most airy white men he'd met out here shunned scrubbing and water as if it were poison to the skin. Onto the framework lashed to the bottom of those two travois that Rufus Graham and the Shoshone hurried out to what the Indians were now calling the White Buffalo Valley, the hunters took the time to lay green buffalo hides they had just skinned off the dead animals left in the wake of their successful hunt. On one of those hides would rest the white buffalo calf robe. On the other would rest the man responsible for bringing the buffalo to the Shoshone people. As these older tribal leaders were at their work in the valley, preparing for their triumphant return with the sacred skin, more and more people showed up. As news of the hunters' success spread through the village, many travois were needed to carry the butchered meat and tongues, to haul back to camp the heavy green hides that would be staked out on the ground, stretched and scraped, then tanned and smoked for lodge hides and warm bedding, protection against the winds that would howl with the coming of winter. As soon as they turned all those horses and drags around to begin their trip north from the valley, the long cavalcade had stretched out far behind Scratch. But in front of him, leading them all, was the horse and its travois bearing the white calf hide. Ceremonially skinned by the old man priests, the entire hide had been carefully removed, including that peeled from the skull, clear down to the nostrils, all the way back to most of the fur covering the four legs, complete with the tail. Small as it was, Hatcher had explained as he set off for the camp, riding beside Bass's travois, likely the calf was born this last spring's drop. Maybe so no more'n 4 months old.
Just a babe, Wood agreed from the far side of the travois.
But that calf being a cow makes for some strong medicine, Scratch, Hatcher continued. Means a special power been given to these people. Power not just to feed themselves on the buffler, but power for these people to have many children so the tribe grows strong.
Never had Titus seen such celebrating, not among the Ute nor among the Crow, even at the Boone County Long Hunter Fair. At twilight, fires were lit in front of each lodge not long after hunters returned to the village. There, the women and children sliced and roasted meat, not just for their own family, but for any visitor who came by. There was singing, with and without the many drums that throbbed in every quarter of the village, pounding along with the hundreds of feet that hammered the earth as evening swept the day aside and presaged the night. While the temperature continued to drop, Elbridge Gray and Isaac Sims dragged Bass's travois over to one of the closest fires where the singing was the strongest. Here, by the dancing, leaping flames, Bass found it was warm, the chill air convincing him that summer must surely be dying, autumn on its way. Up there in the mountains, the first snows would soon be falling, and with those first cold days, the elk would begin to gather and bugle, always a sound that made his heart leap and the hair stand at the back of his neck. Then, as sure as sun, the cycle would turn a little more, and the snows would begin their creep on down the mountainsides as the beaver repaired their lodges and prepared for their ponds to freeze over, each and every one of the big buck-toothed rats putting on an extra layer of fat beneath their sleek, shiny fur. Under those long guard hairs would lie the downy felt that protected the animal's skin itself from the cold of water and wind. That sought-after beaver felt was highly coveted by hatters who constructed the fine waterproof tiles, those tall, stiff top hats for gentleman types back east of the Mississippi River. As he lay watching the joyous celebration there by the fire, the women brought him food. Not just the jerked dried venison Hatcher's men had given him earlier, but juicy, half-cooked pink meat kissed by the sizzling flames, every last chunk of it dripping grease and juice down his lips, into his beard, and onto his buckskin shirt as he ate, and ate, and ate. And sweet, cool water, too, as much as he wanted, gulping huge draughts of it to wash down the meat until he found his belly full and warm and his eyes grown heavy. Scratch would awaken from time to time that night and always find someone near, a Shoshone woman or two, along with at least one of Hatcher's men, folks staying their vigil by his travois to bring him more to eat, more sweet water to drink, or a trapper to help him hobble off into the shadows so he could relieve himself. Always he would return to his blankets and sleep. No matter the singing and drums, no matter the dancing feet and the laughter in those happy voices, Bass slept and ate, then slept some more. Morning slipped up quiet and cold before the sun came to chase back the chill. Slowly, through slits, he found the gray light did not assault his eyes. No more the drums and dancing, no more laughter and singing. Here in that last cold hour before dawn, the Shoshone had gone off to their lodges and shelters. This village on the move, a migratory people who had been hunting the buffalo for hides and meat to hold back the hoary beast of winter. So still was the camp and the horseshoe of trees where the tribe had raised their lodges 2 days back that Bass easily heard the snore of more than one of the men bundled on the ground at the nearby fire. At least a dozen of them in all, wrapped in robes and blankets, their feet close to the coals like the spokes of a wheel. One, it looked to be Rufus Graham, lay sprawled flat on his back, wheezing like the bellow of a 2-stack river steamboat, what with missing his 4 front teeth, both top and bottom. On either side of him lay Shoshone warriors wrapped up like woolly caterpillars in their furry buffalo robes, sleeping despite Graham's noisy serenade. Beyond, over near one of the other trappers, lay a warrior curled in a tight ball, having nothing more than a heavy saddle blanket to cover himself from shoulder to hip. Bass sighed, closed his eyes, and went to press his cheek back against the thick fur of the stiffened green buffalo hide beneath him when he heard the quiet footsteps. Out of the murky gray of pre-dawn shadows between the far lodges emerged a tall figure wrapped in a blanket coat, his hood pulled up so that it hid most of his face. A bundle of firewood he dropped beside the fire pit before he swept back the hood. Scratch recognized him as the young warrior who had followed him in yesterday's procession, Hannah's handler. As he watched the warrior at the fire, Bass figured it must have been a high honor to be near the white man who'd brought the white buffalo calf, an honor to be placed in charge of the white man's mule, too, Titus figured, as he watched the warrior break off limbs and feed them to the glowing coals. A time or two, the Shoshone bent over the coals, blew, and excited the new wood to burst into flame. When he had the fire beginning to climb, the young man rose, held his hands over the heat a moment, then turned his head. Finding Bass watching him, the Shoshone smiled and immediately came over to the travois, picking up a small skin pouch filled with water that lay nearby. This he offered to the white man. Bass took a swallow, finding the water some of the best he could remember ever tasting, cold and sweet, like that he remembered in the high country. So good on his tongue and the back of his throat that again he drank until he could drink no more. Letting his head plop back onto the buffalo hide, Bass sighed and found his eyes heavy again as he rested the water skin across his belly. In a matter of moments, he opened his eyes again, the tap at his shoulder insistent. Beside him stood the young warrior, holding on to the bail of a small cast-iron pot. Within it lay chunks of pink meat cooked last night. Nodding his thanks, Bass gathered up a handful and brought one to his mouth. Although cold, the meat was tender, tasty, and exactly the sort of feed Titus figured he needed most to get back on his feet. Ain't nothing like buffler, Isaac Washburn had told him what now seemed like so long ago. True enough, there wasn't nothing like buffler he'd found out for his own damn self, Bass thought, as he chewed with nothing short of pure joy. Then he suddenly realized how poor his manners had been. Around a chunk of meat, Titus mumbled, "Thank ye, friend." The warrior immediately squatted there at Scratch's shoulder, patted himself on the chest, and repeated the invocation. "Friend." "Yes, you, friend." As he watched the warrior take a piece of meat to chew on for himself, Bass swallowed his bite and said, "Me, Titus Bass." His brow knitting with consternation, the warrior tried repeating that. Yes, Titus. Titus. Good. Now say Titus Bass. Titus Bez. No, Scratch corrected. Bass. Baz, the Shoshone echoed, making 2 syllables out of the word. You'll make the circle, Bass replied, grinning. He won't know what the hell you mean by that. Scratch turned his head to find Hatcher propped on his elbow, then rising to a sitting position to pull his blanket over his shoulders. He don't know no American? No, he don't savvy no American, Jack answered, inching toward the fire pit's warm glow. But he's a right smart fella, Chief's oldest boy. Don't say, Bass replied, looking over the tall warrior's face again, into those eyes. Stick your hand out to him. What? Why the hell I wanna— You gone and told him your name, Hatcher began. I figure you oughtn't at least shake hands with him. Shake hands? It's just about that nigger's favorite thing to do, Jack explained. He thinks it's some punkins, the way white men shake hands one with t'other. G'wan, stick your goddamned paw out to him, Scratch. A little warily, Bass held out his right hand, relieved to find that the arm and shoulder did not yelp in great pain as soon as the warrior seized the hand and began to shake it vigorously. They shook, and shook, then shook some more. Finally, Bass looked over at Hatcher. How long this fella gonna shake my hand? I figure he'll shake about as long as you're gonna shake with him, Jack answered. Maybe so, since he knows your name, you oughtn't know his. All right, Jack, Titus said as he began to slip his hand from the Shoshone's grip. You gonna tell me what be this here feller's name? Titus Bass, meet your new friend, Hatcher said, rubbing his hands together over the coals. That there snake goes by the name Slays in the Night. 21. Damn good thing it is, too. You starting to feel pert enough to try forking your legs over a saddle, Scratch, Jack Hatcher said cheerfully a few mornings later as he dragged his blanket over his back so he could hunker down near the flames he fed a few pieces of wood, then held both palms over. Be getting time to head for the high country soon, that for sartin. With each morning that the air became a little colder, Bass did feel a growing anxiety to be away and once more at that endeavor in the mountain valleys. Lying here so weary, beaten, and pummeled in body, still mightily hungering in spirit for those high and lonely places. I'm looking forward to making that tramp, Jack. So you figure to trap this fall, do you? Jack asked with a grin on his face where the stubbly beard was beginning to fill out. I do. But then again, Scratch realized just how little he had to his name, which caused a little of the starch to seep right out of him. Embarrassed, he looked away from Jack and instead stared at the fire. Don't have me much. What I do got, I know I'm no way near being fixed for high country doin's. After them Rapahos got off with nigh on to everything, ever since, I ain't had me a chance to look at what I was left in Hannah's packs. Stands to reason you ain't yet looked, Hatcher commented. Why, the way you was hanging on to that mule for your life? God, child, you was just hanging on to life itself. With a slight wag of his head, Bass sensed the sudden sting of loss and remorse pierce him. The loss not just of place and people left back east, but the great and weighty loss of friends, the loss of furs, and now the loss of most everything he'd worked so hard to call his own. Shit, I don't even know if I got traps, not what other truck I got in them packs. You ain't poor, nigger, Hatcher interrupted with a snort. Why, you got yourself half a dozen prime traps. Square-jawed they be, strong of spring and some handsome pan triggers, I might add. Some of the finest handiwork this nigger's seen. Any man got hisself traps and truck like that gonna make it just fine. Where'd you come on them traps? Made 'em my own self. Don't say, Jack commented with a little astonishment, then went back to stirring the fire with a limb. Blacksmith? Bass nodded. Was for some winters, livery in St. Louis. When we gone through your truck, I seed you had you a little of this and a little of that, too, Jack added, turning again to eye Bass carefully. Like I said, Scratch, a man 'thout much more in the way of mountain fixin's might have him trouble making do on his own hook. I ain't no brigade trapper, Jack, Titus replied a bit testily. Didn't claim you was, Hatcher explained. But I want you to know that with a good horse, a man what has him the fixin's you got, and that ornery mule of your'n, why, he could make a damn fine go of it if'n he's planning to throw in with some others. Bass instantly bristled. Just tried to tell you, I ain't no brigade trapper. He locked his arms across his chest and harumphed as if he'd been insulted in the worst way. Hatcher immediately roared at that, standing to turn his back to the flames and lifting his long-tailed war shirt to rub the breech clout that draped over his cold rump.
Ain't a one of us neither, Scratch. Not no bunch of pork eaters. No, sir, not my boys.
Flushed with embarrassment, Scratch said, Didn't mean you and the rest, Jack.
Every last one of 'em is cut from the same cloth you be, Titus Bass, Hatcher explained.
I don't doubt it.
So when I go sayin' you might make do just fine with what fixin's you got if you was to go and throw in with others, I wasn't talking about you throwin' in with bushways like Sublet or Fitzpatrick or even Lil Davy Jackson. Why, they all good fellers, but a bushway is a bushway, and their kind is still the sort to honeyfuggle a man right out of his hard-earned plews.
Long as I got traps, powder, and lead, Bass explained, slowly sitting up on his travoy bed there by the trapper's fire at the edge of the camp circle, I figure to make back what I lost over the next 2 seasons. When Jack stopped rubbing his rump and straightened, he peered long and hard at Bass.
There ain't really no 2 ways to say this to you, Scratch. You figure to hunt flattails this fall up in that high country? I'm thinking you should join up with me and the boys.
For a few moments, Titus was stunned, purely astounded at the offer. When he finally found words, he said, Jack, I ain't got much to put up.
You got a few traps and a damn good gun, nigger, Hatcher said with a grin, coming over to pick up the bail to the coffee kettle in one hand. But even more important than that is what you got in here.
Jack tapped his heart.
Any man what can ride out Arapaho country with a bullet hole showing daylight right through him, why, more dead and alive and hanging on the back of a ornery mule like he was a tick stuck fast and sure to some old bull, then I figure that man can ride to the high country with me any season of the year.
How full his heart felt at that moment. You certain about this?
Sartin as it's gonna snow on the high places, Scratch.
Maybe so you should talk it over with the others. The voice came from behind Titus.
We already talked it over all we need to.
Twisting his head around, Scratch found Caleb Wood there. Behind him stood the others, Elbridge Gray, Solomon Fish and Joseph Little, Isaac Sims and Rufus Graham, John Rowland and Matthew Kincaid.
Hatcher repeated, We all want you to join up. But, Rufus grumped, you gotta vow you stop this layin' around, goddammit. Man fixin' to light out for the high country, he oughtn't be up and around, don't you think, fellers?
By God, Rufus is right, Fish roared. Let's us get Titus forked over a horse this very morning.
The rest started toward him as Elbridge Gray turned back for a pair of saddle horses tied nearby. Lord, was Scratch ever ready when they helped steady him as he pushed himself up and off that travoy. Then, slowly, the others stepped back to let Titus stand alone.
Looky there, Mad Jack, Kincaid cried as Hatcher stepped up, flinging the blanket off his shoulders.
You're ready?
Jack asked. Bass nodded, watching Gray lead one of the horses up to the group.
This urine, Elbridge?
Gray glanced at Hatcher a moment. Jack nodded once.
Go ahead.
Then Elbridge said,
No, it ain't mine, Scratch. We all pitched in some and traded for to get a saddle pony from these here snakes for you.
He had trouble swallowing as the others stepped close to circle him and the horse. I don't.
Ain't you gonna climb up? Jack proposed.
Steady him now, boys,
Rowland instructed when Bass went to stuff a left foot in the stirrup.
Help him on up there.
Fish and Sims, stocky men both, helped Titus boost himself onto that big carved cottonwood stirrup, getting the other leg kicked over the high cantle and eased down as Rufus guided Titus's right foot into the other hand-carved stirrup. Scratch asked, Whose saddle this be?
Urine,
Hatcher replied.
It's Injun. All we had us, but from the looks of how you sit it, gonna work out just fine for you till we can get to rendezvous next summer and fix you up with one of the traders' American saddles.
Titus shifted this way and that on the rawhide-covered wooden tree with the high pommel in front and its high, wide cantle in the back.
Damn if it won't do, fellas,
he said quietly, having a little trouble getting the words out.
See? Told you he'd like it, Hatcher proclaimed.
Man got himself a rifle, a good horse, saddle, and a mule to pack along a few traps, Bass said, his eyes stinging as he looked down on the 6 of them gathered around his new pony. Why, that man got hisself just about all he'll ever need. Hatcher grabbed Bass's wrist and said, That and a few friends along too when he points his nose for the Highlands.
Yes, Titus choked. Man can make do anywhere, no matter what, if'n he's got him a few friends. Friends like you fellas.
He could cotton to a little more riding each day, so before another 11 days had passed, Scratch felt ready to sit the saddle long enough for them to take up the trail north. 3 times in more than 2 weeks while he was with them, the Shoshone moved camp, following the herds south as the remains of summer faded and autumn first kissed the cottonwood along the creeks, spinning gold of the trembling aspen that dotted the timbered slopes above the valleys where the buffalo grazed. The village had been shooting and butchering and fleshing hides for many days now, every member of the tribe involved with these preparations for winter before they would turn north and make their way into a valley sheltered from the harsh winds and the deep snows. There they would find respite from the raiding Arapaho to the south, the wide-ranging Blackfoot slipping down from the north. Whenever a harsh winter took its toll on the northern herds and times grew lean on the far northern prairie, that great confederation of Grovant, Piegan, and Blood tribes were more likely to roam farther to the south in search of game and hides come spring. Never had they hesitated if their roamings took them into the land of an enemy. So it was that for many generations the Shoshone had come to regard these as their buffalo. Each year they followed the herds migrating north in the spring, then south again before winter, a people moving before the wind. And with the first snow, they would turn away from the buffalo and seek shelter in the lee of the Wind River Mountains, where they would pass the winter beneath the hides they had harvested for shelter, wrapped warm in the robes they had tanned and smoked, their bellies filled with the meat they had dried in anticipation of those lean days to come with the cold, cold time.
They got 'em more huntin' to do, Jack explained.
Not just buffler, Caleb added. Goats, too.
Antelope skins, some of the softest of hides used in making the finest of garments. In this country below South Pass, the Shoshone could always count on encountering numerous herds of the pronghorn goats. Scratch asked, That why they ain't yet headin' north? Hatcher nodded. They got hides for to hunt, and we got beaver waitin' for us up yonder. Bass tugged one last time on the single horsehair cinch, then flipped down the big cottonwood stirrup. Where away you figure us to go?
We can find flat-tails just about anywhere north, Jack replied. Where you take a notion to go?
Bass shrugged and grinned.
To the high country. Best we go there afore winter sets in hard, Caleb Wood declared.
Elbridge Gray's head bobbed.
Easy enough from them foothills up north to work our way down to the Paposha.
Been on that river afore my own self, Bass replied, as they all turned to watch the approach of a sizable crowd on foot. Hatcher winked and leaned close to whisper,
Be different this time, Scratch. Ain't gonna be none of this here outfit getting the damn fool notion of floating your furs down to some burned-out post in Injun country.
That was a heap of plue, Bass recalled, in a hush, as the procession of older men came to a stop before the trappers and the small herd of their animals, loaded and preparing to depart. Behind the chiefs and headmen stood the ranks of young warriors. On either side of them, the women formed the horns of a great crescent, and among their legs jostled the small children, scooting this way and that to get themselves a good view. Goathorn stepped forward slowly, leading the ancient blind one whose eyes were covered with a milky covering. Over his shoulders, he wore that sacred calf skin taken in the White Buffalo Valley, its forelegs tied at his neck with a thong.
Many summers ago, Hatcher quietly translated, our brave warrior uncle could see no more. Something cut the magic cord between his eyes and his heart.
Titus watched the old man nod, blinking his blind eyes as Goathorn spoke.
Ever since, Jack continued his translation, Porcupine Brush has seed things none of the rest of us can see with our eyes. This morning he come to me, come to my lodge, sayin' we was to go to the white men together."
Then for a few moments Hatcher listened, squinting and wrinkling up his nose as if he were struggling to make out something being said in the foreign tongue.
"What's that old hickory stump saying?" Wood grumbled impatiently.
"Shush!"
Jack hushed Caleb with an elbow.
"This here old hickory stump of a medicine man come to say prayers to us, prayers for us."
When Goathorn signaled, several young men stepped forward to join the wrinkled old men who stationed themselves directly behind Porcupine Brush. In their hands, they clutched rattles or small handheld drums strung with feathers. At the moment the old shaman lifted his sightless eyes to the sky, they all began to play. The ancient one soon joined them, singing high and slightly off-key. In fascination, Scratch watched the old man's Adam's apple slide up and down his wrinkled, thready neck as the notes climbed, then fell. With their song over, Bass and the others believed the ceremony was over and were ready to leave, but instead, Goathorn led Porcupine Brush forward until they stopped right in front of Bass. As the old one put out his left hand to lightly touch the white trapper's chest, he used his right hand to untie the two thongs holding the sacred calfskin around his shoulders. With the chief's assistance, the shaman got to his knees, and there at Titus's feet, he spread the hide. Rising with Goathorn's help, the shaman called out. This time, only the old men came forward, bursting into a multitude of prayers and chants, each one as discordant as the next, no two of them the same, a dozen or more different songs being sung and played on drums, rattles, and wingbone whistles all at once. A deafening noise that had begun only when the old man had reached out, blindly seizing Scratch's two hands in his, holding them over the calfskin. First, Porcupine Brush moved one of the trapper's arms in a circular motion over the hide. Then he waved the other back and forth, but always in a circle from right to left, the same direction as the sun. When the songs ended suddenly, the singers stepped back a few feet, and everyone fell silent as Porcupine Brush once again dropped slowly to his knees. Mumbling something to Goathorn, he held up his veiny hand. Whispering to Bass, Hatcher said, "Says he wants the chief's knife." "He ain't gonna cut me, is he?" Titus asked as the knife went into the old one's hand and Porcupine Brush bent over his work. Locating the neck portion of the hide, the old shaman went down that edge of the hide by feel until he reached the bottom of where the skin had been pulled from the left foreleg. Although sightless, he carefully worked off a small sliver of the white calfskin. Upon rising, he immediately held out the knife, and it was taken from him by Goathorn. Then, Porcupine Brush laid the quarter-inch wide strip of pale furry hide in one of Bass's palms and rolled up the fingers of the white man's hand to enclose it. He spoke for a moment before Hatcher translated. "That there piece of the medicine calf is this old man's prayer you can always carry with you," Jack whispered at Scratch's ear. "You brung the medicine calf to the snake people with you, and you've helped keep 'em a strong people. The power of how strong the snakes are can go with you now as you leave their camp." Titus began to ask, "How's that power go with me?" But he never heard an answer as Porcupine Brush knelt to pick up the hide. As soon as he had the sacred skin in hand and was standing to return it to his shoulders, the crowd erupted into joyous singing, trilling their tongues, laughter bubbling and washing over all of them. Suddenly, Bass felt himself turned, his right arm seized. He found a grinning Slays-in-the-Night there at his shoulder, pumping his hand as if it were a forge bellows, up and down to beat the band. Goathorn slid in next, taking the trapper's hand from his son's and shaking Bass's arm, while Slays-in-the-Night stood there pounding Titus on the back. "Time to saddle up, Scratch," Hatcher called out as he and the others whirled about to take up their reins and climbed on the backs of their horses. Hannah and some of the pack animals brayed and snorted with excitement as children shrieked, dogs howled and barked, and it seemed 1,000 different hands reached out to touch Scratch from the crowd, merely to touch this white man shaman before he left them. Thank God, Bass replied, yelling over all the noisy throats as one chief and old warrior after another shook hands with him. I'm about to get my arm yanked off here.
Damn it, Scratch, you ugly dog, you! Get up! Get your arse up now! Hatcher hollered inches from his ear, his thick beard brushing the side of Bass's head.
Get away from me!
Egod! It ain't every day a man has his birthday, Jack roared.
The long-maned, hairy-faced others were chattering and laughing, jigging and gaping like a passel of slack-jawed town idiots.
Leave me be,
Bass growled, attempting a second time to pull the buffalo robe back over his head.
What's the matter?
Jack jabbed a hand at Bass's nose, then pushed his own face right down close to Scratch's, plainly showing that one upper tooth that had clearly rotted black against the tobacco-stained others.
You better come hurrah with us. It's your damned birthday.
Holding the edge of the robe right under his eyes, Titus peered at each of them in turn. The snow fell lightly on their shoulders as they stood arm in arm with one another there around their roaring fire just beyond the crescent of their half-dozen canvas shelters. Every last one of them was bleary and red-eyed, but none so much as Hatcher, whose wild expression once more convinced Titus why some time back his friends had come to call him Mad Jack.
I had enough hurrahing last night, Scratch said, his red-rimmed eyes feeling gritty. Where do you get that damned tonsil varnish anyhow?
Allays we save us some, Caleb Wood cried out, hoisting his tin cup there beside Elbridge Gray.
Good liquor, ain't it?
Matthew Kincaid sang. Bass's head felt about as heavy as an anvil as he tried to pick it up off the robes where he had collapsed sometime in the pre-dawn darkness, not having the fortitude these other men seemed to exhibit as they kept right on drinking, singing, carousing, and merrily bringing in what they calculated to be a brand spanking new year.
Come on now, come do-si-do a jig with the hull of us,
Isaac Sims begged, hopping around so energetically that his pale, whitish-blonde hair shook like a lively burst of sunlight beneath his battered and greasy felt hat.
It's your birthday, Scratch!
As he rubbed grit from his eyes, Titus knew his head would not take any more swaying and swinging the way they had done all last night, dancing round and round, in and out among the others, thumping feet and slapping knees, singing out as loud as they could while beating on kettles with sticks to accompany Hatcher as he scratched his bow across the strings of that worn fiddle of his. Beginning as soon as the sun had set and the quarter moon was on the rise, hour after hour they kept right at it.
We allays hurrah for the new year, you lop-eared sumbitch, Hatcher slurred before he emptied the last dregs of his cup, then flung the cup aside. While he bent over to again retrieve his fiddle from that worn, much-battered oak-colored violin case, he said, You having yourself a birthday sure as hell makes a good reason for me and the boys here to keep on hurrahing right on into New Year's Day.
Give me some water, Bass grumped, clutching his pounding, aching head between his hands. It seemed they all were talking too loud, stomping their feet, pounding those kettles no matter how poorly his head hurt. Why, even these damned snowflakes were landing on him too hard, too cold, too damned loud.
Get that back-strapped sumbitch a drink of water,
Hatcher ordered, then suddenly caught himself.
Water, Scratch? What the hell you want to go and drink water for?
Bass admitted, Afraid if I drink any more of that trader's whiskey, I'm going to puke in the fire. Jack bent there in front of Scratch's face, the fiddle and bow swinging loose from one hand, the other hand plopped on the top of Bass's shoulder to steady himself as he rocked slowly back and forth.
Damn, nigger, you got more grit than most ever man I ever knowed, Titus Bass. But you sure as hell can't holt your liquor wuth a Sunday preacher man.
They all roared with that, which only made Scratch's head thump and hammer all the more. Stumbling a little as he straightened, Jack swung his arms out as he announced to the group,
This here's the birthday of Titus S. Bass.
Shh! Don't you ever let no nigger know the S stands for Scratch.
Here's to Scratch,
John Rowland cried, shoving some of his bushy, unkempt hair out of his eyes. And then Hatcher was sputtering again.
Scratch be a man every last one of us can depend on, that's for sartin. Sartin sure. A man made of pure fightin' tallow."
"How the hell old are you?"
Solomon Fish wondered, stuffing a hand beneath the gray wolf-hide cap of his, scratching at his blonde ringlets. "Hell if I can figure it out for you right now," Titus snapped angrily.
"Hush your face, Solomon," Jack ordered. "Damn it, here I am speechifying on this nigger's birthday, so you just keep respectful of this here serious occasion and keep your ugly yap shut."
Beneath his sharp hatchet of a nose, dotted with huge pores forever blackened with fire soot and dirt, Fish growled,
"Your yap uglier 'n mine, Hatcher."
"Bet you don't know near the purty words Mad Jack here knows," Elbridge Gray defended. "Thank you, child," Hatcher roared. "Now all of you raise your cups to this here ugliest nigger you're bound to see out to the shining mountains. It's his birthday, by damned, and ain't none of us likely to see a more flea-bit, skin-chewing, squar-screwing, liquor-loving coon in near all of God's natural creations."
With that, Jack swung the fiddle up and jabbed it beneath his chin. Striking a pose, he dragged that old bow across those strings, succeeding in raising every last one of the hairs on the back of Scratch's neck and grating on bass like a coarse file dragged across some crude cast iron. If it weren't for the sharp hammer strikes the whining notes caused in his head, he was sure Mad Jack's fiddle playing would have made him throw up what he had left in his belly from last night. Barely cracking his eyes into slits as Mad Jack's music picked up its pace and the other liquor-crazed trappers set to stomping with one another, Titus spotted the kettle of water nearby. At the moment, he couldn't remember being thirstier. Grunting with that self-inflicted pain, he lumbered onto his knees shakily, trying desperately to shut out what noise he could from piercing his head with slivers of icy agony, just as if someone were shoving his mam's knitting needles into both his ears, jabbing them right in behind his eyeballs. Fighting that cold, stabbing torture, Scratch peered down into the kettle, finding its surface crusted with ice. Angrily breaking the crust with his bare fist, Bass plopped over to squat in a heap, raising the kettle to his lips, where he ended up drinking less than he managed to splash in his lap, shaking so bad from a terrible concoction of numbing winter cold mixed with a brutal hangover and sprinkled generously with more of Mad Jack's wild caterwauling and fiddle playing. He drank and drank until he suddenly needed to pee. As heavy as his head felt, as slow as his leaden legs and arms were to respond to even the little he ordered them to do, this getting himself up and moving off from the fire to head anywhere away from the raucous merrymaking, it came as a great rush of relief to suck in a chestful of the frightfully cold air. He tramped through the snow, farther still, as the sounds behind him slowly faded and his head no longer throbbed nearly as loud nor as fitfully as it had. When he was finally able to hear the critch and crunch of his own thick winter moccasins breaking through the icy crust of the old snow, he figured he had come far enough to have himself a peaceful pee. Yanking open the flaps to his blanket capote, tugging aside the long trade wool breech clout, he let out a sigh, and for the moment found himself no longer caring about much of anything else. How very quiet the forest became out here, away from the celebration, a grating, noisome celebration he was none the less happy the others were there to share with him. But here it was so utterly quiet, he could hear the faint hiss of his stream as it melted the icy crust. So quiet, he was sure he could hear the snow falling, hear when each flake tumbled against his wind-burned, hairy face, when each flake spun itself into his long, curly, unkempt hair or landed on the sleeves of his thick wool coat. Through a narrow crack in the evergreen corduroy of tall trees, Scratch found he could stand there in the quiet and look up at the foothills, beyond them at the east face of the Wind River Mountains, extending north until their slopes totally disappeared beneath the lowering clouds, bringing in this new snow. Those high mountains giving birth to the freshets that trickled down from the alpine snowfields to become the creeks and streams and eventually the rivers, all of which had been good to Hatcher's bunch that fall. Between the Paposha on the southeast and all those little streams that flowed off the slopes of the mountains to feed the Wind River itself, the 10 of them had found a virtually untrapped haven. By the time winter began closing in for good and the high creeks were freezing over, they had moved their way northwest across a great stretch of country just by following the base of the mountains. Come spring and the first freeing of that icy jam holding back those winter-clogged creeks, the 10 promised themselves they would again work back up the wind's course, cross on over far upriver, then attack the streams that striped the slopes on the north side of that great horseshoe of a valley. There, they were sure they would find a virgin territory in those foothills of the mountains that bordered Crow country on the east and Blackfoot territory on the west. A crossroads of war trails that land was sure to be. Since taking their leave of the Shoshone and their grand buffalo hunt, the trappers' cooking pots had never gone empty. As the days shortened and the temperatures dropped, the game slowly moseyed down to lower elevations, called to gather with that seasonal imperative, male and female, to satisfy their species' itch. Pronghorn antelope were the first to busy themselves with this annual ritual of courtship. In short order behind them, the mule deer and whitetail began their dance of the seasons as bucks sparred and sought out fertile does. The renewal of life went on. And then, one cold, breathless morning, Bass and the others heard that first shrill whistle gradually descending into a snorting grunt. Somewhere higher on the slopes above the stream where they were working, the dropping temperatures had once again stirred the ancient juices in the lordly elk. Just as it was in a time before any man had laid his foot down in these valleys, the young bulls sensed the same urges, were drawn by the same lure, were seduced by the same fragrance on the wind. Yet it would not be these males most young and eager who would claim the cows. Instead, it was only the deeper-throated, heavier-antlered bulls who had any chance at all to drive off all pretenders until each harem was secure from all challenge. It was an exhausting time for these old royals. Their necks swelled up, they were in constant discomfort, and they barely had time to eat. Instead, the herd bulls worked ceaselessly night and day, keeping their cows rounded up and under their watchful scrutiny. Yet, that many fertile, fragrant females were sure to cast a scent on the wind, guaranteed to draw some young bulls eager enough to take themselves a shot at the reigning monarch. Lowering their heads to dig up tufts of alpine meadow with their wide-flung antlers, each male shaking and trembling with the hormone flush of impending battle, taunting their challenger by flinging urine and semen across their own hide and that piece of ground they claimed, the bulls began their deadly dance, snorting, whistling, and finally bugling their intention not to back away from battle. There had been days this past autumn when Scratch had finished his trap setting, done with skinning out the beaver he caught without fail, and set aside his chores of stretching and fleshing those skins in camp, days when he crept to the edge of a meadow or sneaked off to overlook a streamside arena from above in an outcropping of granite boulders, there to watch in wonder and listen in silence to this singular song dedicated to the cycle of the seasons, the bugling challenge of a bull elk. Nowhere else on earth did he believe there could be a sound quite like this ages-old call to battle. Overhead, those late autumn days, the great longnecks strained south in wavering V's that pocked the deepening blue of the sky. Loud, raucous honking as the birds flapped on past high mountains and river valleys in their own seasonal quest. Up these verdant slopes in the darkened timber and down among the rocky bluffs, the bears were consumed with eating their last, stuffing themselves with every bite of plant or animal, anything they could find to last them through the long, cold, deep sleep of their kind. The leaves dried, some turned golden, and others the crimson of bloody iron arrow points, then hung there waiting until strong winds rushed down from the high glaciers, stripping tree and brush alike as the land finished off these last few pirouettes before it fell into a hush, ready to sleep on through the winter. While their horses cropped at the last of the dried grasses and grew heavy, shaggy coats for the season on its way, the industrious beaver went about making repairs to their dams and lodges. those ever-curious beaver who came to investigate when they encountered a strange scent on the wind as the 10 made their sets and laid their traps. One by one, Bass, Hatcher, and the rest gathered in the fat, seal-sleek flat-tails, trap set by trap set through that autumn. Every few days they would move on to camp by a new stream, there to find more dams or lodges to discover where the beaver felled tracts of the forest, gnawing the timbered meadows into nothing more than flooded ponds dotted with hundreds of aspen stumps. That first morning at each camp found the 10 of them fanning out in 3 directions to spend the day searching for any sign of man in that country, hoping not to discover sign of an enemy. Eyes along the skyline and eyes on the back trail. Close enough here to the Arapaho who might raid out of the south, and close enough to the Blackfoot who were known to come riding out of the north. Once assured that the nearby countryside was untraveled, the 10 fell into their routine of eating, sleeping, trapping, stretching, and scraping. Morning and night an autumn fire felt especially good to these men who haunted this highland as winter threatened on the horizon, a fire to hunker close to on those coldest of days, for there was always work to be done in fall camp. If not repicketing the pack animals out to graze or riding the saddle horses to keep them exercised, there was always the non-stop scraping and stretching of the hides. If it weren't a matter of repairing a saddle or bridle or some other piece of tack, then a man might find he needed to mend a sore hoof, or perhaps even the bloody wound caused when one pony nipped at another in the cavayard. Now was the season when the men closely inspected the back and ribs of every one of their work animals, treating the saddle sores and cinch ulcers from summer's long travels with what herbs and roots they had come to know would draw out the poisons, applying poultices that healed the flesh not only of beast, but of man as well. Yet as autumn turned inward on its shortening days and slid headlong into winter, it could become a sad time for a mountain trapper finding himself with less and less work to do now that camp was rarely moved through the deep snow, now that most of the beaver in the nearby country were already caught. In that leisure, a man surely had himself more time to reflect and remember, to fondly recollect last summer's rendezvous here at a time when he must also ready himself for the long, ofttimes lonely and idle winter. Until spring temperatures finally freed the frozen streams, prodding the trapper back to his hard labors that would take him from valley floor on up to the high and terrible places. Once more to spend his days wading up past his knees in icy water, searching out those sleek-furred rodents that were the commerce and currency of this far country. "Who was it learnt you to trap, Titus Bass?" Hatcher had asked him one of those glorious late fall afternoons before Scratch wandered away from camp, just as the others had come to expect of him, off to watch the sun settling south of west. "Ain't nobody learnt me," he had replied, then gazed down at his own hands he turned palms and back. "Just these. Seems my hands damn well learnt all on their own."
"Not them 3 fellas you wintered up with?" asked Caleb Wood.
For a moment, he had gazed into the mesmerizing dance of the flames, thinking back on all that the 3 had taught him about survival and trust, about balancing the ledger for one's own life time and again, the way season after season Bud, Billy, and Silas had taught him just how fragile life could be out here, how important it was to have someone to trust, perhaps even after you realized you could not trust them completely, especially then. "They learnt me, sure enough," Bass finally answered, the reflection of the flames dancing across his bearded face. "But not 'bout trappin'. Truth be, I was better'n all of 'em, damn near good as all of 'em put together, too." "Shit if that ain't a bald face," Isaac Sims snorted in disagreement. "How you gonna be better'n 3 trappers?" "Whoa, hoss," Hatcher declared. "Just look at what this nigger's brung in already." He was pointing for the rest to regard Bass's growing packs of fur. "If'n it weren't that every last one of you was pure pumpkins at laying a set, old Scratch here just might have any 3 of you beat at that." "Man does bring in the beaver, he does," Rufus Graham grudgingly admitted.
"So what's your secret, Scratch?"
inquired the rail-thin John Rowland. With a slight shrug, Titus replied, Don't know my own self, Johnny boy. All I know is that I hadn't been out here all that long when I come to cal'late that what I learnt back there across the Big Muddy wouldn't do me no good out here in this land. None of what I knowed back there was going to hold me in good stead on the far prairie, not up in them high places. Not a damn bit of what folks learn on the other side of the river going to do any of us a good goddamn anymore. That autumn sunset, as he had leaned his back against the trunk of a lodgepole pine and tracked the pale globe's slow descent from the sky, he brooded some more on all that he had come to know, on what he had learned across those seasons he had managed to survive since leaving St. Louis all by his lonesome on his own hook. And in all that time, Bass had come to clearly understand that if anything could come natural to a man, then he had come natural to this nomadic trapper's life. Just as the rivers came natural to Ebenezer Zane and Hames Kingsbury, how plowing at the ground came natural to his own pap and others of his kind. When a man's clearly not cut of the right cloth for something, he best find what he is cut out for. As the saffron orb settled its fiery ring on the tops of the distant trees, Scratch thanked whatever force was listening right then, thanked that power in his own way for holding Titus Bass up in the palm of its hand and thereby bringing him out of that land of the East, keeping him safe as he crossed the open danger of the plains and prairie, eventually to deliver him up before this great snow-capped altar that same powerful force had long ago erected here, right at the foot of an endless dome of sky. Here where the temple spires scratched at the underbellies of the clouds. Here where there were no monuments to man, no puny steeples and church belfries, only what monuments the unseen hands and powers and forces at work all around him had created. So once more, Bass felt small, so very, very small in watching the sun disappear behind the trees there beyond those granite towers of the Wind River Mountains, so far overhead no trees dared grow. In this most private, spiritual moment at the end of each day, Bass had learned to expect the coming of that crushing silence at the instant twilight determined the first stars would peek through from heaven. It was the very same silence that each evening caused him to re-wonder when he would come to know just what force it was that was so much greater than himself. When would he know it with the certainty of Fawn, the Ute widow with those eyes of ageless sadness? When was he to sense in his own heart all that the old blind Shoshone shaman sensed in his? How long, Titus wondered, would he have to go on not knowing? How long until he, like that ancient one, could touch the pale hide of a white buffalo calf and finally hear the answer reverberate within his heart? How long would it take until he understood what the wrinkled old men had accepted, what had truly given them real peace? Here, Scratch stood in that winter forest, the boisterous singing and Hatcher's scratchy fiddle only faint wisps on the tight breeze that bitter morning, the first of a shiny new year by Caleb Wood's careful count made on notched sticks he carried in a bundle tucked away in a saddlebag. A brand new year for them all here in the heart of the winter, 10 free men living out their days deep in the marrow of the Rocky Mountains. Maybe so, he decided, autumn wasn't the season he could expect to discover what he wanted most to know. After all, in autumn a man was still too damned busy to allow himself enough quiet to really hear. There were beaver to be caught, distance to be covered, cold to prepare oneself for. More likely, Scratch thought, he would come to know his answers come a winter. Perhaps even this winter. A time when life itself slowed, when the spin of days wound down, and like thick blackstrap molasses, everything barely moved ahead at such a leisurely pace that a man was allowed time to rightfully consider and plan and to give thanks for what he has been given. From what Scratch had come to know, for most trappers, winter was a time to hunker by the fire, swapping lies, carefully embellishing and embroidering their stories of coups and conquests. A time when a man did just what the Injuns did, gathered close to the fires in their lodges, doing their best to stay warm and keep their bellies filled till spring. During that long period of endless cold, there simply wasn't much reason for a man to ride his horses the way he did during the hunt for beaver or his annual trek to rendezvous, a fact that meant that come spring, a man's animals would most likely be rangy, feisty, all but back to wild mustangs again. There'd come a time just before spring trapping began when a man would have to break his pony to saddle all over. But Scratch had never been one to allow that to happen. Here in his third winter, just as he had done for both of those before, from time to time, Bass would ride his saddle pony or strap the packs on Hannah's back to keep the animals broken in. Enough contact every few days to remind these creatures of his touch, of his smell. Enough so these half-wild creatures would be reassured in the presence of a white man here in the land of so many red men. Although Scratch had to admit Hannah had been different almost from the start, right from that very first winter. Markedly different from those other mules he had known working at Trust's livery back in St. Louis, as well as those mules brought out of the Missouri country by traders to this far country. Thinking about Hannah and her affection always caused a spot inside him to glow, not unlike his mam's bed-warming iron, no matter how cold the land became around him with winter's icy grip. Many were the times when the winds blew ferociously and the snow fell so deep that the animals had it tough pawing down to anything they could find to eat. From Silas, Billy, and Bud, Scratch first learned he could feed his horse and pack animals a subsistence of cottonwood bark until the Chinook winds arrived to clear the land of snow, at least until the coming of the next winter storm. Astounded at first and convinced the three trappers were having themselves a great laugh at his expense, Bass was genuinely amazed when they showed him just how a hungry animal would take to the bark they peeled from cottonwood limbs and logs. After chopping short, firewood-sized pieces, the men would set about drawing their large skinning knives down the length of each limb to peel away the tender, soft underbark. Most times it was a cold, tedious, and laborious process where a man was forced to kneel in the snow to accomplish his task. Scratch would lock a short length of wood between his knees as he crouched over it, then pull his knife toward him in a shaving motion, with each stroke producing a thin curl of palatable bark. Once he had enough to fill his arms, he would lay that big pile before the mule and other animals the way a man might lay out armloads of alfalfa or bluegrass. One morning early their first winter together in the mountains, Bass hadn't been peeling near fast enough to keep up with just how rapidly Hannah could make the bark disappear. Without hesitation, she eased over to where he was working, snatching up the curls of bark as quickly as he produced them. When he had stood momentarily to bend and flex the kinks out of his cold, cramped muscles, to his surprise, Hannah moved right up to help herself. Putting one front hoof down on the middle of a branch to hold it in place, the mule bent low and began to rake her teeth across it, peeling the bark away each time. As he watched in utter amazement, she consistently managed to pull off short lengths of bark on her own. "You just remember that now, old gal," he had instructed her that first winter. "Hap the time I don't peel fast enough for that damned hungry belly of yourn, don't you dare be shy about digging in for your own self." As he stood there this cold morning, his head pounding with hangover and finding himself a full year older, Scratch came naturally to think that Hannah was truly meant to come to him, just the way certain folks had shown up somewhere along the path his life had taken. Women, and friends, and even a mule. Times were a hand had gently touched his life, nudging it this way or easing it there. Mayhap it had been better in those younger days when he did not know enough to realize there was something greater than himself. Better then than now, with the nagging of this not knowing, with this wondering. Far better those days of reckless youth when nothing seemed of much import but the moment. Now, with each ring he put on every winter, Bass realized he knew less and less, so grew to sense just how precious was each day, for now he realized how those days grew less and less in number. Now he knew how each one might well be his last. He had to know, just the way he had come to learn the alchemy of fire and iron and muscle in Trust's livery, The way he had learned to set and bait and blind a beaver trap in those high country streams and ponds. This was something that must not elude him. Knowing what force had brought him here, then continued to watch over him and ultimately plucked him from danger more than once already. Likely it had to be the very same force that had guided him north as he lay all but dead across Hannah's withers. No, not just the North Star shining like some distant beacon, not only it, for he was certain something far greater than those tiny pricks of light in the night sky had steered him north to Goathorn's band of the Shoshone, north to Jack Hatcher's bunch, and, dare he think it, had guided him north right to that white buffalo calf, the animal that had saved his life. 22. It true what they say about that Three Forks country up yonder? Titus asked the others at the fire one cold spring evening.
True that it's crawling with more ways for a man to die than most ever thought of? Jack Hatcher asked in reply.
Them three I was with, Bass began to explain, they didn't want to go nowhere near Blackfeet's.
Damn them red bellies, Isaac Sims shouted.
No account worthless niggers, echoed Elbridge Gray.
Scratch asked, I take it you fellas rubbed up agin them Blackfeets, eh? Jabbing his sharp knife in the air, pointing at the others in the circle at that fire, Hatcher made his point.
Every damn last one of these here coons rubbed up agin Blackfoot at least once.
And for most, once be more'n enough, Caleb Wood exclaimed. Just ask Jack hisself there.
Ask him what? Bass inquired. Wood continued.
Ask him about Blackfoot's, how they took his own brother.
Turning to look at Hatcher, Bass repeated, They killed your own brother, Jack? For a moment longer, Hatcher sat swabbing the oiled rag on the end of his wiping stick up and down the bore of his rifle.
It be the church's truth. Jeb were with Lisa, long, long ago.
The Spaniard? Manuel Lisa?
That's him, Jack answered Titus. Took him one of the first outfits to the upper river.
With a knowing nod, Matthew Kincaid added, The up Missouri country. Then Hatcher continued.
My brother Jeb weren't exactly with Lisa, howsoever. Stayed on with Henry's bunch what tramped over to the Three Forks.
Long time back I knowed a man what was bound away to join up with Lisa out to St. Louis, Scratch announced. It were the summer just afore I left home for good. Long ago. Gamble, I remember his name to be. Damn if he weren't a shot, too. Beat me good at the Long Hunter Fair shoot.
Jeb was the best there was in our country, Hatcher explained, smiling with brotherly admiration. Damn, but there's times I do miss him sorely.
Wait just a shake there, Bass exclaimed. You can't be near old enough to have you a brother what went upriver with Lisa.
Shit, cried Rufus Graham. Jack Hatcher's a lot older'n you think.
Not near so old I can't whip your ass, Rufus, Hatcher growled, then turned back to Titus. Jeb was first born in our family. I was the babe. Ain't really all that far apart in years, I suppose. I was old enough to carry a rifle into the woods with him the fall and winter afore he left home for to join Lisa. It purely broke my ma's heart when he left, and it broke my pa's heart when Jeb never come back. For long minutes, none of them spoke at the fire, perhaps deep in thought on what had been left behind, those who had been left behind, the price paid to seize hold of this life. Night held back this season of the year, waiting just a bit longer each evening before it stole in to take possession of the day. Not like autumn, that other season of change, when night rushed in like a bold, brazen brigand. But for now, night held off, and so did they, likely every man thinking of loved ones left behind among the settlements and places where people gathered shoulder to shoulder. A wet, cold spring it had become, almost from the first retreat of the snow up the mountainsides. Streams swelled to overflowing with the melting runoff tumbling down to the valleys below, while icy rains hammered the land until the ground could hold no more. Nearly every ravine, coulee, and dry wash frothed in its headlong rush for the sea. The beaver hunting turned poor there in the country that drained the eastern slope of the Wind River Mountains. During such spring floods, the flattails simply did not live by the same habits. And if they did emerge from their flooded lodges at all, the beaver were much more wary, harder to bring to bait, more cautious than a long-tailed house cat trapped in a room filled with bent wood rockers. One evening after it had been raining solid for the better part of a night and the following day, they sat by their smoky fire, broiling pieces of meat the size of their fists on sharpened sticks called outlaws. To his utter surprise, Bass heard that first yip-yip-yipping cry of a nearby coyote. "Didn't think they'd come out in the rain," Scratch said, sniffling as he dragged his wet wool coat under his red, raw nose. "That's medicine," Hatcher explained matter-of-factly as he poked a finger in his half-raw meat, then returned it to the flames. "What's medicine?" Bass repeated. "That song dog," Graham said. Titus scoffed. "What's the medicine in some lonely old coyote singing to the sun as it falls out of the sky?" Clearing his throat, Hatcher said, "Scratch, you damn well know I'd rather spit face on into a strong wind than tell you a bald-faced lie." "You ain't ever told me no bald-face what I know of," Bass admitted. "Then you damn well pin your ears back and give Mad Jack Hatcher a good listen here. Some winters back, I heard tell a coyote what comes out to howl in the rain. Why, that coyote really be a Injun." "You mean a Injun comin' round to scout our camp?" "No, a coyote," Hatcher repeated. "A coyote what used to be a Injun." Starting to grin, Bass was sure now he was getting his leg pulled, and good. "No matter you swore you'd tell me no baldface, I can tell when a man's poking fun at me." "You believe what you want to believe, Titus Bass," Hatcher interrupted. "And you ain't got to believe what you ain't ready to believe." Solomon Fish declared, "He's telling you the straight of it, Scratch." "You mean you ain't rousting me?" Titus asked. Wagging his head, Hatcher replied, "No, just telling you the truth of it as I knows the truth to be." For a moment he listened to that coyote wailing off-key out there in the soggy hills. "You mean to tell me that there ain't no coyote singing out there?"
"Oh, there's a coyote, all right," Caleb Wood testified. "A buffler coyote."
"What's a buffler coyote?" Hatcher said, "Scratch, surely you seed how coyotes toiler the herds." Bass nodded. "Yep, them and the wolves. So that's what you call a buffler coyote, eh?" "Yep." Still grinning, Bass said, "So, what is it? A buffler coyote or a Injun?" Wood wagged his head like a schoolmaster who had grown frustrated explaining some fine point to one of his thick-headed young charges.
"Tell him, Jack."
"One what sings in the rain be a coyote what was once a Injun," Hatcher said patiently. "Kilt by a enemy whilst his medicine was still strong." "You're trying to tell me all that howlin's from a dead warrior?" Wood nodded eagerly.
"I do believe he's getting it, Jack."
"Wait a shake here," Bass protested. "If'n his medicine's so strong, how come he gets hisself kilt?" "'Cause the spirits want that warrior and his powers," Hatcher replied. "Why them spirits want the Injun for if he's been killed by a enemy?" "Them spirits change the Injun to a coyote critter," Hatcher continued, "so's it can take some revenge for some wrong done those spirits." Titus swallowed unconsciously, sensing a heaviness to the air about him as the coyote took up its cry once more. The rain continued to hammer the branches of the trees and the half-dozen nearby sections of canvas and Russian sheeting they had stretched over their bedding. Drops hissed into their fire pit that struggled to maintain its warmth. "So maybe there's buffler nearabouts," Scratch finally broke the long silence. "If'n that's a buffler coyote." "Don't mean there's buffler about at all," Jack said. He pointed with the outlaws in the general direction of the coyote's howl, then poked his finger at his browning meat. "All it means is that spirit critter got something the spirits want told to one of us niggers here." "Now for sure I don't believe you."
"It be the truth,"
John Rowland testified. Bass wagged his head. "That coyote wants to tell something to one of us?" Jack tried biting into his meat, finding it still too raw, returning it to the flames.
"Way I got it figured, you was the only man here what didn't know about such spirit doin's, Titus Bass."
"So I'm the one the coyote wants to talk to, eh?" Scratch waited a moment while the others fell silent, figuring that if he was patient enough, there was sure to come some gust of laughter that would prove to him the others were having their fun at his expense. But instead, as he looked from face to face to face, the others stared into the fire or regarded their supper, faces grave and intent. Finally, Scratch said, "All right, you all heard that spirit critter afore, and if I'm the only one what didn't know nothing about such a thing till now, what you figure such a spirit critter's got to tell me?" Hatcher shrugged slightly and said, "I 'spect we're going to find out soon enough what all his song means." With the first days of spring, they had abandoned that country and slogged north by west, following the Wind River itself, then slowly worked their way through those mountains they followed north as the days lengthened and the land began to bloom. Across carpets of alpine wildflowers they slipped over the passes, feasting mostly on the elk fattening themselves up as the herds migrated to higher elevations, following the season's new grasses ever higher. Overhead flew the undulating black V's of the white-breasted honking longnecks and their smaller canvas-backed, ring-necked, or green-crowned cousins heading back to the north. Late each afternoon, it seemed the sky would reverberate with the racket of beating wings as the flocks passed low, circled, then swooped in, beginning to congregate near every pocket of water, there to feed by the thousands and rest those hours until morning, when again they would take to the sky in a deafening rush of wings. As he watched the monstrous V's disappear to the north, slowly spearing their way across the springtime blue, the carrot-topped Caleb Wood always grumbled. "Headed to Blackfoot country, just over them peaks." Wood's sourness always made Jack Hatcher laugh, which invariably caused the legs of that badger cap he wore to shake on either side of his face. "Damned birds make fools out of us, don't they, Caleb? Travel free and easy whilst we watch the skyline, made to keep our eyes on our back trail, scared for losing our hair. All while them goddamned birds go flying off to see what haps with them Britishers up north come ever spring, then on the wing back here to spy on us come the autumn." Running his dirty hand through hair so auburn it had a copper glow to it, Rufus Graham sighed. "Up there in that Three Forks land, I hear tell beavers so thick, you just walk up and club 'em over the head, Jack." "I got close enough to know that's the certain truth," Bass replied with a nod. "Beaver big and glossy, more of 'em on every stream than I'd ever seed." "A damned cursed country that be," Hatcher snapped. "A country I've vowed I'll never set foot in for all the grief it's caused my poor grievin' ma." All winter, Solomon Fish had been working on cultivating a beard with blonde ringlets in it to match his flowing mane that reached the middle of his back. Turning to Bass, he agreed with Jack. "There be a reason why that Three Forks country crawls with beaver." "And their name be Blackfoots," Hatcher snarled. Elbridge Gray was the first out of the saddle that afternoon at the edge of a meadow where they planned to camp. With the beginnings of a potbelly starting to slip over his belt, he was constantly tugging up his leather breeches. "By God, I'm a man what values his hair more'n all the beaver what's in Shoto's warehouse." Proud of his considerable mane, Solomon roared, "And my hair more'n all the beaver in the whole of St. Louis." As the men slipped to the ground, the horses and mules began switching their tails and flicking their ears all the more. One by one, the trappers began to slap at the back of a hand, swatted their neck or cheek, some tender and exposed domain of juicy flesh. Graham quit removing his saddle, his hands on the cinch. "Damn it, Hatcher! I say we find us a better camp." "Skeeter's bound to eat us up alive," Gray agreed. "You two just get the fire started," Jack commanded. "Smear some goober on, then haul out our sack of buffler wood." "Why us?" Graham grumped, swatting at the insects buzzing right at the end of his nose. "It's your night to tend fire, ain't it?" Caleb asked. As he watched Rufus and Elbridge turn back to their packs, Bass stepped up to Hatcher, swatting at those tormentors that hovered around his face. "What's this goober?"
"Some calls it milk," Fish replied.
"Same thing," Hatcher stated. He reached for the cherrywood vial hanging on his belt, untied it, and removed the antler stopper before he brought it beneath Scratch's nose. "That's beaver bait," Titus exclaimed, making a face and scrunching up his nose with the awful tang. "Damn right it is," Hatcher said, pouring a little of the thick, milky white substance into the palm of one hand. "That's the goober a man puts on where he don't want no skeeters biting at him." In surprise, Bass watched Jack, then Solomon and the others in the group all busy themselves with smearing the potent, rancid, smelly discharge on their exposed flesh, face, neck, backs of hands, everywhere the mosquitoes might be tempted to land and begin their biting torment. "Best you try some skeeter medicine," Hatcher suggested. "Where's your bait?" "In my plunder. Hell, if I'd figured to need it till we was setting traps." Caleb asked, "Don't skeeters trouble you none?" "Damn right they do," Bass replied. "I just always done my best to kill as many of 'em as I could." "Here," Jack said, handing his bait bottle over to Titus. "Get that there smeared on you, and quick, afore them critters eat you alive. We'll have us a bufflerwood fire going soon enough to take care of most of them pesky varmints. Go on, do it, you stupid idiot, or you're bound to be pure misery by morning." Reluctantly, Titus took the cherrywood vial from Jack, its antler stopper hanging by a narrow thong from the neck of the bottle. Trying to hold his breath, Bass poured a little of the thick goo into a palm and brought it to his cheek. Wrinkling his nose and breathing through his mouth so he would not have to smell the stench, Scratch smeared the substance over his forehead, cheeks, down his throat, and the back of his neck.
"Gonna need more'n that, ain't he, Jack?" Wood suggested.
"Lather that goober on, Scratch," Hatcher declared. "Gots to be enough to drive them skeeters off." The nauseating repellent came from two glands that lay just beneath the skin near the hindquarters of the beaver. That castoreum was valued almost as highly as the animal's pelt itself. Milking each of the glands from trapped beaver into his bait bottle, the trapper used the thick whitish castoreum to draw even more beaver to future trap sets. It was that scent of an unknown rival that brought the curious, jealous, or territorial guarding beaver to its iron-jawed fate.
"Do like Jack told you,"
Caleb instructed as the rest of the band went about unsaddling the animals and making camp.
"Smear that beaver milk on good."
He started away on camp chores himself. Long in torso and short in leg, Wood was a man who swayed so much when he walked that from behind it looked as if he hobbled. By the time Bass finished smearing his skin good, he found he could better tolerate the stink, almost enough to stand being around himself. Jamming the antler stopper back into the bait bottle, he took it over to Hatcher. Jack squatted next to Joseph Little, who sat propped against a tree, not looking good at all. "Thanky, Scratch." Hatcher took the bottle from Titus, opened it, and began to smear some on Little's face. "Joe here says he ain't feeling too pert. Maybe so your belly's all bound up."
Ain't my belly,"
Little said, his glassy, fevered eyes half open as Hatcher smeared goober on his mottled, grayish face. "Gotta be what it is, Joe," Jack said. "Your hide feels to be burning up, and you're wet as hell with fever."
"I've been sweating like this near all day, Jack,"
Little replied with a hoarse rasp. It was clear he was scared.
"What you think it be?"
"Don't have me no ID," Hatcher answered, flicking Bass a questioning look. "But I'm sure it ain't nothing to fret yourself over." Titus shrugged slightly as he knelt beside the two. The moment he touched Little's mottled cheek, he pulled his fingers back, alarmed at the heat of the man's fever. Little's skin looked pale, almost translucent, save for the reddish splotches dotting his face and neck. "You ever get sick like this afore?" Bass inquired.
Never,"
Little answered for himself.
"You get me some water, one of you?"
Scratch got to his feet and hurried off to fetch a kettle. By the time he returned from the nearby stream, having walked through clouds of buzzing tormentors, Hatcher had Little dragged over near the fire pit, where Gray and Graham had their kindling going well enough to begin work with what the mountain trapper called buffalo wood. Each took a dried buffalo chip from the rawhide sack where the band of free trappers stored this precious commodity, breaking the chips into small pieces, which they patiently fed to the flames. "Here, you feed him some water, Scratch," Hatcher stated as he stood. "I'll haul over his blankets and we'll get him covered up." Little protested, pulling at his own damp shirt, struggling to get the sticky buckskin off his arms, over his head, as if he were suffocating in it. He muttered feverishly, "God damn it! Can't you idiots see I'm burning up? Don't want no damned blankets." "Brung you some water, like you asked me," Bass said, holding out a cup to Little. With his sweat-soaked shirt still crumpled over one shoulder and at his neck, Joe snatched the cup away like a man gone 4 days in the desert without a drink. His shaking hands brought it to his lips, where he managed to spill more than he drank, before handing it back to Bass for more. He drank and drank, cup by cup from the kettle, and while he did, Scratch noticed the tiny red mounds there beneath Little's arms every time the man raised them to gulp from the tin cup. Far more of the same small, angry welts dotted the pale flesh near his belt line. "Jack?" Scratch tried to say without alarm. When Hatcher had resettled beside Scratch at Little's side, Titus said, "You got any idea what them be?" "These here red spots?" Joe asked instead, looking down at his own belly. "I got more." He tugged back his belt where the breechclout hung and the buckskin leggings were tied. "Damn," Hatcher said under his breath. "You know what them is, don't you, Joe?" "They was ticks," Little replied, his eyes half closed as he keeled over to the side wearily, propping his head on an elbow. As Scratch dragged over another blanket and put it beneath Little's head, Jack inquired, "You tellin' us you knowed they was ticks?" "Yup." "What happened to them ticks, Joe?" Jack asked. Slowly wagging his head, Little answered, "I got rid of 'em, all over me, but I got rid of 'em." "How?" Hatcher demanded, his voice growing in volume and alarm. "How'd you get rid of 'em?" Pulled 'em out," Little said, quaking with a sudden tremor. He drew his legs up feebly, groaning. "Now g'wan and let me sleep some. I'm tired and cold." Jack pulled the blanket over Little's shoulders, then motioned Bass to follow as he got to his feet. When the two of them stopped some yards away, the others came up to join them in a hushed circle. "Something yet?" John Rowland asked. "Ticks." Several of them turned and looked at the quaking figure lying huddled in the blankets beside the fire. "He'll go under, won't he, Jack?" Caleb asked. It took a moment before he answered. Then Hatcher said, "I 'spect he will." "Damn," Isaac replied, his eyes frightened as he pulled at his whitish beard stained with dark yellow roan streaks. Wood added, "With the ticks, fellers, it'd only be a matter of time." "Didn't he know no better?" Gray asked, pulling off that cap he had made himself from a scrap of old wool blanket, sewn complete with 2 peaks on either side of it to resemble wolf ears. "Said he pulled 'em all out," Hatcher replied. "S'pose one of you tell me what you're talking about?" Scratch finally demanded. "What you mean he's got ticks?" Kincaid scratched at his big red nose. "Like Hatcher said, Joe's got ticks." Bass shook his head, then scoffed, "You can't all be so full of shit to think he's going to die from ticks." Solemn Isaac Sims took off that battered felt hat of his, the brim singed in places where he had not been all that careful in using it to stir up many a dying fire. "Listen, Scratch, Joe ain't listened to all that much Hatcher tried to teach him 'bout nothing, so it's plain as paint Joe didn't learn hisself 'bout ticks." Wait, damn it," Bass said. "Just how the hell does a man die from ticks?" "He gets the fever from 'em," Hatcher explained, sadly shaking his head and the 2 legs on that badger cap too. "I only seed one other like this." "That feller go under too, Jack?" Fish asked. "Sartin as sun." Scratch simply could not believe his ears. Just from ticks?" "From ticks," Hatcher affirmed. "We could bleed him, Jack," Wood suggested.
If'n Joe lets us, we'll bleed him, Hatcher agreed. But Isaac the one's gonna do it. He's done it on us afore.
All right, Sims agreed, turning momentarily to look at the figure lying by the fire. I'll bleed him if he'll let me. Bass watched Isaac turn aside quietly with Solomon Fish and go over to where Little shivered uncontrollably in his blankets. They both knelt and began talking so low Titus could not make out what they said. Only then did he notice the sun was easing down on the far peaks rising to the west of them. I'll go over see if them two need my help, Scratch declared, then turned from the group. He stood behind Fish and Sims for a few minutes as they tried desperately to hold Little's arm still enough for Isaac to delicately prick open a vein in the sick man's wrists. But because of the growing violence of his quaking, they succeeded only in scratching Little with the tip of the knife blade. When Hatcher came up to watch those last attempts, Bass quietly said, "You don't need me for nothing. I'll slip off for a while."
Go right on ahead, Jack declared. Ain't nothing more any of us can do here, I'm afeared.
Picking his way west from camp, Scratch came upon Elbridge Gray rooting among the brush along the stream bank. They signaled one another with a wave, but neither one spoke a word. Already it felt as if a somber air were settling upon the valley. Gray hunched back over his work, crawling about on his knees, working his knife into the damp soil, digging, prodding things out of the ground. At every camp, Elbridge was the one to go in search of wild onions or Jerusalem artichokes among the thick undergrowth along the river bottoms, the one among them all to dig up the tipsinna, a rooted tuber that grew out on the prairie. Bass wasn't all that sure how long he walked, but when he stopped and circled back, Scratch could not see anything of their camp but the rising veil of a single wispy column of smoke emerging from the canopy of trees. That's where he decided to go no farther. Nearby ran a game trail, on the far side of which stood a nest of large boulders. Bass climbed to the top and settled, drawing his legs against him, his arms knitted around them as he stared at the last lip of the sun slipping over the far, jagged horizon. Ticks. A critter so small, a man might think nothing more of one than to yank it out of his hide and scratch where the damned thing had burrowed its head to suck at the man's blood. It weren't like ticks was anything new to him, neither. Hell, all his pap's animals had suffered ticks from time to time, cows, and even Tink herself. Never had he given a second thought to yanking ticks right out of the old hound's hide. Now the rest were telling him Joe Little was going to die from the ticks. A man don't die from ticks. Up here where a man could get froze to death or get himself chawed up by a sow grizzly, where a fella's pony might slip a hoof on an icy ledge or he might get himself killed by thieving red niggers, 101 things might kill a man out here for sure and certain, but not no ticks. As the light began to drain from the sky, Titus brooded on it in that peculiar way he had come to dwell on all weighty matters. Scratch would cautiously reach out and barely touch a thing first before really grabbing hold of it, maybe even rub a finger or two across a subject before diving in to stir it up good. It was as if Titus Bass tested things a time or two, exactly like a man would stick his toe into the water, testing its temperature before jumping on in. Sure enough, of a time not all that long ago, he had been a man with a wild feather tickling his ass, a young pup what had come to the mountains as brave and stupid as a buffler in the spring with his nose stuck high in the air. But he'd been lucky. That, or Dame Fortune had merely smiled on one more of those rare men who went out and made his own luck happen. Luck, or fate, or medicine, there was more than enough mystery to give a man pause out here. Mind if'n you have some company? He looked down, finding Hatcher there at the foot of the boulders. Come on up. Jack scrambled up and over the nest of rocks, settling near Bass. They're warm, ain't they? Scratch put his hand out to feel the boulder beneath him. For the first time, he realized how the rock had absorbed the afternoon sunlight and heat. Damn sight warmer in the air up here. After a few minutes, Jack turned to look over his shoulder, then asked, You don't figure our fire's too big, do you? Again, Scratch glanced at the smoke. You fearin' Injuns, Jack Hatcher?
Only them what come out in the north." They fell quiet again, both lost in thought, until Titus asked, "Joe really gonna die?" "He mightn't pull through," Hatcher replied solemnly, "but I can't lay much stake on that. But there ain't much else we can do 'cept keep him at his ease. I dug out the last of the liquor for him. With that fever, Joe was plumb going out of his head." "You done right, Jack," Titus agreed. "Maybe help him sleep now." "It don't feel like I done nothing right, though." Turning slightly on the boulder, Scratch said, "This is pure crazy, Hatcher. How's a man die of ticks?" "I ain't got me a answer for you," he finally admitted. "Me and Caleb seed it only once afore." "Seen what?" "Man die of tick fever." "Tick fever? A man really died of a tick bite?" After nodding, Hatcher said, "He bums up with a fever, just like Joe's doing right now. 'Tweren't nothing no man could do for him." "Gotta be something, Jack, like you help a body through the croup sick or the ague." "Joe ain't got none of that. Been bit by the ticks what kilt him, what give him the fever and kilt him." "I know ticks. Ever since I was a boy, these out here ain't the same, Scratch," Hatcher interrupted. "Ain't the same like them back east where we both come from. Not down there on the prairie, neither. These up here in the mountains, they can kill a man." "Sure as Blackfoot?" "Sure as Blackfeet's, and that's for sartin." Almost in a whimper, Scratch asked, "Well, what did Joe do wrong that he's got to die for it?" "Like he told us his own self, he pulled them ticks out of his own hide." "Shit, Hatcher, man can't leave the damned thing stuck in there, can he?" Wagging his head, Jack sought to explain. "Listen, Scratch, there's a right way to set a trap and a wrong way, too. So there's a way to get them ticks off your hide without things turning out the way they did for Little." "How so?" "Man's got to get hisself something hot and touch them some bitches on the ass." "Something hot?" "Like your knife blade you heat up over the fire," Jack continued. "Just touch them ticks on the ass, and they'll come backing right on out." "Come out in a man's hide, just like that?" "You gotta do it that way, Scratch," Hatcher explained. "Wait till they pulled themselves out, then you grab 'em and toss 'em in the fire." "Can't just pick 'em off." "Joe did that," Jack said gravely. Bass nodded. "And now he's gonna die." "'Cause when he pulled them ticks off him, the heads rip off then and there, and them heads stay buried there in a man's hide." "What of it, them heads?" "That's the worst of it, Scratch," Hatcher declared. "Them heads is what got the poison in 'em." "So it's that poison gonna kill Joe?" "He can't last more'n 2-3 days now." "We stay in here?" Jack nodded, staring off into the distance. "We'll trap, and in the by and by let the man die in peace. Give him a decent folks burying." "Least we can do for a friend," Scratch said. "The least I'd do for any man what rode with me," Hatcher replied as he started to rise. "Come on, sun's down. Time we got back and done ourselves up some supper. First light comes early, and we got traps to set." Titus clambered down the boulders behind Jack, thinking on just how rare was this breed of man he had cast his lot with, these men with Hatcher, even Joe Little as he lay his final hours beside a fire tucked far back into the wilderness. Theirs was a special breed cut for a special place where few survived. Fire-hardened on the anvil of blistering heat and soul-numbing cold, beaten and pounded under relentless watchfulness, forged by adversity and quenched in that joy of truly relying on no man but their own kind. Theirs was truly a breed of its own. As he settled at the fire near the blankets where Little trembled, Bass felt those first stirrings of a sense of belonging to something bigger than himself. It had taken him 3 seasons, but now he felt as if he was a part of the lives these men shared one with another. Among them, out here in this wilderness, there existed few rules, if any, and what rules there were existed for the sake of the living. Those rules were learned and practiced solely for saving a man's hair and hide.
And there was a code of honor, too, one that dictated that a man's friends do what was decent when it came time to bury him, to speak their last farewell and leave that old friend behind. As simple as that code was, Bass realized he had already sworn to it before taking his leave of St. Louis. He had done what was right by Isaac Washburn, then come west to live out the life the old trapper would never live again for himself. How temporal and truly fragile life had turned out to be, Bass brooded. No matter that these were a hardy breed of men, the toughest he had ever known, tougher than any plowman, tougher still than any riverboatman, the men of this breed lived for what time was granted them, then accepted death as surely as they had come to accept life on its own terms. Each man in his own way, wanting no more out of life than was due him. They were quiet around their fire that night as the 9 ate, for the most part deep in their own thoughts as they chewed on half-raw pieces of a cow elk shot that morning. While the coffee brewed, they filled themselves on lean red meat and gulped down the boiled onions Gray had scrounged from the creek banks. For eating, a man used his knife only, no matter how big the cut of meat. Holding one end of a reddish piece of steak between his teeth, Bass pulled the other end, then sawed his skinning knife neatly through the outstretched portion, feeding himself chunk after mouth-filling chunk. Before he poured himself some coffee, Titus chopped up a well-done piece of elk into small pieces that Little just might swallow without the trouble of chewing. These he dropped into a second tin cup set before the dying trapper, next to his cup of water. When he had plunged his knife blade into the hot coals and left it there to set a moment, Scratch poured a cup of steaming coffee, its aroma wild and heady. Not wanting the knife to become too hot, he pulled it from the fire, wiping it quickly across the thigh of his leggings, back and forth over the buckskin until its sheen had returned, cleansed of blood and gristle so he could nest it back in its scabbard. He was struck with a sudden thought. "Where's Rendezvous to be this year?"
"That's right. You wasn't one to make it last summer," Caleb Wood replied.
"Got hisself jumped by the Araps," Sims reminded them. "Then you'll have yourself a second go-round for Sweet Lake," Hatcher announced.
Titus inquired, "Where you met up with the traders last summer?"
"The same,"
Fish replied.
"Ah, Rendezvous,"
Mad Jack sighed as he leaned back on his saddle and blankets, one hand laid lovingly on his battered fiddle case.
"Damn near what a man works for all year long, don't you figure, Titus Bass?"
"I cal'late Rendezvous is the prize what any of us gambles his hide for."
"Liquor and lovin'," Caleb added. "By damn, for every man what comes to Rendezvous, give him the worst of the liquor and the best of the lovin'."
Near moonrise, Little began muttering and mumbling. As he lay shivering in his blankets, sweating from his rising fever, Joe rapidly slipped into a delirium. No longer did he experience any lucid moments, nor did he respond to the men who went to his side with water. It was hard for any of them to turn away and sleep that night. Sometime in that last hour before sunrise, the noisy muttering and thrashing quieted, and Little finally fell silent. Taking his rotation at guard, Solomon Fish was the man up to hear when everything went quiet with Joe.
"Hatcher,"
Fish whispered loudly, and he clambered to his feet.
"Come here."
As the others slowly sat up in their blankets, watching in silence, Jack joined Solomon at Little's side. Hatcher first held his hand just above Joe's face, then laid his ear over the man's mouth. And finally, Jack touched Little's cheek, his forehead, then the front of Joe's throat as he pulled back the blankets.
He dead?"
Caleb asked. Instead of answering immediately, Hatcher laid his ear against Little's chest and listened for what seemed like a good piece of eternity to Bass. When he raised his head, Jack pulled the top blanket over Joe Little's face.
"Rufus, want you and Scratch start digging a hole."
"He dead already?"
Sims asked.
"Fever took him quick,"
Hatcher replied.
"Merciful heavens,"
Wood whispered, grabbing that beaver-skin cap off his head.
"Damn good thing it was quick."
"No man deserves to die slow,"
Graham muttered as he kicked off his blankets and stretched as he got to his feet.
Come on, Scratch. We got us a burying hole for to dig.
The two of them found a patch of ground at the distant edge of the tree line where they didn't figure they would run across too many rocks as they worked their way down into the soil with the crude, stubby-handled shovels. As they were approaching 4 feet, Jack showed up. The sun was just easing off the ridge to the east.
Deep enough,
Hatcher declared as he bent quickly to glance into the hole. Turning, he waved an arm in the air and brought the others, 4 of them, carrying the body on a shoulder. When Graham and Bass scrambled out of the hole, Hatcher ordered, "Put him in." Titus could see that they had lashed Joe inside one of the huge blankets wrapped round and round with hemp rope for a secure funeral shroud.
"Any of you know some proper burying words?"
Caleb asked as Hatcher stared down at the body. These men, that blanket-wrapped body, the quiet stillness about them as the birds ceased their songs and calls, and especially the utter senselessness of Joe Little's death, it all brought a flood of memories back for Titus, remembering Ebenezer Zane, recalling how he had lived and how the man died, how the pilot's loyal crew of boatmen buried him off the side of their Kentucky flatboat, the shroud slowly slipping beneath the muddy surface of the Mississippi River.
Any of you have something to say to Joe? Now be the time to speak your piece, Hatcher said quietly.
"He was a good man and a fair enough trapper,"
Caleb said after he took a step right up to the edge of the long hole. Moving up beside Wood, Elbridge Gray added,
"The sort you could always trust to watch your backside."
"He weren't the best in the world at nothing," Sims said, "but he knew just how to be a man's friend."
"Not a better man to count on when things got tough,"
Fish said self-consciously. The rest nodded. Jack said,
"Won't none of us soon forget you, Joe Little?"
Then he turned to the rest of them.
"Any you niggers know any proper church words?"
For a few moments, all of them stood there embarrassed and shuffle-footed in their moccasins and greasy buckskins, hands clasped in front of them, their eyes darting this way and that, or staring at the dark hole near their feet, none of them knowing what to say.
"Stupid for this here nigger to ask that," Hatcher admitted after a long moment. "Should have knowed better and to expect any of us ever been inside a church to recollect any Sunday meeting words to say over one of our own."
Then Caleb blurted,
"Weren't no good reason for him to go the way he did."
Kincaid nodded his big head, saying,
"Man figures to be took in a Injun fight, maybe so a grizz, but to go under this-a-way?"
"Dead is dead," Scratch muttered just as suddenly. The words surprised him as much as they surprised the others, who turned to look at him. "Don't matter how a man dies. That ain't what counts nohow. What matters most is how Joe Little lived." Hatcher and a couple others grunted their approval. Jack studied Bass carefully there as he picked at an itchy scab on his cheek where a mosquito had landed at the edge of his beard. Then Jack said,
"That's the true of it, fellas. Joe ain't here no more. He's gone."
"Ain't here no more,"
Wood repeated. Jack continued,
"Like Titus said, it don't matter how he died. It were how Joe lived, how any of us lives what makes a good goddamn."
"He were a free man," Roland said. "Lived free and didn't cotton to workin' for no man."
"I don't know no better words than that, Johnny," Hatcher declared. "Joe Little was a free man. He gone where he wanted to go. He done what he wanted to do. And he damn well lived the way he wanted to live. That's what matters most."
Jack looked at Bass. With a nod, Bass added, "A man don't always get a chance to choose the way he dies, fellas, but a man sure as hell can choose the way he lives. I figure Joe had all he ever wanted to have and lived the way he wanted to live."
"Let's us remember that," Hatcher reminded them. "Not how the man died. Let's remember the good days we had with our friend."
Jack knelt quickly, scooping up a double handful of loose soil and shoving it into the hole, where it landed with a muffled splatter on the thick wool blanket.
"S'long, Joe."
Caleb knelt at the side of the grave and tossed in a single handful of dirt.
"Keep your eye on the skyline."
One by one, they came to the edge of the hole and threw in some dirt to begin this burial of their friend, each man speaking his own farewell as if it might be no more than a parting among those at the end of rendezvous, neither one knowing when next they would see one another. Eventually, all had spoken save for Bass. "We vow to remember," he said, repeating the grieving woman's words more than 17 winters old, words spoken while another canvas-wrapped shroud was slipped into the waters of the Mississippi. "Those of us left behind, we vow to remember the ones what been took from us." "Damn," Jack muttered. He dragged his forearm beneath his nose and blinked rapidly. "Promised myself I wasn't gonna do this." Titus began. "Ain't no shame in having strong feelin's for a friend." But he fell silent the instant Hatcher turned on his heel and stomped away. "Goddamn, I knowed this was gonna happen," Caleb explained, wagging his head. The others didn't even look up to watch Hatcher hurrying back to camp. Their eyes stole a glance at Titus, then went back to gazing down at the body in the hole. "Where's he going?" Bass inquired. "To get hisself away," Sims said. "Get away from what?" "From you," Wood answered. "From me?" Caleb explained. "From what you said." I said something wrong?" "No, not rightly wrong," Wood confided. "I suppose it was bound to happen. You see, Jack ain't never got used to losing folks. We-uns, all of us, we know Jack ain't never had him a friend what died that he wasn't all broke up about it for a long time." "Ain't nothing wrong with that," Titus said, looking after the tall, thin man hurrying across the small meadow as the sun began to creep down the hillside toward them. Sims declared, "Maybe so Titus here hadn't oughta gone and said nothing about having feelin's for a friend, Hatcher being so tetchy the way he is." "How about me going to tell Jack I didn't know?" Bass suggested, sensing remorse that he had offended a friend and hurt feelings. "Tell him I'm sorry for—" They all heard the pony snort, and the forest around them go silent in the space of a heartbeat. Then came the snap of a branch somewhere behind them in the timber. Turning as one without a word, the trappers bolted off in the opposite direction as if a bolt of lightning had struck beneath their feet. In that instant, they were racing back for camp on instinct, not yet aware just what danger was riding down on them with the hammer of all those hooves. A danger wearing death's own hideous earth paint masks. 23. With a wild, whooping screech, a single horseman burst out of the trees on the slope off to Hatcher's left. Bass watched the warrior kicking his heels into the pony's ribs as he hunched forward, drawing back the rawhide string on his short bow as he swung it in an arc over the pony's bobbing head, the animal carrying him rapidly across the grassy flat that still remained between him and Hatcher. With that war cry, Jack exploded into a dead run. So tall and skinny, his movements were almost spider-like. Grabbing free the pistol stuffed in his belt, still he kept sprinting for camp. Voices cried out, screeching behind the rest of them. As Scratch's blood went cold, it seemed the whole forest instantly came alive with more horsemen exploding from the trees. Perhaps 24 or more, maybe as many as 100. No matter how many, the odds were clearly stacked against these men racing for their lives. They'd been caught flat-footed, away from camp, without their rifles and pouches at a moment of grief, having nothing more than a single load in each of their belt pistols. Blood-chilling yelps and high, tremulous trilling made the hair bristle on the back of Scratch's neck. How he wanted to turn and look at the attackers, but dared not, knowing he had to run faster despite the slippery grass beneath their moccasins. And in those first few seconds, the 8 got themselves strung out now, some on the left and some on his right. That solitary horseman ahead of them released his arrow with a wild, demonic shriek. Jack grunted, stumbling the instant it struck him, the arrow slamming into the back of his bony hip. He was still tumbling over and over across the grass as the warrior shot past the trapper on his flying pony. Watching that shaft sink itself deep, hearing his friend fall with no more than a grunt, seeing the long-legged Hatcher crumple to a stop, it made the gorge rise in Scratch's throat. He didn't care to run anymore. Better to turn and fight. But unlike the others, he realized he didn't have a belt pistol. That damned Arapaho had taken it, that and a good piece of his scalp. Reaching around to the back of his belt, Titus snagged the tomahawk in his right hand, yanking the handle from the small of his back. As soon as he felt the reassurance of the weapon in his palm, he planted his left foot and rolled off it, pivoting the moment he skidded to a stop. He had the space of 3 hammering heartbeats before the first horseman closed on him. The top half of the warrior's face was painted red from brow to upper cheeks, yellow hailstones splotching the lower half. In front, the Blackfoot's hair was pulled up in a provocative clump tied there above his brow and those dark, menacing eyes. Back from a muscular brown shoulder swung the arm that at this distance looked as thick as a tree trunk. At the end of the arm waved a long stone club coming for the white man on a whistling arc. Titus ducked at the last moment, feeling the handle graze the top of his skull as it passed, tearing the blue bandana off. But it did not matter because Scratch was already swinging, both arms driving the tomahawk into the front of the rider's body. Belly or chest, Titus did not know at that instant, only that he felt the bladed weapon jar in his death grip, sensed the hot spray of blood splattering over his hands and wrists, heard the surprised gush of air burst from the enemy as the tomahawk was yanked from Bass's hands, suddenly slick with blood and gore. Spinning on around, he watched the rider topple from side to side, staring down at the tomahawk buried in his chest, then slowly cartwheel to the right, off his pony. Scratch's upper arm cried out for attention. An arrow whispered past, just cutting through the buckskin shirt enough to carry away a track of skin with its flight. Scooping the bandana up from the ground and stuffing it into his belt, he yanked out the knife with the other hand, watching the mass of horsemen break apart like oil dropped on water, a few moving off for each of the white men. "Bass!" Over his shoulder he caught a glimpse of the blonde head, saw Solomon going to his knee beside Hatcher. Beyond them, at the edge of the trees, 2 forms flitted behind trees and turned. Fish was waving Titus on as soon as he had Jack rolled over. Scratch saw Hatcher move. One of the pistols roared in that clearing. Whirling again in a crouch, Titus watched another horseman tumble backward off the rear flanks of his pony, heels over head into the grass. "Scratch!" For a moment, he couldn't see any of the rest and wondered where they were. Fish was struggling to hold Jack down as Hatcher thrashed on the ground, fighting Solomon to get his arm back to the arrow in his hip. Then another pistol barked from behind the tree just ahead. The horsemen were closing on them now as Bass reached Fish, throwing his weight against Hatcher as they rolled him onto his side. Get the... With both hands clutching the arrow's shaft, Fish brutally snapped it off, a loud and distinct crack in the midst of the war cries and the pony hooves and the shouts of the other white men somewhere in the trees beyond them. Hatcher's back bowed up in sudden pain, and he thrashed his legs again wildly. You alive, Jack? In an instant, Hatcher became still. His eyes were red, moist with pain as he stared up at Bass, grabbing for the front of Scratch's shirt. God, if this don't hurt like hell! Fish turned from looking at the horseman bearing down on them and bellowed, Let's get him out of here! Grabbing for Jack's right arm, Scratch yanked the pistol from Hatcher's grip. Give me this. Don't take it from... As his thumb raked back the large goose-necked hammer, finding it already at full cock, Bass began his turn, there on his knees beside the other two. He found the closest, riding low alongside his pony's neck, a long dark tube held out from his right hand. Closer, closer he came, then the puff of smoke from the tube, the dull thud of the ball furrowing the earth there between Bass and Hatcher. Closer still as the Indian realized he had missed, jerked back, sitting up to yank brutally on the single rein, attempting to turn the pony before... But Bass was already rising, the right arm out straight, elbow locked, sensing when to pull the trigger at the very moment the warrior sat upright, making more of a target. The ball struck him high in the chest, there below the V of the collarbone where he wore a brass gorget around his neck, catapulting the warrior off to the left side as his pony continued its turn to the right. That was purty, Hatcher cried out, both arms lunging for Bass, to hold on, to pull himself up. Give me my pistol. Slapping it back into Jack's hands, Bass took the knife from his left and slid it into its scabbard just as Fish hollered. Scratch! Hatcher and Bass both grunted as another horseman pitched off his pony right over them, arms spread wide, flying into the trappers as the pony leaped past. For that fleeting moment, Titus thought how bad the Indian stank of dried meat and buffalo grease on his hair. Cold, dried sweat, days old now. Then all three of them were tumbling into Hatcher together, Jack whimpering every time Bass or Fish or the warrior rolled over that broken shaft in his hip. But Hatcher was still all spidery arms and legs, thrashing and heaving about, attempting to throw off the Indian as Scratch struggled to secure a hold on the warrior's right arm, the hand that held a large iron knife. One of the biggest Titus had ever seen. With his right hand clutching his own knife, Bass seized hold of the warrior's hair right up at the top of his forehead where the horseman had it bound up with a weasel skin. They rolled off Hatcher as Fish flew in the other direction, both of them wheezing from the strain, the weight, the bare-boned knowing they were locked in something from which only one of them would emerge. Somewhere behind him, Bass heard another gun roar, not a pistol, but the sure-enough boom of a rifle. He wondered if it was another warrior's smoothbore musket. They didn't have rifled weapons. Suddenly the warrior twisted himself on top of Bass, his left hand shoving Scratch's head back into the forest floor. Bass felt the pine needles and dirt grind against the ring of flesh surrounding his bare skull, shooting through him with the heat of a dying star, as if his scalp were being torn from him all over again. With his strength failing in the left arm as he held that big knife away from his face and neck, Bass surprised the warrior by letting go of the weasel-wrapped hair. In that instant, the Indian glanced upward to find the white man's hand. Scratch smashed the knife handle down into the Indian's forehead. Again into the side of his eye socket, sensing the warrior's struggle weaken. Again and again he pounded the hard bone handle into the side of the enemy's head, splitting open the skin over the eye, across the temple, blood coursing down over the ochre and brown face paint applied in crude lightning bolts. The warrior's left hand came loose first, releasing Bass's hair, then shooting down to clamp around the white man's throat. Again, Titus smashed the handle into the enemy's face, feeling the cheekbone give way beneath his blow. An instant later, the warrior's right arm weakened some more, beginning to drop as the Indian's body seeped a little more of its strength. Tightening his fingers around the knife handle, Bass brought the blade down now, striking savagely, slashing the warrior across the jaw, down the great muscles of his neck, across his windpipe. Blood splattered over him as the warrior gasped his last noisy breath, jerking back in black-eyed shock, yanking the empty hand from Bass's neck to his own to vainly attempt to stop the spurts of bright blood. Then his dark eyes widened all the more in sudden surprise, slowly looking down at the white man below him as Titus drove the knife home, right into the warrior's belly, yanking, jerking, working it crudely from right to left, opening the cavity up, blood and gore spilling out as Bass kicked himself free of the dying man.
"God!" Hatcher gushed hoarsely. "You kilt that red belly."
"Him or me," he gushed, hauling in snatches of breath. "Come on," Fish yelled, trying his best to get himself under one of Hatcher's arms. Bass slipped under the other, and together they raised Jack off the ground as he cried out in pain. Whirling clumsily, they dragged Hatcher toward the trees where Elbridge Gray emerged with a rifle in each hand.
"Get down,"
Gray ordered. Thinking that was a stupid thing for any man to tell him when he and Fish had Hatcher suspended between them, Bass glanced over his shoulder, finding a half-dozen horsemen coming for them at a hard gallop.
"Down!"
Elbridge screamed again. Fish was the first to obey, pitching forward, dragging Hatcher and Bass with him as Sims stepped out of the trees with a rifle in one hand, a stubby, short-barreled weapon in the other. But Gray didn't wait on Bass to get all the way down. As soon as Scratch collapsed to his knees, Elbridge fired the shot that struck the closest warrior. His pony pitched sideways into another horse. Now Sims brought the long, heavy rifle up in his right hand, pulling the trigger as it reached the top of its arc. Like a steam piston, he let the right arm sink as he brought up that short weapon and fired it. A wide spray of orange light lit the shadows as 4 ponies screeched in pain and dismay, twisting and rearing, their warriors fighting for control as the animals pitched their riders off this way and that.
"Get moving!"
Sims bellowed as he stuffed that strange short weapon under his right arm and pulled a pistol from his belt.
"Get on! See Hatcher gets back to camp," Gray ordered. "We gotta make a stand there."
Just as Bass was clambering to his feet, feeling naked without a weapon, Jack suddenly had hold of the front of Scratch's bloody shirt, pulling himself up so he could peer into Titus's face.
"'Member them rocks?"
"Rocks?" Hatcher had to be crazy with pain to be talking about rocks. Jack struggled to hold on to Titus's shirt. Pain had turned his face into a gray, pasty mask of agony.
"Where I come found you at sundown, you idiot."
"Rocks, yeah," he said, remembering.
"Take us there."
Bass interrupted. "We won't ever make it." For a moment, Hatcher's eyes closed slowly as if he were weakening, then opened again, a thin veil of teary pain clouding them.
"We don't get to them rocks, goddammit. We won't none of us make it."
For an instant more, Bass gazed deeply into Hatcher's red-rimmed eyes when he realized just how right Jack was at that moment. "Follow me," Titus ordered as he dragged his gaze from Hatcher and raked it across Solomon Fish. Jack croaked.
Tell him."
Bass stood, yanking the tall Hatcher up on his shoulder as Fish stood beneath the other arm to prop himself under Jack. Titus hollered, "Jack says we drop back to the rocks." "No," Wood shouted, emerging from the trees, one of his arms hanging bloody, useless at his side. "We make our stand in camp." "Get your pouches," Sims hollered, wheeling away from Caleb. "We're going to the rocks with Hatcher." They pushed past Wood in a rush as Caleb swore at them, but when Bass twisted his head to look over his shoulder, he found the trapper right behind them. While Fish and Bass dragged Hatcher on through the center of their camp, the rest scattered here and there to scoop up weapons and shooting pouches. Behind them, the warriors were clearly working up for another rush.
"They comin' again," Jack whimpered in pain. "Be ready."
We ain't gonna make it, Wood bellowed. Come on, Bass cried to those behind him now as they reached the timber on the far side of camp. It ain't that far. Too far, Jack suddenly said. At that moment, he looked down at Hatcher. It seemed that as he watched, all the starch went right out of the man. His face turned a doughy gray, eyes sunken into his skull. No, goddammit, Bass shouted at Jack, yanking Hatcher up by the collar of his buckskin shirt, shaking him for good measure. We're gonna make it. Just like you said, we're gonna make it to the rocks. Leave me. No, Scratch shouted him down as the others reached them, their arms loaded with long rifles, belts, and sashes bristling with pistols and axes. Gray's eyes were wide with worry as he looked at Hatcher, then turned to flick a look behind them. How far? Too far, Hatcher answered, sinking low between the two who propped him upright. It ain't too far, Bass shouted. Come on! Across those last 200 yards, then only 100, they could hear them coming, yelping and crying out in dismay at the death of their companions, screeching louder still when they burst into the white man's camp, tearing through it looking for the white man's guns, perhaps knowing already where the cornered quarry was headed, rushing on out of that camp to herd the trappers as they would herd deer. The growing noise of their coming only served to bristle the hair on the back of Scratch's neck. That, and to drive him onward with Hatcher on his shoulder. Bass was beginning to gasp for breath, his belly sickening with the effort, his head dizzying from lack of air when the boulders leaped into view ahead, off to the right. From there, they might have a chance. I see 'em, Kincaid bawled. The forest behind them seemed to erupt with the cries of warriors as they rushed after their prey, hearing that shrill announcement from the pursued. Sims was the first to climb up the outside shell of rocks, sliding down into the wide crevice that would take them into the center of the natural fortress. Setting his weapons aside, he reached down to pull Roland and Kincaid in. Then all three turned to help Fish and Bass shove Hatcher up the 5-foot wall of granite like a child's rag doll. With Jack propped up against the rocks, the others handed in their weapons and vaulted up themselves, just as the warriors exploded from the trees. There were fewer of them now than there had been, but there wasn't any man counting. Hell, Bass thought, when you're jumped by that many, dropping a few from their ponies don't make all that much of a dent in the odds. But the warriors stopped dead in their tracks, some circling left and some going right, while most of them stayed right there in the center, staring at the rock fortress. Kneeling, a few snapped off some arrows at the trappers hunkering down in the rocks. The stone tips clattered against the boulders, spun crazily in among the trappers. Noisily yelling, the Indians screeched war cries and bloody oaths. "What are they?" Scratch asked, taking his rifle from Roland. "Can't rightly say," Wood replied, wagging his head and shoving a ball down his barrel. "Hell," Jack coughed below them at the bottom of the crevice. "We damn well know what them sumbitches are." "Hatcher's right," Gray agreed as he slid up between Kincaid and Bass. "Blackfoot's." "Blackfeet's," Bass repeated, finally slipping the blue scarf from his belt and knotting it around his head once more. With a pained snort, Jack tossed his head and growled, "Who the hell you spectin' wants hair so bad up this way?" Twisting near fully around at the shrill cry, Bass found a warrior leaping from the rocks right above them. Sims caught the Blackfoot in his arms as they both slammed into the ground, the Indian's knife crudely raking Isaac's shoulder, opening up a bloody gash. In that next instant, Gray swung the butt of his flintlock across the back of the warrior's head, driving the enemy off Sims with an audible crunch and a spray of blood. In a fury, Isaac was on top of the warrior, dragging the enemy's head back to expose the neck, suddenly slashing a knife across the warrior's throat. "Scratch!" He whirled at Graham's cry just as Rufus fired. A second warrior on the rocks above them jerked as the lead ball struck him, driven back a step, then crumpling to his knees. Yet as the Blackfoot clutched his bloody fingers over the wound in his side, he still managed to cock the tomahawk over his head, hurling it down into the knot of white men. While the wounded warrior pitched backward from sight, the tomahawk spun itself against the boulder right behind Gray, then struck Elbridge a ricochet blow. Solomon leaped to Gray's side as the man slumped to the ground, a huge knot already puffing across his brow and temple, blood beginning to ooze down the side of his face.
"He's out," Fish muttered as he yanked the loaded pistol from Elbridge's hand.
"Red nigger's whittling us down," Hatcher groaned in resignation.
2 more painted warriors appeared at the far side of the ring of boulders, poking their heads over only long enough to take aim, pull back the strings of their bows, and let their arrows fly. Although noisy and frightening, the 2 shafts clattered harmlessly into the rocky fortress.
"There!"
Roland shouted. Where the warrior with the tomahawk had been a moment before, now 3 more popped into view. 2 more arrows flew in among the trappers, and a Blackfoot with a musket fired his shot, the big lead ball splattering against the rock beside Jack Hatcher. Immediately squatting beside Hatcher, Caleb Wood dusted some rock fragments off Jack, saying,
"We sit in here like a bunch of nesting hens, the fox gonna get us eventual."
Hatcher's eyes flicked over the others quickly.
"You coons got any IDs? Now's the time to be spitting 'em." "I say we get the hell out of here,"
Graham suggested, his eyes raking the tops of the rocks, ready for the appearance of more warriors. He resolutely tugged down on his beaver hat with the rawhide brim scraped so thin it was almost translucent.
"Make a run for it."
"We can't. They'll catch us out there one at a time," Bass declared, wagging his head as he kept his eyes on the south rim of the rocks. "In here we got us a chance." Hatcher drew in a quick breath of torment as he shifted his hip.
"I got things figured the same way as Scratch. Leastways in here they got a fight to get to us. Not much of one, but we got a chance."
"The ones of us what can, we gotta climb the sides of these rocks," Bass instructed, pointing toward the skyline with the barrel of his rifle. "Up there we can keep 'em from crawling over the rocks."
"Might work,"
Kincaid admitted, pursing his thick lips in determination.
"Let's climb."
Rufus Graham led them, scrambling up the rocks to a high position. Wood and Roland chose to climb off in another direction. Sims and Fish, Bass and Kincaid all spread out until the 7 of them had the ring of boulders better protected, no longer sitting below at the mercy of the enemy as the Blackfeet climbed up the rocks and fired down on their quarry. From up near the top of the boulders, the white men could now watch their enemy breaking out of the trees. A fella didn't get him all that many chances to win big at a card game, Titus thought, as his eyes raked the tree line, spotting some shadowy movement, listening to the Blackfeet hollering to one another. True enough, a man don't get a chance lessen he hangs his bare ass right out over the fire like this once in a while. Coming here to the mountain west all on his lonesome had been the biggest gamble he figured he'd ever made. Bigger even than leaving home at 16. But the bigger the gamble, the sweeter the stakes. Off to his left, 2 warriors skulked from the morning shadows toward the rocks, pretty much unseen for the thick brush. They scrambled to slip into a crevice that would put them between Caleb and Titus. Laying his left hand flat on the top of the boulder, then resting the forestock on the back of that hand, Bass took a quick sight target on the chest of the one who wore no leggings as he started to slip out of the brush there at the base of the crevice. Son of a bitch wore only moccasins, a breechclout, and a headdress made of a spray of turkey feathers tied to the back of his head. It surprised him when Wood's gun echoed the blast from his own rifle. As the turkey feather headdress twisted and slumped at the foot of the rocks, the other warrior turned on his heel and scampered back for the tree line. Stuffing his hand back into his shooting pouch, Scratch scooped up as many of the balls as he had left and brought them out. There in his cupped hand, he estimated he had fewer than 24 shots left. Quickly glancing over the others, perched near the top of the boulders nearby, Bass wondered if they were in any better shape for to make a long fight of it. He doubted that any of them would have enough shots to last until nightfall, and even then, there was a damn good chance the Blackfeet might just come to call once darkness hid their movements. No matter that he and the rest had knocked a few off their ponies or had shot a couple here after reaching the rocks, the warriors still had the trappers outnumbered better than 4, maybe 5 to 1. Having to make every shot count, every last lead ball left among them now, That was stretching the odds even thinner.
"What other choice you got?" he asked himself in a whisper.
Little matter that none of them would likely see the sun go down on this day. In all those years spent working and gambling beside the Ohio River, across all those seasons of drinking and whoring and playing the pasteboards in St. Louis, it had always been his way to stay in the game until the last raise of the night had been plopped down onto the table, until the last call had been made. And he'd just have to see this through to the end, too. The sun had climbed halfway to mid-sky, with the trappers fighting off the Blackfeet that way, one or two at a time, here or there. Then, things fell quiet. The forest became eerily silent. Not that they couldn't hear the snort and movement of ponies yonder in the timbered shadows, but for the longest time, no warriors raced from the trees to assault the rocks.
"Maybe they're fixin' to ride away," Fish suggested.
"You might be right, Solomon," Graham replied. "Niggers figure they can't get to us in here."
"I don't like the smell of it," Bass declared. Roland regarded Titus a moment from his nearby perch.
"Me neither,"
he finally said. Down below them, Hatcher yelled,
"Say, fellas, look who decided to wake up."
Gray was slowly wagging his head, rubbing the huge, blood-smeared knot on the side of his brow, then inspected his fingers.
"Damn, this hurts too much, boys. Must mean I'm still alive."
"You hold a gun?" Wood asked.
"Give me a minute or two more, I likely can," Gray explained.
"It's a good thing, too," Scratch said. "I figure them niggers is playing some jigger-pokey to fool us."
"They ain't gonna be fool enough to rush us," Graham protested.
"You fellas just leave me a loaded pistol down here," Hatcher instructed, gritting his teeth. "If and they're comin', I want me least one shot. Take least one of them niggers with me afore I go under." Elbridge handed Jack one of his big, smooth-bored horse pistols before he turned and slowly climbed up the gentle slope of the boulders to join the others. When he had reached the top, Gray asked quietly,
"You figure it'll come from all sides, Scratch?"
"Don't know how to calculate that." Caleb Wood ventured his guess.
"I suppose they will come at us from all sides, Elbridge. That way they keep every last one of us all pinned down when the rush comes."
"Nah," Sims protested. "They'll run at us from one side, figuring there ain't enough guns to shoot 'em all if they're quick enough."
"Listen!"
Graham hushed them. Even the pony noises had faded then. No bird calls from the surrounding forest, no longer the stomping and snorting of the Blackfeet ponies. The valley fell quiet as a tomb. A dead man's tomb. They turned their heads this way and that, looking, listening, growing more anxious with every breath.
"What's happening?" Hatcher demanded, alone down in the hollow. "Why'd everything get so quiet?"
A shrill whistle blew, and all the Blackfoot war cries arose in unison, shutting off the rest of Jack's question.
"If and that hoss don't take the circle," Caleb growled, "they comin' in from all sides, Jack."
Bass jammed his hand down into his pouch and scooped out more than 10 of the heavy lead balls, stuffing them into his mouth where they would be ready to spit down the barrel of his rifle. Waving his horse pistol, pain and determination painted there on his gray face, Hatcher bellowed,
"I know we can take 'em, boys."
Gray cheered the rest.
"Damn sure take as many as we can afore they get us."
Outside of a winter camp of Ute or Crow or that Shoshone village hunting buffalo, Titus Bass hadn't seen that many warriors at one time in one place ever before. No two ways of Sunday about it, there were more Blackfeet racing toward the Boulder Fortress than Scratch had thought there could be in their war party. Either there had been more warriors back among the trees all along, or more Blackfeet had come in to join up with the first ones who ambushed the trappers. Careful, careful, he reminded himself, holding the front blade on the closest, bare, brown-skinned chest. The flintlock shoved back into his shoulder the instant before he was laying it at his side and scooping up the pistol, finding himself a second target. On all sides, the trappers were firing their guns, cutting down the first ranks of Blackfeet, then immediately pouring down a quick measure of powder before spitting a single ball from their lips into the muzzles of rifles or pistols and spilling priming powder into the pans of their weapons. The guns erupted once more, taking a fraction more of a toll on the enemy wave that drew closer and closer in those screaming, shrieking, booming, and frantic seconds of reloading. More than 4 times the trappers poured powder and spat lead balls into their weapons, ramming the charges home before taking instant aim and firing on instinct. 4 times only before they were forced one by one to lay aside their firearms to take up knives and tomahawks as the red wave of the warriors climbed high enough over the fallen bodies strewn across the rocks themselves. A few were swinging their rifles about like long clubs, and all about them the air turned red with the enemy's hideous screams of bloodlust, reminding Bass of that first skirmish with the Chickasaw, recalling how Ebenezer Zane's boatman had said that a man would never forget hearing his first Chickasaw war whoop. When the first wave spilled back, tumbling against one another, the trappers had to wait those last long seconds for the warriors to spider their way up to the white men at the top of the rocks, about half of the trappers struggling to reload this one last time, while the others rose to their knees with knife and tomahawk, crouched tensely to receive the brunt of the charge. The Blackfeet weren't singing out the war songs now as they turned about to hurl themselves at the boulders. No songs, for this was something deadly. 5 or more were scrambling toward Bass himself. As his mouth went dry, Scratch thought of the Ute woman, how Fawn had tended to his wounds, recalling the softness of her touch at all the wounded places on his body, remembering how nothing else mattered when he lay coupled with her. His tongue went pasty when he realized he would never see her again, never lay another trap, not see the sun go down on this day, or the others to follow. As he gazed down at all those painted warriors scrambling up the boulders to get at them, Bass realized he was staring death in the face. Such injustice this was. Not yet ready to die, for he hadn't yet learned what it meant to live. Much less had he learned what it meant to die. The first ranks hurtled against the trappers with the grunting exertion of bare muscle pitted against muscle. Back and forth, Scratch raked the tomahawk from side to side, connecting with bone and flesh, slashing at skin and sinew as warriors fell back and more leaped up behind them. From his knees he scrambled to his feet, splattered with hot blood, beginning to yell for the first time, answering their cries with his own fevered killing lust. First 1, then 2, and finally 3 bodies lay at his feet as the others surged in, lunged for him. A warrior fell back, Bass's tomahawk still buried in his face as the Indian tumbled down the slope. Ducking the war club that whispered overhead, Bass slapped the skinning knife into his right hand and leaped into 3 of them. The trio swung wildly with their own weapons, pounding at his back, slashing at the wild wolverine suddenly among them. Bass locked his arms around legs, twisting, pulling, throwing his shoulder into the bare knees he held to with death's grip. Not letting go even when 2 of the Blackfeet lost their balance and began to fall, Bass slid, careened, tumbled down the side of the rocks with them. They dug fingers at his eyes, yanked savagely at his long hair, pummeled him with their fists as they all came to a stop together, one of the warriors colliding with a tree trunk so hard the breath was knocked out of him with a gasp. The hold on him released, Scratch leaped back, slashing, lunging to the side to slash again. Then he fell back a step in a crouch, like a crazed animal, from the warrior he had just opened up, the Blackfoot staring dumbly down at his belly as purplish intestine slithered out of the long, gaping wound. Another warrior lunged onto his back, arm locked around Bass's neck, and they both fell as Titus rolled, momentarily staring up into the face of the Blackfoot, who drew back a tomahawk at the end of his arm as he came astride the trapper. Bass swung his arm, wildly jabbing again and again with his left fist, smashing it into the warrior's jaw, just before another face appeared above him. A second warrior seizing Scratch's left arm and forcing it down beneath all of his weight, pinning it against the ground. The first Blackfoot with the bloodied nose and mouth once more drew back the tomahawk, then froze. In the midst of all the noise and commotion and that deafening hammer of Bass's heart, there came the rush of a rising cacophony of shouts, war cries, and death songs spilling from the forest beyond them. Shots echoed from the tree line. Surprised, the two warriors pinning Bass to the ground jerked, looking over their shoulders at the shadowy forest behind them as if they could not believe. Everywhere in the boulders, Blackfeet hollered, screamed in dismay. In that next instant, the warrior clutching the tomahawk above Bass twitched slightly, his eyes widening, then slumped across Scratch as if his strings had been cut, an arrow fluttering deep in his back as he gurgled his last breath. Releasing Bass's arm, the remaining warrior grabbed hold of the first, turning him to the side to have himself a look, and realized, then leaped to his feet, screaming and waving his arms at the rest. In every direction, the Blackfeet were wheeling back from the rocks. Like drops of spring runoff, they came sliding down the rocks, desperately breaking into a sprint as they raced for the timber beyond the boulders. The crescendo of screams and war cries burst from the trees an instant before the feathered, painted warriors. Lunging up on his elbows, kicking wildly to free his legs from the body sprawled atop them, Bass struggled to slide backward as this new rush of warriors rolled toward him and the others defending the boulders. Vaulting onto a shoulder, he flung an arm across the grass to snag the tomahawk from the warrior, ripping a huge knife from the dead man's belt. All that he would have now to defend himself against this new wave of the enemy. Kicking his legs free, Bass scrambled to his knees, crouching, growling, preparing to fight his last seconds, then fall under the sheer weight of their numbers. Yet, the warriors exploding like blurred light from the shadows turned and hurtled right by him, then sprinted past the boulders, following the fleeing Blackfeet. They were retreating with the others. Of a sudden, one of the warriors skidded to a stop close at hand, whirled, and screamed at Titus, something he did not understand. Titus brought up the tomahawk and knife, hissing almost cat-like as he prepared for the strike. Bass jerked as a second warrior seized him from behind, the painted warrior gripping the white man's bloodied shirt, exuberantly pulling him partway off the ground, locking his powerful hand around Scratch's wrist as the Indian began to laugh. Unable to free his knife hand, Bass believed he was about to be killed by a man who would laugh crazily as he slit his throat. That laugh. Then he twisted to look carefully at the man holding him, studying the face beneath the smeared war paint, this one laughing joyously in his face. Was it really? Slays in the night? And as the Shoshone warrior gazed down at him with that broad, open smile, Bass felt the first sting of tears. By God, these were snake! A few more guns barked and roared in the mid-distance as the Shoshone raced after their ancient enemies, killing all that they could, driving off the rest of the Blackfoot war party. Slays in the Night leaned back, helping the white man get to his feet. The Shoshone warriors whirled up and around on all sides of them now, more warriors rushing out of the trees, sprinting headlong after the retreating Blackfeet. Bass found it difficult to catch his breath, to hear anything more than the loud clatter of his heart in his ears, the hammer of running feet, and the screeching war cries. Then, as that clamor of running battle began to fade, Scratch began to make out the familiar voices of the white trappers yelling above them, the rest of Hatcher's bunch realizing they had been saved, prancing and dancing there at the top of those boulders, pairs of them pounding one another on the back and whooping with joy at their miraculous deliverance. Slays in the Night laid a hand on Bass's shoulder and looked into the white man's face. Bass. Titus seized hold of that hand gripping his shoulder, and barely above a whisper, he croaked the only words that mattered right then. Thank you. His mind was a blur of questions. Watching the other trappers ease Jack Hatcher down the granite slope of the boulders in a blanket hammock, Bass struggled to come to grips with having prepared himself to face death as bravely as he could one moment, and the next, finding that he had suddenly been given another chance. Twice before that he was sure of, his fat had been pulled out of the fire. Others had happed along, or maybe he had simply blundered into them, but no matter that it was they or he, Scratch had no doubt that each time he had been snatched from the jaws of death. As the white men gathered about Hatcher there at the bottom of the rocky fortress where they had prepared to sell their lives dearly, the Shoshone began to return one by one. A warrior here and a warrior there stepped out of the trees, holding a bloody scalp aloft, shouting for the others to see what he had claimed from an enemy's body in the way of spoils and booty. The snake shouted and sang, then spit on most of those Blackfoot scalps brought in across the next minutes as the trappers recounted their own fierce struggle among themselves. Now and again, a warrior led in one of the enemy ponies as well, abandoned by the Blackfeet in their flight. Wagging his head so that the tail on his long wolf-hide cap shook down his back, Solomon Fish hollered, "If this don't take the goddamned circle, these here snakes show up just when them Blackfeets was ready to raise our hair."
"Ain't we the lucky ones?"
Sims shouted. Hatcher just nodded his head happily.
"Can't believe it, boys. Talk about your lady luck smiling down on us, all the way up here, and to have Goathorn's bunch run onto us this way."
"I don't rightly get it," Elbridge admitted, running a bloody finger beneath the big bulb of his nose scored with tiny blue veins.
"We ain't been trapping nowhere near where them snake was headin' with their village."
"Can't you see that's why we're so damned lucky?" Caleb boasted.
"Hell if we ain't 'bout as lucky as can be," Kincaid agreed. "They must have been close enough to hear the guns and come running."
"Damned lucky for us they was out hunting close enough to save our hash," Sims declared.
Soon the happy warriors, shouting with that flush of victory, had a large pile of bows and clubs, a few English muskets, many tomahawks and knives, not to mention shields, pad saddles, and other horse tack. It was clear to any of the trappers that this had been a major war party plunging south toward Shoshone and Crow country. "Tell me, Jack," Scratch said as he knelt beside Hatcher, something not making a lot of sense to him. "I don't rightly remember what these bucks did on that buffler hunt last year, but I can't rightly say I ever saw these here snake wear paint and put on their fancy war clothes when they was fixin' to go on a meat hunt." Hatcher's eyes bounced across the nearby warriors, some grave doubt beginning to cloud his face. Just as he began to open his mouth, he shut it again. Shifting himself on his elbow, he strained to listen to what the many Shoshone tongues were saying.
"I ain't for sure just yet, Scratch," Jack began, his voice strangely quiet. "But I got me the idea this wasn't no—"
As suddenly as they had appeared out of the forest, the snake warriors around the trappers became quiet, as hushed word of something was whispered among them with the speed of a prairie fire. They fell completely silent as a young man on foot led a pony and its rider into the crowded clearing at the foot of the boulders. Ain't that the old medicine man?" Titus asked in a whisper the moment he recognized the frail man atop the horse.
"Sure enough is,"
Caleb Wood replied in a whisper. In the hush of that high country forest, the young man who was apprenticed to Porcupine Brush helped the old one off the animal's back and steadied him on his thin, bird-like legs. Then the blind man began to sing softly, shaking a buffalo bladder rattle around and around in a circle as his apprentice helped him shuffle slowly through the gathering that parted before him. Goathorn, the Shoshone war chief who had led his warriors there, stepped forward so he could walk on the other side of the shaman until they stopped right before Hatcher's blanket. Between the chief and shaman, a few words were quickly spoken in a whisper.
"What's he say?"
Fish leaned down to ask of Jack. Hatcher translated,
"The old codger asked who was still alive, and Goathorn told him we all was."
Porcupine Brush appeared much gratified at that answer, his wrinkled, wizened face brightening with a wide smile as his sightless eyes seemed to look left to right slowly, as if they somehow could see, perhaps as if they were in search of one white man in particular. Mumbling something to his young apprentice, the shaman was shuffled over so that he could face Bass. Letting go of the young one's arm, Porcupine Brush's old fingers worked at the knot in the thongs holding that sacred white buffalo calf robe over his shoulders. Sliding the robe off his arms, he nonetheless clutched it in a bundle to his breast as he spoke with a soft, thready voice to the 9 white men there where they had been prepared to die. Wants us all to sit with him, Hatcher said, motioning them to join him on the ground. Handing the calf robe to his apprentice, the old man sat a few feet from Hatcher and Bass. On the ground in front of the shaman, the young man spread the beautiful, curly hide of the sacred buffalo calf. When the shaman was told all the white men were sitting before him around the calfskin, he raised his face to the sky above and began to sing his prayers. Through every chorus of his difficult song, the shaman rubbed his gnarled hands back and forth across the white hide, at times stuffing those swollen knuckles of his fingers deep into the thick fur. Putting his lips up behind Hatcher's ear, Graham asked, "What all's he saying?" Shaking his head a minute as if struggling to understand, Jack tried to explain. "All he was doing was just praying a bit ago, but now he's saying he wants to tell us that he knowed we was in trouble."
He knowed?
Wood echoed. Hatcher nodded, his eyes half closing in disbelief. "Says something about his spirit helper 4 days ago." Gray roared happily, scratching at his ample belly. "Whatever it was, I'm sure as hell glad the old codger's spirit helper was up to talking that day." "Hush," Jack ordered. Wait, old man here says he was told we was in a fix days ago." A sense of something grand and very holy enveloped Titus Bass at that very moment. As certain as he had ever been about anything in his life, Scratch suddenly felt a great power there about them. At long, long last, he stood in the presence of that great and unexplained mystery. Perhaps it was even the force that guided the way of all things. "Sure," Hatcher continued. "Makes sense these here snakes knowed we was in a fix long afore this morning, don't it? How the hell else was they gonna get to us in time?" Sims turned to ask, "You don't figure they was out hunting, Jack?" "No, the old feller says they come straight here ready for war, and they knew right where we was supposed to be," Hatcher replied, his voice going softer as he peered down at the calf robe, sounding a little less sure of himself now as they stood upon this strange ground. "I don't have me no idea how in heaven, but the old un says they knowed we was about to be rubbed out by their enemies, the Blackfeets."
"How he know all this?"
Wood inquired. Graham asked too, "Yeah, how this here old man know about us days ago when we ain't even made it here yet?" From out of the very air around them, Bass understood. Without the slightest hesitation, he quietly said, "I suppose his spirit helper told him." The rest turned towards Scratch, staring, unbelieving, and about ready to scoff, until Hatcher asked a question of the shaman in the Shoshone tongue. The old man smiled, his blind eyes pooling with tears as he answered. Then Jack turned to look up at Titus Bass with great wonder, even stunned amazement on his face, as Scratch leaned across the hide, taking one of the old hands in both of his. "Tell him it's me, Jack, the one what's got hold of his hand," Titus said. When Hatcher explained, tears spilled from the shaman's blind, milky eyes onto his wrinkled cheeks. "The old un says he knowed about Scratch here. Porcupine Brush calls Titus the white man's buffler shaman, that he knowed when Scratch needed their help," Hatcher explained, wagging his head slowly. When he brought his eyes up to look at Titus, Jack said, "Since he was the one what the All-Powers chose to bring the medicine calf to the snakes." Gray interrupted. "Hold on there. You're telling us that something told him about Scratch and the Blackfeets coming to jump us?" "Yup," Hatcher solemnly answered Gray's question. "Porcupine Brush says behind his blind eyes he saw all what was to happen to Titus Bass. Says he was told about this 4 days ago." Isaac Sims asked, "Just who in hell told the old man about all of this?" "Not who told him, Isaac, but what told him," Jack said as he reached out and laid his hand atop Scratch's. "Porcupine Brush knew all about it, 'cause he was told by Titus Bass's white medicine calf hide." For all the faith he had in me and my vision of the Old West right from the very first, I dedicate this novel of the time Titus Bass reaches his beloved Shining Mountains to Bill Gollaher, with my deepest appreciation for putting old Scratch and Carry the Wind in all those stores up and down the Colorado Rockies 10 long years ago. This concludes the reading of Buffalo Palace by Terry C. Johnston, copyright 1996 by Terry C. Johnston. This book was read by Alex Boyles. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with International Literary Properties, LLC, and was produced in 2025 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.blackstonepublishing.com. Thank you.